What's up, brother? Man, I tell you what. Let me see. When I was talking to you, I got to take this thing and put it on mute. Yeah, right now. Okay. When I was first talking to you, I got the. Let me see. I was at the one garage sale and I got the 2 watches. Anyway, no, I didn't get the 2 watches. I got that at the estate sale I went to. Check out this coat I got, man, a designer coat. I showed you the picture of it. $15. The guy never wore this thing. He said it never fit him, so he never wore it. And it's only like 4 years old. London Fog Outdoors Unlimited. London Town Corporation, Baltimore, Maryland, made in America. Goose down, the whole thing. Look at this bad boy. It's got all the bells and whistles. I looked at these jackets up online. Like $250 for this jacket. Got the hoodie. Zipper. London Fog jackets. I'm sure a lot of you know who London Fog is. Out of Maryland. Got everything. All the bells and whistles. $15. This is why I garage sell all the time. What do you say, man? Got 2 cargos down here. Cargo up here, one up there. Just nice. I love it. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Hi. What up, brother? You seen it? Yeah. Hey, for $15, man. So, there's 250 worth right there. For $15. I got another 300 on my wrist for, get this. Both watches were in the bag for $1. When I went to the gas station to get money, come back, she said, guess what? It's your lucky day. Everything's 50% off now. So I got both watches for 50 cents. I think I spent a total of like $30 today. And I ain't even showed you but a couple items like out of the 50 items I got. Nice. I had London Fog years ago. Yeah, and they still sell them. So my Wildcat night tonight, again, 49-0. They smoked the team by, we've beaten every team in our conference 40 points or more. My Wildcats. What up, Barber? So yeah, I got the London Fog coat, $250 coat for $15. Absolutely love it, man. I mean, it's loaded. And then I got, where's the other watch that I got? Here it is. Now, I looked this up. I thought it was out of my head about 100+ watch, but it's not. You get them 30, $40 on eBay all day. Timex Indiglo quartz, which still today, if you buy these new, they're like 125. The new Indiglos, Timex. It's a battery operated, and look it runs. I've set the date and everything. This watch, so it appraised at about 35, $40. This one here is a vintage 1968 designer's watch. They don't even make these bands anymore, I don't think. If you do, they're not cheap, but I can get this thing unhooked here. Hold on. Come on. All right, I see. There we go. Look at this thing. This is a designer's watch, J. Laurent. It's a Japanese movement. And I'm yet to put this band in the sonic cleaner, just because somebody else wore it. But it'll shine even more than that. I looked this up, $250 vintage, $250. So I got $250 and $40. That's $290 for 50 cents. 50 cents. So I'm at $290, $250, $540 for $15.50. Gotta love it, man. Yeah, pretty common. Yep. Dude was wacko. Who was that? That True Missouri Country? Let me look at what he said. What up, Ground Fog? How's it going, brother? Man, Ground Fog, I think he's the king of live. Every new live even I go to in the knife community, Ground Fog is there. That's a hell of a supporter there, brother. Keep up the hard work, Ground Fog. But yeah, I got to get a battery for this one. I don't have one in house. I got a bunch of batteries, but not this size. I was going to stop at Ace, but I had to get to the football game before it started and didn't. But Japan movement right on the bottom, man. It might be a Ronda movement from Japan, so I have to look it up. But this is Japanese movement too, because it's the Seiko. But anyway, ooh. All that stuff you see on that table, all that stuff I got at the garage sale, all the way across. A lot of craft stuff. Check out this mat I got. I got like 4 mats. And you know how these mats are for cutting leather and doing your upholstery work and everything else. Right there, brother. This thing was $1.50. They're $19 this size online right now. Oh, and I put some new vinyl up. I got the green vinyl. Cleaned my whole area here. Everything's clean. Finally. Didn't know what he had. Who had? What we talking about? Am I missing something here? Hit the like button, nerds. You tell them, Ground Fog. Usually Jerry's saying that for himself. All right, I gotta get me a dip. Where's my spit can? There it is. Oh yeah. So I got that one, Jerry, and I got several others over there. So I got like 4 cut pads and a smaller like punch pad, so I could punch holes in. I went into that estate sale with $2. I spent it on the wife. And then I said, man, shit is cheap in here. I mean, you get $10 for $1. So I got my brother a book, got me a book. Which reminds me, the one book I got is in the truck still. But what up, Brown Sugar? How you going, girl? Get your package? Did you get your EDC Hanks, girl? Didn't know what he had. What's that? The watch. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, it's not that they didn't know what they had. It was an estate sale. So these estate companies come in when people die in the house, and the family just wants everything sold in. There was a well-known artist around the world. They had a painting in there worth at least $1,000, right? I knew it because I know my art. $1,000. It wasn't Da Vinci or nothing, but like that, or Rembrandt or Leonardo da Vinci. But no, not yet. Okay, you should have it tomorrow. Then. I think it said Saturday, the latest delivery. Anyways, I looked at the painting, and it's a nude painting. You know, there's like a nude guy and 3 nude women in different crouched positions. And this guy's all over this one book that I got of all these artists, and I almost bought it. It was only $5. I mean, that thing would go for 1,000 plus easily on the open market. And I'm just not, I don't want to have a bunch of shit around the house that I have to, contact people and get rid of it and blah, blah, blah. But when I went and got the money and come back, it was half off, $2.50. She says, hell, okay, how about $1? I'm like, no, I can't take it. I'm sorry. She says, hell, I'll pay you to take it away. I could have got it probably for free just to get it out of there for it. And I really probably could send it off to an art gallery and hey, give me 1,000, I'm happy. They'll sell it for 1,500, $5,000 in an open auction. I'm not getting into that level of sales yet. What up, John? How's it going, brother? Your knife is on the way. I was messing with you the other day in the chat. I said, hello, you liar. So I got a German knife coming from Big Jim, and I got one coming from John Adams. Can't wait to get them. Let me show you my new knife shrine. I cleaned her up and reorganized it. Brother and Blades, what's up there? Man, I'm stumping for names tonight. I'm stumping on your name right now. Brother Blades. Damn it, I hate that shit. Brother Rex. How's it going, Brother Rex? Hey, I watched the Barlow Brigade's newest 10-15 minute video. Or was it a short? I think it was a short, but I love the music in it. Nice Christian song. Very soothing to the ear. And then the Barlow she had that she cleaned up or whatever she got there. Pretty sweet with it. But I like her style, man. And then the kicker was right next to HTEDC is Kodiak Edge sticker. Like I know Big Jim gave her that sticker. So now you got some coming to give away, Brother Rex. And Big Jim's got some coming to give away. I think I threw like a dozen stickers in with both of you. So when you go to the knife shows or whatever, or if you have a giveaway, just keep them for giveaways or whatever have you. And I like to get some of yours for a giveaway, but you don't have to. You just send me a couple for myself personally. I actually got one of yours. I don't have the new ones though. And I think I got yours through, I don't know if it was Stacy Bolster Blades or Robert Jones or who gave it to me. You're welcome. I can't wait till you get your EDC Hank, Rex. Yeah, I love this watch, man. In fact, I think I'm going to take the bands off right now just to put them in an ultrasonic cleaner. Look at the style, man. I mean, not a scratch on it. That tells you older people. So like I was saying, Jerry, they came in, and I always go to estate sales, and I'll tell you why. They're the first to go through a house and package things up and get it ready for sales. I've been to several, where it never dawned on me. And then all of a sudden, like last year, I started asking every estate sale manager, you know, in this case, it was 3 ladies went in business together to do these estate sales. They got all my cards. I gave them both my cards, you know, Kodiak Edge and Backwoods Leather. And I told them everything I did. And I told them about my YouTube channel and all this shit. I said, I look for 2 things mostly, you know, this, you know, 3 things. One thing for my wife and specifically, knives and watches. And if you was wood, please, you know, and I'll give you guys discounts on my sites and everything else. Make sure I'm the first one you call when you get into these houses and you start packaging things up. If there's any knives and watches and the collectible glass my wife likes, please call me. They say, oh, we will for sure. We will for sure. So I'm getting the first dibs on these houses where, you know, where people pass away or the family inherits a house and it's full of stuff and they'd rather not look at it. And around here in the Midwest, upper Midwest, there's lots of fishermen and outdoorsmen, you know, deer hunters and whatnot, as there is all around the country. But I've been to so many garage sales. Robert's in the house. Robert Willingly, what's up, brother? I've been to so many garage sales, no knives. But here's the key thing. When you go to a garage sale and you see a bunch of hunting and fishing shit out, always ask the homeowners that are having the garage sales, do you by chance have any knives or watches or anything like that in your house? Specifically watches and knives. I'll pay dollar for dollar for them. If you got something extra that you ain't using, oh, in fact, I got some. Yeah. You'll be surprised on how many garage sales they go with no knives, no watches, how many come out. Because they're there to make a buck in the garage sale. And they know if they sell a watch for $50 to $100, that's $50 will take them a whole day to make on little items, you know what I mean? So I end up I bought, like I said, the last time I went to the garage sale, I showed you, I got 10 quality traditional folders for $100. Some good knives today? No, I didn't find any good knives today. In fact, I didn't get one knife. Not one knife. But I got the 2 watches worth $290 for 50 cents. I got this right here. Everybody knows this company. London Fog, brand new. It never fit the guy. He's only had it like 4 or 5 years, he said. Never wore it. $250 jacket with all the bells and whistles, right? All the pockets, everything. Goose down inside. $15. Come on, man. $15. And there was another jacket there. I think I sent Jerry a picture of it. That down to almost down to a woman's ankles. It's a Atlantic Beach jacket from North Carolina. $12, brand new. His wife never wore it. You know, got that for the wife. We're right there on Atlantic Beach every year. Practically every year. We missed it this year so far. I told Claude I might come in November. We can go out with the lights on the John boats with his buddy and gig the what is it, the flounder? I want to say flounder, not flounder, the flatfish. I'm stumped for names tonight. Help me out here, guys. Not flounder, the with the one eyeball, you know, and it's flat. Grouper, right? Maybe it is flounder. I keep forgetting. I've always wanted to go there and with Claude and get 100 pounds of it after I flay it and bring it home. But next time I go to Claude's, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to bring things back that sell like hotcakes here. One of them's going to be, now I can't even think of that. The nut. What's the nut there in the south east? Not cashews. What's come on, help me, Jerry. Help me, Jerry. What's the nut? He says they're on everybody's trees. He says they run them over with the tractor. He says you could fill up the back of your pickup in a couple hours, just from a few neighbors. Pecans. Hell yeah, man. I'm going to fill up the whole top of the bed of my back of my pickup truck with pecans. I'm going to bring them here. They sell them there for like $3.50 a pound. I can get $8.50 a pound here. It'll pay for my gas and my whole trip. The other one, Claude said, shrimp. What shrimp go down there in Mississippi, Barbara? I mean, what, $3.75, $4 a pound maybe? Well, up here they get like 10, 11 bucks a pound for shrimp. And they're not, they're the smaller ones, you know what I mean? I get them shrimp down there. I can literally vacuum them up when the tide's down. It just fill the back of my truck with them once. So I might be bringing some big ass coolers with me. No, not walnuts. We got them here in Illinois. The pecans, man. Pecans. Yeah. And here's another thing I'm going to, what was I thinking of? I'm contacting the company I got the Bolster Blend coffee from through Deep South. Now, you know damn well, they have their own Deep South stickers made up and put on the bag, and they sell it for twice as much as what they pay for it right there in Deep South. I'm going to do the same thing. You're going to have Kodiak Edge Bolster Blend coffee and a couple of the other coffee choices that they have, either in the full bean or ground. So I'm gonna start getting things like that. That's already done. All I got to do is sticker it and ship it out. I'm thinking of other things that I can get. If y'all got something that sounds cool that I can get, put my label on it and ship it out, please let me know. Leave a comment. And I'm going to spend all day tomorrow online with Google and get the shit straight about my pay, because I already know they're not going to send me the money again. They sent me my first check in June, and I still haven't got the $575 they owe me for the last 3 months. And it's starting to add up there. And I'm going to start fucking charging them for interest for it. How could they send me my first payment when my shit wasn't right? So, and I had a talk with the wife. We can't afford to be making and giving things away without the shipping, you know, and I want to continue to do it, but until Google starts to get me in a regular payment system, I'm going to charge the shipping. I didn't do it this last Wednesday, yesterday, or a couple days ago, but I'm going to from the following Wednesdays now until I get paid. Once I get paid, that's it. What's just wrong? Pecans. Pecans, what they call, not pecans. That's a Yankee phrase. Down there in the South, it's pecans. And boiled peanuts. I'm not going to put my label on boiled peanuts. Sorry, guys. I might have a sweet tea mix. Oh, yeah. And a hush puppy mix. Kodiak Edge hush puppy mix. Kodiak Edge sweet tea mix. Oh, yeah. You know, I'll get it all over North Carolina when I go down there. I'll have that shit in every store. Goobers. Yeah, goobers. I'll sell goobers, man. I'll put my label on goobers. You know, I think everybody's missing out if they don't get shit, put their label on it. You know what I mean? You could sell other people's shit as long as they're getting their cut when you purchase it off them. They don't care what label you put on it. They get what they sell it for. You get what you sell it for. The Deep South sells me a big bag of dark roast for $17. And you know damn well, in bulk quantity, he's only paying about 10, 11 bucks a bag at the most. So he's making about $7 a bag. But Billy's a businessman, so of course he's going to make money. That's what it's all about, making money. Put your label on it, make money. What happened to Teresa's steak? What happened, Teresa Jones? I'm sorry to hear that. And you all got my prayers. Whatever happened, I didn't catch it yet. What state is Teresa in? Oh, in North Carolina, they had the tornado hit, right? Or not the hurricane hit. Tennessee. She lives in Tennessee. What happened in Tennessee? My brother lives in Tennessee. Explosion. Wow. So who's the culprit of that? We had 9/11, the biggest hoax ever pulled off in the history of our country. And now what? They targeting Tennessee now? And my prayers go out to everybody involved. That's for damn sure. Oh, a military munitions plant. Imagine that. Hey, but they, hey, I think they needed to get rid of some of them rounds because the 1,750 private contractors that make weapons of war that never make it to war end up stockpiling it, and that's a consequence from it. How do I know? We never got what we needed when we were in war, and when we did, we just left it there when we came home. You got 1,750 private contractors leeching the biggest payout in the government's history, which is around $950 billion a year, goes through the Pentagon to pay these private contractors to make weapons of war. And 85% of them never make it to the battlefield. They just stockpile the shit in places that make it more and more dangerous for you and I. So you know what? When is enough with the government? When's enough with the corrupt banks that control and own them all? Innocent people are dying now because of this stupid shit. And it just, it makes me irate. It really does. If I would have known about the military before what I know now about them before I went in, I would have never went in. I'm telling you right now. That's all. And that's why I don't ever ask anybody to ever thank me for my service, because it wasn't for you. It was for a bank, and it was for another bank, and it was for another bank. That's what war is all about. Not freedoms. No, it's a con game. Anyways, back to the topic here. I had a good day, spending less and getting lots. I love it, man. I live for garage sales, flea markets, and just like Jerry. Jerry loves his too. A lot of you probably do too. But let me show you. I haven't even show you the iceberg yet of what I got today. Before I do that, let's talk about some knives. So your stream has received too many violations. We will have to ban it if you don't end the stream. Notification. Now, who is this? Does anybody know these people here? Is that like a troll from wherever? I mean, because anybody can make up a YouTube channel like that with the YouTube logo and the notification thing. Come on. End the live stream. Why? What am I saying? Something threatening? Did I do something wrong, people? Do I have the YouTube police on me? You ever scroll through the lives and see some of these whacked out people talking about cussing and drunk off their ass and tattoos all over them and just swearing up a storm and just total devil, man. And wait. Did I say something against YouTube and the government that made them mad or what? Yeah, let's talk about pocket knives. That's what we're going to talk about. So that's why I don't even like talking about government anymore. I know what the truth is. And, y'all find out sooner or later. I'm going to talk about it when I can go live on my new channel. I need 50 subscribers over at my new channel. Y'all want to get over there and subscribe to my channel so I can go live, so I can show you how I cook food live. I'm going to be doing my cowboy cooking on that channel. Where I travel to these cowboy cook-offs and cook in the cast iron and all that shit. You guys are going to love that. I'm not going to spend as much time on that channel as this one, but that one's going to be to my dedication for my love for cooking. Okay, there's somebody who needs to go. All right. Yep. Thanks, Brown Sugar. Let me put the link up. Let me put the link up for my new channel. Hell, I even forgot what the name it was. Let me split my screen here. Oh, now I'm spitting on the floor. Yeah. One of my mods will probably beat me to it. Okay. I'll bring it up right now. If I can. What the heck's this now? I don't want my phone thing here. Go away. That's what I want here. Okay. All right. Switch account. Switch account. Do that. Okay. Right here. I got both channels up now on my computer. Oh shit. What'd it do? Okay. All right. Here it is right here, folks. I'm gonna put the link in my regular in this YouTube channel. You're on my chat now. Copy. It's the multi-potential light. Paste. Here's the link right here, guys. Please subscribe to it. I need to get 50 subs before they'll let me go live, which I should do tonight easily with all of you in the chat. That would be great. Then that'll get me going for putting videos in here. I got one video in here now and a couple shorts, I think. Let me see, shorts. 2 shorts. My brother's bar in the water. And then welcome to my new adventure video. Tell you about what I'm up to. What a multi-potentialite is somebody that has multiple hobbies. Is, will never be bored with just one. It is adventurous and spontaneous that loves to learn different things and do different things. So you're going to see everything I do, all the different talents. Like I might make a fish net. I might show you all live on that, how I make a fish net, not on my knife channel. So a lot of my different talents, I'll be out live doing my wildlife photography. I'll be out live fishing on my boat, cowboy cooking, all my different hobbies, playing my guitars, playing my drums, just instruments I play. And oh, by the way, I got another instrument. Let me show you. She had a buck on it. I said, take a quarter. Sure. Made in Germany. I love things made in Germany. But this here, y'all, is a German flute. And I'm starting to learn how to play the flute. One of the few instruments. I want to build an Indian flute, start learning to play Native American music, man. I love it. I got some CDs, no longer CDs. I got an app now that has just that music, and I'll play it on my phone when I go to bed at night. Just listen to the different Native songs, man. They're just pleasing. There you go. Yeah, I'm a musician, Maria. I like all forms of music, even rap, but mostly the old school shit. I don't care for this ghetto smack garbage. I like the like the Tupac and and Bo Diddy and what's the other one? The funny one. He's on The Voice. What? I'm bad with names tonight. Snoop Dogg. You know what I mean? And then I consider, well, he's a punker rapper, and I love Kid Rock. I like his, what attitude. I mean, you gotta love his music, man. He's a free spirit, lives in a double wide trailer in Tennessee on 1,000 acres, and has horses and everything he needs in life, man. I'm gonna go visit his ranch one of these days. No, that's what I heard your mother played that. I heard your mother played a skin flute there, buddy. These people coming in here, man. The world is full of hate. You know what I mean? These people nobody's born to hate. People are born and they grow up to learn hate. You know, nobody's born to be a hater. You know, and I don't put up with this stupid shit, man. I'm just gonna start removing all these son of a bitches. Let's get rid of them all tonight, guys. You know, I would be asking you guys, oh, hey, send the super stickers and super chats, you know, and no, I haven't asked for a dime yet, and I'm not gonna until I straighten it out with YouTube. And even with my link is right now, no, not now, but it's gonna be for my eBay channel. Okay, I'm gonna sell on my eBay store. Everything I make, everything I do is going to be through my eBay store. I'm going to have the link up. I'm going to put it up probably tonight or tomorrow at the latest. So you can go there and see what I got there now. I got some shit there now. I got some old collectible Schlitz beer cans, the Wildlife series, and I got some silver coins in there, brown sugar, and some other things. It's, I believe it's called Navy Vet BM3. Navy Vet BM3 or BM3 Navy Vets, one of the two. But I'll have the link in my description. So when you go there and you see what you like, all you got to do is email me, and I'll sell it directly to you through any of the cash apps. You know, Venmo, PayPal, Cash, something or another. I'll get them all, and you all could pay me directly instead of buying it from YouTube or eBay. So they don't get 13% of my shit, right? Fuck them, man. I'll play the game. Oh, I couldn't get that link to work. You couldn't? Well, type in multi-potentialite. That's all you got to type in. The multi-potentialite. I'll copy and paste it here. And then you just copy and paste it, okay? Here it is. That should take you to my YouTube channel. Copy and paste that and put it in your search engine, and it'll take you right there. You'll see me standing on top of a mountain saying, "Follow me on my adventures, the multi-potentialite." And then what I say in the description is, this is Gordon Holman, a retired carpenter, bladesmith, leather crafter, wildlife photographer, cook, outdoorsman, a true craftsman of many talents, where I'll take you on a journey of all of these passions in life I seek. Please join me along the way. Thanks, G-Man. And then I got, here's my link right here, youtube.com at 1965. I don't know why that didn't go through. All right. And then I don't have any links, but tomorrow I'll have some more links, my Facebook pages and whatnot. But I think one of the problems with my getting paid through Google, somebody told me is if you have multiple accounts and one's not resolved or I haven't claimed it, because I got one from like 10 years ago and I haven't used it in 10 years. It's a security thing through Google about YouTube. If you have multiple accounts, it can hinder your ability to be paid or blah, 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 you know. So I'm going to eliminate that page tomorrow and start from there. And I'm going to email them and contact them. I already did once a couple times. I want my money. I wasn't nice about it either. Because that's money y'all paid me to pay for shipping, you know, and you just expect that. I get these packages out on time. So lately I have. I mean, you know. Oh, I had one come back And he contacted me. I don't know if it's Kenneth Randolph or who it was. Is he in the live tonight? Yep, return to sender. And this is off my Shopify store. He bought the EDC Hank from me. You know. So I'm going to send that to him. And then for trouble, I'm going to send him a pocket drop. Send him the picture saying, yeah, I got it back, because he contacted me a couple days ago. Hey, and I told him I'll look into it. First time I ever got a package back. I got to check it yet. I might have put the zip code on it wrong. I did that today. Who was it for? I want to say Brother Rex. I put the address on there wrong. And they say, hey, this ain't the right address. I said, what? And, you know, they caught it there. Yeah, this address doesn't work. It's not going to go to this guy. I said, let me look at it. Sure as shit, I had the last three letters backwards. Instead of 454, I put 545. You know, we're human. We make mistakes. You got the tracking number? Okay. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you, Tom Boy. When your package comes in, or was it Jeremy? I can't remember. Jeremy, your package comes in, you're going to be mad at me because I forgot to put the other shit in it. So I'm going to get another one off tomorrow before, you know, so you got two packages coming. So when you get the first one, you don't see the knife in the bracelet for your son. I'm sorry, man. I closed it up. It was 4 a.m. I wasn't paying attention. You know. So now this guy, since I just got my stickers, he's going to get my stickers out because I didn't have anything to put in there when I sent it to him in the first place. So he's going to make out like that. I don't bone nobody. Sometimes it might take me a little while to get shit to people, but I'm a busy man. I got 3 businesses, man. And if I don't get paid from 2 of them, I'll leave them 2 alone until I start getting paid with 2. Until I get the money I need from the one that is paying me, you know what I mean? It's not bad business on my part. It's just, I'm not a social media expert. I don't read everything that they're throwing at you to fill out and sign and blah, blah, blah. You know, well, this looks good, all right. Well, that's where I went wrong. And I didn't know if you had multiple accounts, it's a security thing that you have to get rid of that account so that it'll take somebody else that's trying to scam them. Whatever. Good night, Rex. Brother Rex, go to bed. I have a home care nurse coming at 8 a.m. in the morning, so I bid you all good night. Good abundant, God's abundant blessings. God bless you too, Brother Rex. I'm sorry if I missed you. But thanks for your support, brother, and I thank you all for your support, man. This wouldn't be possible without you guys. You know, I wouldn't do what I do on YouTube if it wasn't for all you guys. So that said, let's get to some fun here, shall we? I want to show you all I got. So far, I got the 2 watches. You know, $290 for 50 cents. Right? So now we're at a total $250 jacket for 15 bucks. So we're at what? $540 for $15.50. And if you don't, you know, a lot of times I wait. Okay, let me take my phone over here to show you what else. That whole table's filled with what I got. I mean, she said 50% off when I got back with the money from the gas station. And the shit was all marked $1 a bag, $1 a bag, $1 a bag. In fact, I got the bags all here on the floor. Let me see. Every one of these bags, you know, for the estate sale, they just put a bunch of shit in one bag and put $1 in it. When I got back, 50 cents a bag. Look at all this shit. I got some seeds here for my garden in this little tote here. You know, some other plants. And look at these little cutting boards here. I got this one, that one, this one, a ruler, see-through ruler. This lady was a quilter, so we got quilter patterns here that I can easily use for cutting out leather. 90 degrees, curves. Now, like all this is in one bag for 50 cents. I mean, that border alone right there is $12. You know, these patterns are like $5.50 a piece. You know, curves, they're quilting patterns, but quilting templates. But I can use them with an X-Acto knife to cut out, you know, the patterns in leather or what have you. Want to double your money? Yeah, okay. So everything you see here, I bought at that estate sale. I mean, look at all this crap shit. I got me some threads for my sewing machine, right? What were these? These were 50 cents a bag. 50 cents a bag. They, you know, so a quarter. It says 50, no, $1. Everything was $1 a bag. So I got them all for 50 cents a bag. Look at this. Markers, stamps, craft paints. You know what I mean? Just look at, I got like 3 of these fucking hole punchers that I can use. Look at this. What do we got here? Some kind of wrap, plastic wrap, making shit like ceramic. The more crafty paints. Scissors for the sewing machines, you know, utensils and cutting tools for sewing. Another hole puncher. Elmer's glue. You know, look at these letters. They're rubber stamps for stamping shit. See? Stamping the letters. What we got here? Mark be gone. I got stencils here. Good for leather. See? I trace letters and carve them out on leather, right? Leathers. I think these were all in a bag for 50 cents. These here. You know what I mean? Look at this. Jeweler's hobby tools. I'm making bracelets now. I got a bunch of shit. This here is a little kit. You peel this off, and there's numbers on here. You stick these crystals in different colors on the numbers, and you make like this, like my peacock. My wife loves it. I said, I'll finish it for you, honey. Right here, we got some, you know, I'm making bracelets now. You know, shit like that I can sell on my eBay store. Look at this. She absolutely loves it. There's like 3 of these little dragonflies here, you know, for making bracelets. Look at it. Even one of them even comes in a little strand here for making putting on bracelets. Stones, you know, beads, charms. You know, they all came in individual bags for $1 a piece. I even got me some Band-Aids for 25 cents. Big ones too. More craft shit. Another sewing machine storage container. Memory glass. You take these little glass plates here and you sandwich whatever you want together, and you could put either lead around it or tape around it or whatever you want around it. Make little memories. We got 2 different sizes of that. The smaller one, this bigger one. Memory glass. You know, hey, another punch. I mean, I got 3 of these punches. More memory glass horizontally. You know, some more craft paint. I got this book from my brother for 10 cents. History of Graphic Design. My brother's is an art director for a major Chicago Foods International. He makes cookbooks everybody in the country buys at the grocery counter. So he'd love that. I'm going to give that to him for Christmas. The History of Graphics Arts. He's got a major in graphics design from Illinois State University. But, I mean, just look at all this shit, man. And hold on, I ain't done yet. Let me see. Did I go over everything here? But these things are worth their weight in gold, Jerry. You know, you're doing leather work and you want to put letters quick on it, and you hand carve letters like I do. Boom, there you go. You know, and yeah, and then here's a couple more templates. You could trace these out and carve it in leather or whatever you want to do. Here's a snowflake, embossing and stenciling. See, I mean, just a bunch of shit that I can use. Oh, here's a material cutter. You see me cut material with. Right here, I use that white one I got. See, this one here. All I got to do is buy blades for it. I got them for this other one I use. I think it's over here somewhere. Where's it at? Somewhere there. But anyways, look at this piece of river driftwood. The guy wanted $5. I said, I'll give you $2 for it. He said, all right. See this here? It started out 15. Nah, I need 5. I said, come on, man. I could find these on a river all day. How about $2? All right. I just want to get rid of shit. But this here, what I want to do is I want to drill all the way through it with an auger. You know, if not completely all the way through, I'll drill from here to here. You know, I got a auger that long. It'll go all the way through that. To hollow it out at a 1/2 inch, I'll put fiber optics in there, and I'll take the Dremel and I'll Dremel some of these out, like not every other one, but like every third one, and shoot that. You could do almost a million different color lighting combinations with the fiber optics, and then I'm gonna pour the whole thing with a some type of different colors, clear, different color epoxies. You know, I'll make a mold so the epoxy can get in there, and then I just got to sand it down to these crevices so the wood will pop everywhere in epoxy. $2 a bag, send them over. Yeah, well, you just got to think like me and hit the places I do, Jerry. That's all. I know you do because you sell at flea markets yourself. I'm going to start doing flea markets, I think. The thing I hate about flea markets around here is everybody's making the same crafty bullshit. You know what I mean? You get sick of looking at the same vendors, the same shit. I like going to flea markets that are different vendors all the time. There's one on I-80 here in just south of Chicago, 40 minutes. And I go every Sunday all year round, even in the winter when it's snowing. There's 150 vendors, and there's different vendors that show up every weekend. And there's some that are there every weekend themselves, and there's lots of them that go to other shows. But and it's outside. It's huge. You know, it's like 15 million square feet, and you never know. And there's always at least a dozen or better knife vendors there every time. And I haven't been to one this year. I'm like, son of a gun, I gotta get over there. I've gotten some of my rarest case knives from them vendors at that show. You know, Jerry. So, anyways, yeah, all this. Now I paid $15 for everything on this table. $15. That was $2. That jacket was 15. This mat was $1.50. It was $3, $1.50. That's the biggest one I got, so it'll stay there. 2 watches, you know, 50 cents was $1.50. I mean, $290 worth of watches there. So a lot of times I wait. You know, if I needed a new coat, I won't go out and pay 100, 125, 150. I'll wait. So when one pops up, boom, and there's always coats popping up at garage sales and shit, and you know, you never know. And a lot of the stuff's new. These people get you. I let people blow all their money on stupid shit, and then when they get too much, they end up putting it in the garage sale. I'm the guy that gets it. So I'll wait all year to get a coat for the following year. You know what I mean? And look at this mess, man. Oh my God, talking about a mess. There's my bow. I never got that. Man, never ends. So here's what I did. If you see in my, let me see if I scooch. I got a scooch here. Sorry about that. Oh, never get enough storage containers, right? This was 25 cents. I'm going to put something in it. So everything that was in that cabinet of mine that was on most of them shelves are in here now. My Zippo novelties, Zippo money clips and stuff, and my little tape collection, my coin dispensers, you know, some of my shit, and then it goes into my others. But I took all my Remingtons, all my bullet knives are out of there. They're in here now. So this is my most treasurable knives. Everything that means the most to me. There's a few more I could put like down on the bottom. I might take the military and Boy Scout stuff out of there. I don't know yet. But up here, you know, you've seen lots of my knives, so you know what I got. And a couple of y'all's stuff's made it in here, like Jerry's Shelby the Knife Guy's knife slips there, and I got Cooks back there. You know, Charlie Cooks. I got an old case from the 60s there. That case is from around the 1960s, 70s. Case knives, sheath. A few of my bones, the ones that Jerry didn't get. My Barlow and my Stockman and my medium Trapper. But yeah, up here I got, you know, my most treasurable, the ones I made, and my German Bowie back there, and I got the book up there on the James Black story, and some 1905 blacksmith shop pictures. You know, just a few things. All my Germans, not all of them, but the ones I love the most. You know. Chef Rocky, what's up, brother? Haven't seen you in a while, man. Sup, suck ass. What up? Yeah, join my I like you guys to subscribe to the multi. Here it is, right here, guys. Go find my page, my newest adventure in YouTube, and I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on it. This is where I'm gonna do most of my cowboy cooking and a lot of my cooking that I do. Tonight I made the wife Salisbury steak, and I used the Dano's original seasoning for the meat. She absolutely loves it. The multi-potentialite, please. I got to get 50 subs. In fact, I'm going to go back and then forward. I got 16 subs. I only picked up one sub from you guys tonight. Come on, guys. Let's go. I need 50 to go live. 50 lousy subs. Please go there now and give me a holler. And then I can probably go live on there when I can with the chef here and himself, Chef Rocky. We'd love to go live with me in Streamlab. We'll talk cooking. He can teach me a few things and teach you all guys a few things. But yeah, the multi-potentialite, that's my new YouTube channel. I only got 2 videos or 2 shorts and no lives because I can't go live yet. See. Wait, what do I got? I did go live for some reason. Making a beaded bracelet. And then my videos, I only got 1. And it's about knives. But later, everyone. Robert, you take it off? All right, man. Peace, brother. Thanks for your support and coming on in. Appreciate it. How do you clean green stuff off an old brass knife? With Brasso? Or Jeweler's Rouge on a buffing wheel? Take it right off. The green stuff is oxidization. That's the green part. The brass, with oxygen and brass, after a while, it just don't mix and it gets darker and darker green as it sits. That's why you see a lot of copper roofs on houses completely green. But yeah, you use Jeweler's Rouge. You can use a Brasso, or you can use this metal glow that I get. You can find this on Amazon. Metal glow, and there's others. You know, there's that wool stuff that you use. What do they call it? Can't remember the name of it now. It comes in a can. It's been around forever. It's like Brasso, but what do they call that, guys? The knife doctor uses it in the drones. Steel wool? No, not steel wool. Well, you can use steel wool, real fine steel wool, but it won't polish it. You know what I mean? I mean, no matter how fine the steel wool is, you still want to. You can use the steel wool to get bulk of it off fast, and then just hit it up with a polishing compound like metal glow. Cleans, polishes, and protects. Removes tarnish and oxidization, which is the green shit you see on the copper. Hope that helps you. Never dull. That's it, Jerry. Jerry nailed it. Never dull. The knife doctor goes through it like candy, like he has stock in the company. I mean, he uses way too much of everything. He's teaching bad habits to the whole knife community. You don't put fucking wax all over your blade. You know what I mean? And after you're clean, and no, come on, man. It'll work, Steve. You'll be surprised. Get the metal glow on Amazon and get the Never Dull. You can go into Walmart and get Never Dull as much as you need. It's real cheap, like $15 for a can that'll last you 5 years. Unless you use like the knife doctor, it'll only last you about 4 months. Oh, let me see here. Yeah, the multi-potentialite, man. Come on, guys. I want to see as many people in my chat talking tonight that many more subscribing to my channel. I got 16. Let me see here. I'm gonna go back. View your channel. All right. I got 16 subs. Nobody's subbing me, man. You guys allergic to my other channel or what? So anyways, yeah. So I got my shrine going over here. Oh, and the bulb, old-fashioned bulb burned out, and that was like a 80-watt bulb, man. I was like, that ain't gonna work. So I got this new light system, and this is the new what do they call that technology? I could change the color of this light 6 different shades, yellow, amber, whatever, up on top. So I screwed it up with them brackets. This is for putting in a can light on soffits on houses or in kitchens. So I screwed it up with some brackets into the top there, and it's got a, I don't know if you can see it. All you do is screw it in like a light bulb on the end here, and it goes straight to it. So I could change the lighting any color I want. Yep. Kaylee, that light is very cool. Yeah, I mean, if I can reach it here without getting shocked, let me see. I don't know if I can change the color of the light or not. Probably not. Let me put the phone down a second. See that? Different colors. I kind of like the soft yellow. I'll leave that on for a bit. See how it makes everything a little yellow tinted now? Yeah, I got my favorites in there. I got my favorite slips, of course, by Jerry the Shelby Knife Guy. That's in the live chat right now. I like to get some more slips from more guys, some more fellows. And I like to get some of mine out to people. But my favorite knives are up here on the very top, my very favorites. So, and then they get insignificance, their least favorite on the bottom compared up to the top. But as you can see, I got my knives, 3 of them there. Fighter, my lockback, and my Barlow. I got my Bulldog knife there. I got my Hibbert Spencer Bartlett 1902 folder there. I got the Barlow Brigade official field tester G-Man signed by Big Jim himself. And then of course my #1 buck. All my German knives. You know, you got I got the Black Cows and the Brown Mule. The Black Cow, this is in 1970, this is 1960. Eyewitness, Tree Brand, Boker, Germany. Boker, Germany. Boker, Germany, Boker, U.S. This is a Eyewitness here, Karl Schleppner. That's a Karl Schleppner side. This is a Hen and Rooster hobo knife. We got the Kalishnikov in its sheath. Looks like a AK-47 mag. I got my Boker Mermaid back there. I got my Henkel, pre-World War II Henkel, about 1938, 1939. I got my American-made Boker, Great American Story. I got this German knife here. Y'all seen this one? The Mercator. I got my triple-bladed side buster there from Germany. Bulldog Doctor knife. Tree Brand. I got my Nazi German soldier's dagger. Yeah, German. Now down here's all my bullets. What'd Jerry say? Nice Jerry. What'd I miss? Never do. Oh, I'm talking about Jerry's sheath. Yep. So here's the only 2 that ain't Remington. This is the Marbles, Cheetah. And then this is the Winchester bullet clasp with the Winchester on it. And then the rest are my Remington bullet collection and Remington classic knives. That one back there is probably the only one that ain't made in America. Little Remington pocket knife they sold as a novelty knife. And in the back there I got some more Trappers, You know, the classics. Okay, now down here I got my 125th anniversary Camillus I got from Claude Williams for my birthday. Then back there I got the IXL Charade made in Sheffield, England for them for their 100th anniversary since 1787 in Sheffield, England. Charlie Cook's sheath. I got to get a knife in it. I don't like keeping knives in sheaths really because they get moisture. I got my shark, case shark back there with the original stone, Arkansas medium stone and the loop. I got all kinds of Camillus knives. There's one right there for you. 125th anniversary edition. A few of my case stags because I love the stag. There's my hillbilly knife. See the on the yellow box hillbilly. It's got the hillbilly on the moonshine with the still behind him, and then the other side is this hillbilly shack. Made in 1985 by a Japanese maker for Parker Cutlery. Jim Parker. That's a rare bird right there. And that thing opens by pulling the tab in the back. You couldn't even tell how to open it unless you had one in your hands. He showed it. Nice. Yeah. What you made. Right. Yep. And then I just got my Marine hats I threw in there because I did my Marine and Navy from my buddy and our awards, our medals from the service, and my Boy Scout knives and a couple of things I got in the Boy Scouts when I was in my belt, my honor shoulder. But yeah, that's it. This is my knife shrine, not a novelty shrine. So how'd I do? It looked pretty nice. I love it. And this is still my watchmaking and cleaning station where I work on watches. When I find time, I got two right here that's going to be coming up now. I got to get Charlie Cook's done. Get the crystal. I'm going to take it apart, take the crystal out, put a new crystal in. While the movement's out of it, I'm going to buff this whole thing. It's going to shine. I mean, literally shine when I'm done with it. And then I'll, in the sonic cleaner here, I'm going to put his wristband in there and get that thing shining up. But, and then I got to do a live this week, and I think maybe, I don't know, I might do it Monday, where I make this tray here where I finish carving this wildlife scene for a tray, and make me DC Hanks this weekend. But I'm trying to organize, man. You can see this guy's jacket that I did a lot of patches on it. Well, he's got probably 9 more patches on it for me. And I just finished up that vest you guys seen that I did, man. I sewed half of these patches on this thing. This thing is covered. In fact, the only way for me to get the patches on this arm, I had to take the whole arm off. You know what I mean? So if you remember that. But you know what? The last couple trips in the post office, and that's where he works, I had him pay for my shipping in the last two shipments that went out. He said, "Hey, no problem, I'll pay for it." All right. So, yep, I put some new vinyl here. I just replace the vinyl every month or so when it gets bad. I went from red to green now. Cleaned her all up, unhooked up my computer, and I cleaned her to the bone. Put a couple stickers on it. I don't know why I did that one there, but you know, hey, I'm going to put some more in there. I'm going to put a Stacy Bolster blades on there or something. But I got them all along there. I'm going to fill every edge of that cabinet, top, bottom, and sides. But I got more of a mess over here, as you can see. Never ends. Here's some good seasoning here if you guys cook. If the chef's still in the house on my live chat here, this is good shit here. And I finally got some Danos, man. I never used Danos yet, and I got it today and made my Salisbury steaks with it tonight. But this shit's good as hell, man. I got another one. It's like a pop can. You just take this off and the season's in it. I get this at Ace Hardware. And this is the mesquite. And then I also get the one with the lemon pepper and lemon in it. We're doing the poultry and stuff. But this is here because when I grill out on the grill, I have it right there. I got a watch coming from you, Jerry. Cool. And what was I sending you? Something. I never stop. Nope, I don't. Your wife's watch. What did she want? You want a case knife? Did she want a case knife from me? What was I gonna send you? Because let me see. Yeah, I still got money. Oh yeah. That's right. Yep, I'm gonna send the money to you too. Yep. I hope to God I get that money from YouTube. I'm gonna be online with them tomorrow, half the day if I have to. I'm gonna terminate my other channel that might be the problem. So I'm gonna get rid of my my Gordon Holman YouTube channel. You can go to it right now. I haven't used it in 10 years. And I think that one's confusing them and making them not want to pay me. So I get rid of that, and then I'm going to message them and say, hey, you got my EIN number, my employee identification number. You got that. You know I'm legally paying taxes through you. So what else is there? You know what I mean? I did have one charge card when I had that YouTube channel from 10 years ago. But who has the same charge card 10 years down the road, right? And that's common sense. And I couldn't find anywhere where it allowed me to put my new charge card in it. So I got to get a hold of somebody tomorrow. I want this payment by the end of this month. It'll be up to almost $700 by the end of this month, and I want it. Yeah, the Bulldog's Lady's watch. Yeah. I'll clean that thing, man. That thing will look brand new when I'm done with it. And I'll probably search eBay until I find the right strap for it, because it's worthy of its original strap. And it'll go from a $50, $60 watch to about $150 watch when I'm done. And I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm going to give it to my wife, so it's going to stay with us. So, anyways, yeah, that was my day today, man. I want to go out in my truck. Hold on. Hold on while I go through this mess here. This is my storage area. Wife wants to clean it up tomorrow and use the garage and the house and fill it up, because we got them 6 kittens we haven't gotten rid of yet, and she wants to bring them in here for the winter, so hope that don't wake her up. Well, here's my project. This was my project here. I almost burnt the place down. Thank God I didn't. Electricians told me. I don't know why I didn't. But I had to replace this whole service panel here. I did it all myself. I originally built this place 19 years ago. And I had a 100 amp in here with only 14 circuits. And I was running we're living upstairs, so I was running everything off of 100 amps and 14 circuits. And my buddy electrician said, man, I don't know how you didn't burn your house down, because I got 2 lines alone coming out of this box here that feeds my on-demand hot water heater. And that was drawing 440 watts. I mean, volts. So thank God I didn't burn her down, and that's what I did. This time I wasn't, when I first built them, I ran that trench by hand, 75 yards to the pole out in the middle of my yard. I'm like, I ain't doing this. I got about right here from the box. Put me some Halloween lights up. But the box is right here. And I got to about right here, and I was like, fuck this. And I went and run into the ditch witch, man, and in 30 minutes I got it to the pole. So that's got the double size wire, and I ran a 200 amp service. Now I got more than enough power. I haven't even used all the circuits yet. And I got this yet to hook up for my welders, so I can run my welders. I got a stick welder here, and I'm going to get a MIG TIG welder off a guy for $300 on a roller cart. I get that, I can fix any knife I break. And I got a couple of them I broke already, so I was on my way out here. I got the Mustang covered because the weather's getting shitty. I want to get this other book out of the back of the truck. Where's it at? Pardon me. This book right here, check this out. Got it for 10 cents. The Usborne Book of Greek and Norse Legends. I'm into shit like that, you know. So, anyways, here's the line I got at a garage sale for 20 bucks. It's solid. It's solid stone, man, or concrete molded or whatever they call it. So, anyways, yeah, I got my Halloween lights up, my cat's on the fence, you know, and I've got 20 boxes from that one garage sale last year. I got it for $1 a box of these lights. And that's one strand for $1. I paid $1 for that strand. So I got enough to go around my whole barn, the gable end, all the way around, peak back down. And I'm going to run it horizontally and probably around the windows. So, oh, I got to put my owl back up. I got an owl here, and I got an owl over there. Can you see it? Right there. That's to protect the cats. Keeps the hawks out of here. I don't want the hawks getting my kitties. Who's going to night? Night, sweetie. Is that Brown Sugar or is that Bar? Or who's that? Who's going to bed? Barbara? Well, if you're going to bed, good night. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate your support. God bless you and be safe. So I'm excited to see what this has in it. So, yeah, I got a bunch of crap shit. I got me some primer bulbs for my weed eater. I got to change it out. Some would say pumping gas up. Oh, what do we got here? What do we have here? Heracles. One of the Greeks' favorite heroes was Heracles. You may know him as Hercules, which is the Roman version of his name. He was exceptionally strong and brave, but a Hera made his life extremely difficult. He was exceptionally strong and brave, but Hera made his life extremely difficult, and he remained hero Zeus. Infinitely see page 23. You do know KO Knives? Who's KO Knives? What's up? Just dude, by the way. I haven't seen him until now. What up, brother? Is KO Knives you, bro? You got a link? You want me to check it out? How's it pronounced? Put the link in the chat now. Copy paste. I sent you a stream yesterday. I seen you in a stream yesterday. Did you? Which stream was that? A river stream or a live stream? Bushcraft or KO Knives? Okay, so you got two YouTube channels, Bushcraft and KO Knives. Let me see here. Let's check this out, folks. KO Knives. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, you're always live wee hours of the morning. Yeah. I was telling you, this guy's good at the sharpening on the knives. Yeah. Y'all, if you ain't late, he's probably later than me sometimes. Check him out, guys. Subscribe to his channel. He's got a lot of good content, man. He shows off a lot of cool knives, too. Yeah, I was in there briefly. I mean, I go from live stream to live stream when I have time left over, because I run 3 businesses, and it's like, man, I'm so busy. It's like sometimes know where I'm at. So, and there's a lot of my members that have YouTube channels, even like Big Jim. I'm lucky to get to his like once or twice a week, man. And a lot of times I miss so many lives for ones I used to go to all the time, and now it's like I'm like bouncing around, and I don't have a schedule set. I'm not really getting notified all the time when people are having their lives, and you know how it is. You get really busy. I mean, the more you're into your YouTube channel, the busier you get, and it's like it's not like you do it on purpose either, not to be in their streams all the time. I try. I'm a retired carpenter, man. I've been messing with knives for 50 years now. I'm 60 years old, and I started collecting them when I was like 10. But yeah, I mean, you know, knives are our lives, man. That's all. We're all brothers of blades. But man, I tell you what, I got rid of all my Spydercos pretty much. And the last Spyderco that I tore up was to make this Victorinox. This. See here, and this is what I'm going to do to this thing. I'm going to take the blade that was out of the Victorinox, and I'm going to put it in this cricket. Spyderco cricket. I think it's called a cricket. I can't remember this here. Dragonfly, I'm sorry. It's a dragonfly. So I took the dragonfly out of that and put it in this Victorinox. Now it's a Spideynox. Because, you know, you don't have a Victorinox where you can, you know, the blade fits in there perfectly. You don't have a Victorinox where you can open it one-handed unless you get the Field 111. But that's what I wanted. Now I'm going to take this back apart again, I think, because I failed to grind off this end of the top part of the rocker bar that hits it. I'm not going to take the rocker bar back, but I'm going to take the rocker bar spring. I'm not going to take that back, but I'll take the metal off of this, so this thing will set up more horizontal to the handle. But that was my intention. And I take it apart. I'm going to polish the rest of this where I ground it. I had to grind it so it would fit in there, and I still looks like I needed to grind it a little bit more. But I'm going to get some blue denim micarta scales for it. You can get them in the custom shop. Do you like case? Oh, I absolutely love case. I mean, I got rid of like half of my cases, but I got a few of my bones down there. I just got rid of 3 of them to Jerry the Shelby guy here for his collection. And then I got my mint shark back there. And then I've got these up here. I'll probably end up selling them because I collect more German knives than anything. Because I mean, they're better made than case. At least past the 80s there. I've got these here, and I could put a few more in there. Then I got some of my rare ones over here. And this one I did a video on my page where I totally custom that case scout knife up on top there with zebra wood. But these are my rarest ones that I have. You know, Texas toothpick. Oh, and Jerry, I just got rid of my Barlow, my 10 dot, the grail of the whaler. It's on its way to Big Jim, man. He's got my 10 dot granddaddy Barlow, and now he's going to have my 10 dot whaler. You know, I got some Tony bows in there, and then a rare one from Jerry. I just got that one from Jerry. It's got the white bone on the other side. So I love case, but I got all the stuff that I got in the garage sales here on top of all my knives. You know, the custom bucks I've done. My Victorinox here. This is a silver stag I bought 26 years ago, and the guy used to make them in his garage. Now he's a full-fledged dealer and maker, just like Spyderco. Silver stag, check them out if you like fixed blades. My Victorinoxes are over here. You know, and I got some fishing knives. And I started collecting 119s, and I needed to get a lot more of them. There's only like 8 more knives in the series. And then some of the knives I made down here, you know, some of my custom-made knives. And I put my novelties up here that used to be in that cabinet I just showed you. And then over here I got my charades, you know, my Craftsman charades and my queens and shit. I got shit in the way here, but This is from all the garage sales. My fishing knives, my elephant knives, an old butterfly knife that I restored. I got all kinds of shit. I got a mini trapper coming today. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I think I have one mini trapper. I don't know where the hell it is, but it's somewhere. Yep, and I got some of my Barlows over here and some scout knives, my pre-World War II easy outs. But yeah, that's nice, man. That mini trapper's a sweet knife. Some of my sheaths. Jerry Shelby made this one for me. He made this one for me, custom G-man on it with the Navy anchor because I'm a Navy vet. Handcrafted by Jerry Phillips, USA with the dragon on it. I got my Rosecraft, one of my favorite blades. I always carry this. It's in my rotation weekly. And then I got a slimline trapper here case that I carry all the time. And that other Boneheads sheath, Arizona EDC. Here's one that I made. This is my latest custom here. And I got a peanut here I got to put back up in that display. Rattlesnake pattern peanut. But so I don't have many cases, you know. I mean, I've had probably over 500 of them in my lifetime. Just, you know, I liquidate. Now I'm starting to trade things off for a lot of the German Bulldogs and Eyewitness and Bokers. And I love the German knives more than anything. Yellow synthetic carbon. Yep, that's what it is. Oh, yeah. You betcha. What did you do in the Navy, brother? I was a BM3. I was a boatswain's mate. I went in to be a SEAL, and I couldn't pass the Class 8 swim test, and I had multiple tries. Couldn't do it because I smoked too much before I went in. Couldn't do it, so the next best thing, you know, I became a riverboat captain to where I got, and I knew going in that that's what I wanted to do. Since I couldn't become a SEAL, I could still work with them. So I drove them in the Red Sea and in the Desert Storm in the Gulf War, and this is what I did here. This is my PT boat here that I used to drive. Right here, Special Operations. We loved it. It was the next best thing. I got to go to Chesapeake Bay in West Virginia and learn and master small arms training with them. Because if anything happened to them on the ship, I had to be able to operate every small arm they carried. So I got to fire and get master qualification. You have to have it when you're dealing with them small arms. So that's what I did. And the outcome of it, I don't really talk about it. You know, I'm not really proud of it, really, to tell you the truth. But it is what it is. And if I had to do it again, I would. SDV. You lagged out? That's all right, man. Sometimes when my stream comes in and out, I need to put this back on the phone stand here because I'm all over the place with it. But yeah, I got a bunch of crafty shit for doing my leather work, and it's dirty, but this is my leather station here, and it's also my fly tying station. I make flies as well. I got flies over here. I got tons of fly boxes filled too besides this. This is just some of my streamers for topwater bass fishing. But I do trout, king salmon. I go down to North Carolina and I pop the corks for bull reds in the Neuse River. But I have fun. But this is one that I went live on and I didn't finish it. So I might be going live Sunday on it. I don't know. I might do a bonfire instead. But this is going to be an EDC tray, just like this one here that I made. It's for sale right now on my eBay store. I tie-dyed this with the shaving cream and dyes. And then I sewed the flannel bottom on it. So it's for sale. $95. That's what they go for. And then this one will probably be $150 because when you start carving on leather, it doubles the price. So this is going to be the same tray as this. I got a mold for it here. I make all my own molds. I make my molds for my Carta. I make my Carta scales. That's over here. This is my mold here for making the trays. And I just looked at what a fellow had on YouTube that made them. You know, 3 pieces of 7 strand 3/4. You know, you just wet your leather, right? Put this on here like that. A goes to A, and I got A on here. Where's A? A? I sound like a Canadian, right? A? A right there. So that goes there. So it's shaped perfectly. There's a 1/4 inch gap all the way around that. 3/16, almost a 1/4. And then once I wet the leather, I put this on it and push down and push down, and then I put the clamps and clamp it and just let it dry. You know, and that makes them trays. Then over here, I also do upholstery work. I got 3 businesses. Make knives, upholstery work, and retired union carpenter, so I do side jobs, remodel bathrooms and all that shit. But here's my mold I made for doing my micarta. I learned it off a fellow on YouTube. I got a woodworking shop too. I made all them tools in there. I do all kinds of things. You'll see a lot of my work in my new YouTube channel, Multi-Potentialite. But this bolts down there. It's got spacers for 3/8. 3/8 thick micarta, right? And I make it out of that you did SDV though? Yeah. So here's the micarta. When it comes out, well, what we got here? You can buy these on Amazon. They're for doing epoxy scales. I got 2 of them. But right here, this is my last 2 micartas I made. I made a brown burlap micarta, and you can see how perfect that this thing makes these things. I just cut it off on the table saw to get the nice square, but it's beautiful. And then this chunk here took a long time to dry because I didn't mix it with resin, but it's finally solid. So it'll get sanded down and flattened, so it'll be perfect just like that one. Green micarta in that one. So that's ready to go. And then I got my knife blanks cut out. I got to start putting my bevels on them. Here's my sharp finger. It's a little bit bigger and a little bit longer than a regular sharp finger. And then this is my pocket drop. And over here I got a knife that I designed, and I just put my homemade micarta on it. It's blue jean. And Caleb, no, he's not playing. He's not going to be playing for years to come. So anyways, brown burlap, blue jeans, micarta. And these are interchangeable, just like my pocket drops when I get them done. I got an old pocket drop here. This is a buck 110 that I'm doing. My new custom. I fluted the bolsters, but it's going to be stag. And then over here, my pocket drop, see? And I got an ulti clip on it. This thing just slips right into your... Hold on here. This thing just slips right in your pocket. You don't even notice it's there. But this, I designed this after a side buster. So it's just basically a fixed blade side buster almost, but it's a little bit longer, a little bit nicer. And this is just one that I did a bakelite finish. I carved the vine pattern on it. But this is the new ones. And they're going to come skeletonized. People can buy my skeletonized, ready to go, 1084. And it's ready to go. Basic skeletonized for $100. And then you get the sheath with the ulti clip and one set of scales for $145. And then you can add to it. I'm going to have interchangeable scales. You can buy all the different colors of scales, whether it's wood, micarta, G10 spacers. I'll have everything available for that night, including neck lanyards and everything. And another option would be Cerakote finish, where this whole blade is going to be Cerakoted to match the sheath. So I got a lot of plans on that one coming out for everybody. 1084 and 1085 exclusively is what I work with. Sometimes I'll pound shit out of raw metals. I'll get big industrial 3-foot saw blades made out of high carbon steel for free from construction companies. And then I got farmers near me. I got a whole plow coming, an old horse pulled plow. I got to go over there and take it all apart with the torch, and I got enough to make about 50 Bowie knives out of it. I've got 4 forges. I've got a gas forge, propane gas. I've got 2 coal forges. One's electric bellows. The other is a hand cranked bellows, and then I have a 2700 degree electric oven that I'm currently working on putting a controlled electronic device on it so I can control the heat and an exact temperature throughout the process. Because I'm going to start doing stainless here soon, and to get set up, you really need a controlled heat environment from an electric oven. So, good evening, Falcon. What's up? What in the wild world of sports is going on here? Good evening from the Ozarks, the Ozark Trails. Oh man, fishing down there. I love fishing down there. I used to fish down there with a few of the pros. I fish with a few of them up here in Lake Michigan now. Man, we go out, we'll get, between the two of us, we'll get about 125, 130 smallmouth, averaging about 4 pounds at the end of the day on Lake St. Clair, man. And I tell you what, my fingers are wore out. I'm talking up a storm here. Let me put my phone on my stand here so y'all can see me. I got one of these stands. Well, it's right here. I don't like how this thing works. It rotates, blah, blah, blah. This extends up and down. Then I got to put a weight on it most of the time. It works pretty good, but I don't like this thing. So I just put the thing in here on the forward mode and strap it with a band in there, and that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to get me some newer equipment. I've only been at it 14 months. 14 months, and I've got, 15 months now. This is the new month. 15 months, and I got 3,600 subs. So I'm not doing bad. I just, every time I go live, I pick up about 40 to 50 subs. I usually get on average between 10 and 17,000 views every time I go live, and it's picking up. This month, I hit 3,000 last month, and I'm at 3,550 right now. So I got a little over 500 subs in the last month. Oh. So, anyways, this phone picks up everything, don't it? Yeah, I go every Friday night to my nephew's football games. My nephew's something else, man. He's multi-talented. He's like Colt Kmet and Chicago Bears. He could have went. He can go pro baseball or football, his choice. But he's going to take baseball because he's 16 years old. He's a junior in high school, and he pitches 92 miles an hour. That's his fastball, and his curveball is 86, 87 miles an hour. The kid's unbelievable, man. So he's got all the Big Ten looking at him right now. And I told him, man, if you go to any of the Big Ten, it either better be LSU or Tennessee, because Tennessee's got a better coaching staff than LSU, but LSU's been in the World Series. They won the World Series 2 years in a row. So, and then he's also got his heart on Notre Dame, too, because we're Catholics, But he won't go wrong in either of the 3 schools. I don't think Caleb can win for the Bears. Well, you know what? I didn't think Terry Bradshaw could win for the Steelers because you probably weren't born then. But I was a diehard Steelers fan and still am all my life. And I'm a diehard Bears fan because I'm from Chicago. Even though I was raised partially in my childhood in Florida. I'm still a rebel. You know what I mean? But diehard Steelers fan too. And Terry Bradshaw was the worst damn quarterback. Manning was the worst. Fran Tarkington was the worst. On and on. There's like 15 Hall of Famers right now that were horrible their first couple of years. Terry Bradshaw, his rookie year. Now, if you know anything about what Caleb achieved in his rookie year, with no coaching from the biggest idiots in all of football, Terry Bradshaw only had 600 yards throwing, 6 touchdowns, 60, maybe 59 sacks, and he was horrible. So the case in point is, with the generational talent that Caleb is, with the abilities he has, it's far greater with the logistics today than any quarterback from the 70s and 80s that I grew up with. He's fine. Great quarterbacks like Terry Bradshaw and Manning and all the ones that achieved, greatness. They didn't achieve it on their own. They were trained. They were taught to be great. And look at the coaching staff that Bradshaw had. Look at the coaching staffs that McMahon had, and all these great quarterbacks, Manning. And they're all in the Hall of Fame now. So there's your answer to that. Great quarterbacks are taught to be great. They don't come in and naturally great. They got natural talents to be great, but they're not naturally great until they're made great. Just imagine if we could have had Mahomes. Chicago Bears turned down Mahomes because of the stupid coaching staffs. But it's a good thing Mahomes went to the Chiefs, because he got a much greater coaching staff than what we could have ever offered him. He wouldn't have been in the position he is now. Not even close. Everybody be ragging him just like they did Caleb Williams. For some reason, everybody hates that new coming black guy that's multi-talented, that new coming black guy that paints his fingernails. You know what? Screw you guys, man. These kids are talented. It doesn't matter what race they are. It doesn't matter how talented they are to half the people out there. You know what I mean? This world's full of hate, man. Don't hate somebody because, you're a fan of another team. I absolutely hated Rodgers. Guess what? Because he played for Green Bay. Now he's on my Steelers, and I absolutely love him. So I never hated him to a point where I hated his guts, but I hated what he did, against the Bears. That's all I hated about him. But now I love him. So, and you know what? No matter what team that you're rooting for, he might be on your team next. So you're going to hate him too, whether he's got a different skin color or he paints his fingernails. No. Come on, man. Absolutely, brother. Yep. I'm sorry. I rattle on sometimes. I quit smoking 6 days ago, so I'm chewing to make up for it. I quit chewing. I can quit chewing tomorrow. I quit chewing 5 times in 40 years. And the last time I chewed was probably 20 years ago. So I know I can curb it. I got these nicotine pouches, and it makes me kind of edgy. And I'm going currently to see a thyroid doctor because I got diagnosed with hyperthyroidism. I got a clock that never stops. My wife's man. You never sleep. You never lay down. You never stop. I got 3 businesses, and it just. But I enjoy it. I enjoy what I do, or I don't do it. And this is my last shebang here. I've always loved knives. Out of 60 years, I've always had one with me, man, for 54 years. Always had one with me. And I had probably 50, 60 knives up until the time I was 40 years old that I started collecting. Now I got over 1,100 knives. And it's just, I love knives, and that's why I'm here. That's why I love sharing it with you all. And it takes a talent, like this just a dude, KO Knives, it takes talent. The kid's got talent, he's talented with them stones. He's talented with working on them knives at a young age. See, he's got technology available to him that's going to make him 10 times greater than a man at my age that started. See, well, I shouldn't say 10 times greater. What I mean to say is, I had a fellow that I belonged to these, what was it? Facebook pages. Leathercraft. When I started doing leathercraft 10 years ago, after the first 9 months of doing leatherwork, I had a 80-year-old gentleman that absolutely loved leatherwork. And we chatted all the time on there in Facebook and discussed things with him. And he asked me, he says, He says, Gordon, he says, how long have you been doing leather work? And at the time, it was only like 8, 9 months or something like that. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah. He says, it took me 35 years to get where you are now. You achieved in 9 months with technology what it took me 35 years to achieve without technology. So the technology that's available to these young guys right now is just super accelerating their abilities to do whatever they want to do. And there's nothing you can't do in life. It's all right here, and it's all right here. It's up to you, man. And I always tell people, if you want to become the greatest at anything you do, just hang out with those that are already there where you want to be, and they're more than happy to share with you so that you show a great interest towards achieving what you've achieved, that they will show you how to get there a lot quicker, a lot faster, and a lot better, and just love it that much more. Honest to God, I know you meant God. Honest to God, yeah. Right, exactly. Yep. So everybody leave. Who's all in the chat right now? I've been rattling on so much. What up, G-Man? What up, Best Life? How's it going, brother? Nice to see you here again. And you're gonna see me at KO Knives more often. I'm gonna make it a point to get my butt over there. But I don't talk a lot, if you notice that, when I'm in there. I'm all ears. Of course, I can't because I'm not on the live. But I would like to host you, if you don't mind. I'd like to host everybody in the knife community if they want on my Streamlet when I go horizontal. We'll have an interview with you. You can talk about what you do, and that's what I like to do. I like to share the knife community with others, with me, in a live session. I'll ask you questions like, so when did you get into knives? What was your first knife? All the great questions you want to answer. You know what I mean? I may have stole a subscriber. Who's that? Stole you? Well, I hope so, man. I want to share everything I can. I don't have children. Never was blessed enough to have children. I love to show my knowledge to people that are just getting into it more than anything, because that's what the knife community is all about, the future, right? In anything, leather work, I love making any and everything out of leather. This is my Aussie hat that I made. You could shape the bill, like any badass outback you want to be, right? And I made the band on it. So I make hats, I make women's purses, I do custom Harley seats for motorcycles. I hand carve. Like on my business card, you'll see a skull. Where the heck did I put him? I'm in my links in my description. You go to my Facebook page for my backwoods leather. You can see everything I've done. But this is a Harley seat I did. I hand carved a spider web on it with a black widow spider. The gentleman made a custom chopper with the red hourglasses all over the frame. It's his black widow bike, and he ultimately wanted this, and I did it. And the next year he won in the Chicago's biggest bike show of the year. He won best of show because of my seat. So that made me proud there. That was a proud moment. And then I did one here where I did a 3D carving of a skull in between an engine block. I don't know if you can see that okay. But and then women's purses here I got on there, and knife sheaths. So, but like I was saying, I love to share what I do, what I've done most of my life, and it's a passion, man. It really is. Well, thanks, man. What is your name, by the way, Kale? I like to get to know my members, and by the way, I do a giveaway once a week, every Wednesday nights at 8:30, sometimes 9:30. Well, before midnight, I'll make something and give it away, whether it's a knife sheath. Sometimes I made knives and gave them away. I hand carve spoons, forks. I hand carve all kinds of things out of wood. I'll give that away. But every Wednesday nights at 8:30. Yeah, yeah. Just a dude, right? You're the KO. You got the KO knives, right? Or is he gone already? I can't remember who I'm talking to. Yep, Ian. Okay, all right, Ian. I gotta. It might take you a couple times in there for me to remember your name. But my name's Gordon, by the way. Everybody just calls me G-Man, and it derived when I was 14 years old. My best friend, we were inseparable. He started calling me G-Man. And that was before Gerald Swindle was a Bass Pro. I mean, he was shit and yellow when I was called G-Man. So I was first called it before him, if you ever even know who he is. But, and it comes from my name, G for Gordon, and Man, the last three of my last name, which is Holman. Holman. So everybody calls me G-Man. It's Gordon Holman for short. Just a dude. Are you KO? KO Knives? Oh, okay. New subscriber saying hi here. Dan Lyon. What's up, Dan? What did KO leave already? Well, let me go back. I asked him a question what his channel name was. And I go in there I've been in there several times. You guys check out KO Knives, by the way. The young man does a phenomenal job on showing you how to sharpen knives. He's probably in his mid-20s, I think. I don't know. Is Jerry Shelby gone too? Never was here. KO Knives was here. He came in here and he told me his site. See here? He said he had KO Knives. I'm like, oh, okay. And I was talking to him for a bit, but he accidentally scrolled down to another live and found Kodiak. Well, that's cool. That means the algorithm is working okay for me. I got to settle down here, man. So this was my intentions with this Victorinox knife, how I got the concept, you know, not just that you could finger flick a Spyderco, but that hole was invented before Spyderco, and it was purposely done by the knife industry for one reason. But this hole made Spyderco famous for the Spidey flick. You know, that's what made them jump to sales. The Spidey flick, be able to flick a knife out with one finger and get it out. Whereas the way this is, you can't flick it because it's not, you know, made to do that, but it opens up one-handed. Now I got a Victorinox I can open up one-handed, but it all rooted around this Buck 722 Spitfire. See, Buck wanted a knife that they can open one-handed with the hole in it, and that's where it came about. What is my most sentimental knife? It would be the one from my wife. I have to bring the phone over, and then I got to plug it back in because I don't want to lose you though. I think I was at 39% when I started. It'd be this one right here from my wife. I got it last year in New Bern, North Carolina. We were on vacation at my best friend's house in Newport, North Carolina. And the fellow wanted $350. I said, or $450. I said, you take $350. He said, sure, sold. So here's the authenticity cards with it, right in front of it. These two here. You know, and what this is, I'll just read the card. The limited edition 970 elk dagger was created by Wild Bill Cody. And the reason why it's my most sentimental is because my wife said I could have it for our anniversary. So I'll never get rid of it. You can find one floating around for $450, $500 on eBay. Some suckers are selling them for under $400, like the guy I got it from. But There was only 250 of these made, see? Let me see if I can get the light on there right. 250. This is number 65 of 250. So it says here, Bill Cody, by Buck's Custom Shop. Buck's Custom Knife Maker. It features a mirror polished 420 HC steel blade with file work. The elk antler handle is a detail with a cow skull inlay and bolster and made from nickel, silver, brass, and copper. See the three metals on here. Copper, nickel, silver, and brass. And then it's all nickel, silver, polished with jimping all the way around the handle. And this is elk stag. And Wild Bill carves the one-of-a-kind, buffalo heads on them. And then brass copper, handcrafted, comes in a brown distress sheath. And like every other 119 series knives, they always have the number of the knife on the back of the sheath, like the Buck 110, 970, 119, 120, blah, 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 right? So it's all signed by Chuck and CJ Buck. But yeah, this is my most sentimental. And then my second most sentimental is probably the founders of Ace Hardware in Chicago, Illinois, Hibbert, Spencer, and Bartlett. This is a 1902 folder. So it's got some wear and tear, made by Camillus. They had Camillus, King Cutter, and New York Cutlery Company make their knives for them back ever since 1854 all the way up to 1954. Almost 100 years. And they started the chain branch Ace Hardware. And their building burnt down in the Chicago fire in 1857. They had to rebuild, but they had companies in Chicago that helped them through it. Oh, so that's my most memorable. Thanks, just a dude. Or Manny, you said your name was? Eli? Or I gotta go back and look. Here I am with this thing. My shop's a mess. Please forgive me, but man, I got so much going on, and then when I get projects done, sometimes a lot of times I never put shit back, and I just get it tomorrow, and then tomorrow comes, I start another project without cleaning up from the last project. You know how it goes. So, anyways. So, Brown Sugar, was KO in this live or not? He wasn't at all? Who was telling me about KO? I thought it was him. You're right behind him. Neil's hitting the sack. Bedtime later all. Okay, Neil. Thanks for coming in, brother. Appreciate it. If you're a new subscriber, I appreciate it a lot, man. It means a lot to me. And make sure you check me out on Wednesday nights, 8:30, sometimes 9:30, till whenever. But before midnight, I give away what I make. And this time, until eBay starts paying me the money they owe me, I have to charge shipping on what I make. But if you win something free and it's valued at $100+, I think that's more than enough bargain for anybody. They got almost $700 in my YouTube fund that they haven't sent me the last 4 months, and I want my money. I'll get it. I'm gonna try to contact them again, and like I said, eliminate that old channel that might be crushing me. They're just real tricky. One of my buddies said they're tricky about the accounts not being used because of fraud. You know what I mean? So if you got any open accounts, you got to get rid of them. So I'm gonna get rid of that that YouTube channel I've been using 10 years, and we'll go from there. Iron, yeah, that's it. Yeah. You never seen a jimped handle ever? Well, I'll make you one if you want one. If it's a knife and it's leather, I'll make it. If you got any designs on a knife, I won't steal it. I won't sell it. I won't continue to make it. I'll make it for you, and I'll make it yours. It'll be all yours and your own. You got a dream about a knife, just send me a sketch, and I'll make it happen. Oh, using KO's live stream. Okay, scroll down accidentally and remembered I saw you somewhere. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I've only been to a live probably like 4 or 5 times in the last 3 or 4 months. But in the last month, I've probably been there the most. So I'm starting to remember some of these newer streams that I've been in before, so I can start giving a little more support than I have. And it's hard, man, when you're a content creator, man. Now I'm learning AI. And if you don't learn AI in YouTube, you're going to get buried in the algorithm with the guys that do, because it's the thing of the future, whether we want it or not. And really, you can record videos in AI and not even push one record button on a camera or your phone. Yeah, I'll make it all for you. All you got to do is put in your transcript, what you want these hired actresses and models to say, and they say everything you want them to say. You know. Of course, you got to do a lot of editing, like put certain knives pictures out there and everything else for the AI. And AI does all the work. But if you don't learn it, these regular content creators on YouTube are going to just start getting buried in the algorithms with the guys that are exceptionally great AI video content creators. So you have to learn AI if you have a channel. And you can learn it right on YouTube. There's all kinds of AI instructors teach you every bit of the way. So I'm starting to learn it now myself. Well, it depends on what you want made. It's all about budget. I mean, some of my cheapest knives go for $75, but they're not big. They're basic. And they go all the way up to $475. So, you know, and some, depending on the size of the knife. It just depends on what you want, really. Like my pocket drop, when I start offering it, you're going to be able to get everything for it. You know, ulti-clip, plastic clip, prices vary. You know, $15 for an ulti-clip, it costs me, or 25 cents for me to make a Kydex pocket clip on the same sheet for the pocket drop. Interchangeable scales, you can, a myriad of scales I can make, from all the wood I have to the micartas I make to the plastic resin scales. I'm even doing pine cone scales now. All kinds of things. So you can start out with a skeletal of like 100 and work your way up on it for every option you can think of getting for it, with the exception of more than 2 sets of scales. You can go up to about $375 on that knife. But you can build it as you can afford it, see? And a lot of my knives, that's what I want to start doing. Skeletal, build them as you can afford it. Because a lot of guys can't afford a $275, $375 custom from me. But I'm available to make them $275 to $375 customs and up. It just depends on the detail. Like when I make a sheath, a basic sheath's $47. But as soon as I start carving on it, $150. And I'm talking floral patterns like this here. I'll zoom in on it. I made this holster. I made both of these holsters. This holster without the hand carving on it, I charge $890. Now, as soon as I carve on it, this whole thing's carved all the way around. The belt, the loops, everything's carved. That'll cost you $2,700. See, carving always doubles the price, almost triples the price of leatherwork. Because I got 69 hours in carving on that holster. See, what's your time worth, right? I mean, I went multiple nights, 16 hours straight on that thing, just to get it done. Then some people want them so specific to them. If they disappear when it's done, nobody else wants it. Right, but you know what? Then I have to drop the price. And as long as they don't exceed the cost of the material, I mean, I'm biting the bullet on my time, really. And I can always alter a knife, you know. Somebody wants it changed differently than the way the other guy had it, you know. It's just a matter of changing it, that's all. And nothing wrong with keeping something like that in my own collection, you know. I made it. It's a piece of me, and it never became a piece of both of us. They never got a piece of me. You know, Trump and all that, I'm not going to talk politics, but they say, we got to bring manufacturing back. But how are you going to bring manufacturing back when we only manufacture 10% of the world's goods and the goods we consume? Because Americans consume 80 to 85% of goods through services, not manufacturing. So what we do manufacture is pretty much to the world, and less than 5% of it's even purchased by the American people because of the economy. It's so expensive to buy handmade things for people, manufacture things from America, because the price of the labor is higher, the cost of materials higher. So it's just a big bonanza, really. All right, Brown Sugar, man. Hopefully you'll get your Hanks tomorrow in the mail, and then give me a holler on Instagram when you do. God bless and be sweet and safe and everything else like you always are. Hawaiian. Let's see, or what is that? Hawaiian. Hula. What do they call that? Hula or no? This is love. Love and peace, girl. Oh, shit. Man, what a day today. Ran around like a chicken with my head cut off. Ran out of money. Had to go to the cash station, get some more money, come back, and all the things I got. I can't wait to work on that piece of driftwood. The last piece of driftwood, I made a floating clock where I made a whole round dial out of black walnut and maple. I steamed it and made a round dial, and I put brass pins at each hour, and that floated outside with brass rods. It made it literally look like, looking at it straight, that it was floating outside of the piece of driftwood. And then for the center clock itself, I got the clock hit at Hobby Lobby, and then I used a piece of spalted maple to put the clock base in, and it just looked cool as hell. And I ended up selling it at one of my garage sales for like $225. I had a guy wanted it in Chicago. A mini trapper sheath for a charge for a mini trapper sheath, or are you talking about like a slip to put your mini trapper in? Basic leather slip like that's only like $22. Well, when I carve it, it's $35. Regular size trapper sheath would be about $45 carved, and 27 or 27.50, something like that, for a basic. So like this, but a little bit smaller because the mini trapper is only that big. This is for a full size. In fact, I got this. Where to go? I had my Appalachian Jack in it. Where the heck did I put it? This is the junior trapper. You got the mini trapper, so it's a little mini trapper smaller than the junior. This, which is the medium trapper. This is the medium trapper. Oh shit! So in this slip, I put my Appalachian Jack in it, but you can still put this one in here, no problem. It fits in there nicely. It's a 2x4. Just pinch it and it falls right out. See. But yours is a little bit smaller, so you see if this goes in here, I'd make yours a whole inch shorter. But that's a junior, which is the medium trapper. So the medium and the large will fit in this slip, no problem. So you get a 3.5 inch sheath by 2 inch. And I think Jerry makes these for like $40. It's stamped and it's worked all the way around. So something basic like this, if I made it, it'd be $22. But I put this, and you can see, here's the slimline trapper, which is the same length of a full-size trapper. And I put that in here also. And it somewhat stays, but it's kind of thin, you know, so you wouldn't use a 2-inch on here on this knife. You'd use like 1 3/4 inches. And then this is my Appalachian Jack, and this is the size of a full trapper. Maybe a little bit, about the same, other than the fact that it's got a pry bar in the back of it. But I put this one in here. It's a slip joint. And it sticks out, but that's okay. That's for a full size. So a medium fits in here just perfect. Oh, yeah, yeah. Just like this one here. I mean, I can make them any way you want them. I can put cutouts here for pushing them up with your finger. I can make a cutout here so you can see the bolster. If you put this one in here, you see the bolster. See that? Make a cutout like that. I'd even make mine a little from end to end cutout, you know. And then you can see a little more of the knife on the corners. I can make them. You draw me up a picture of what you want, and I'll make it exactly the way you draw it. You send me a sketch or whatever you got, whatever in mind, you know. And I don't have a mini trapper, so give me the length and the width of the knife, not the thickness. That don't really matter. But email me at this. My email. And all my information is in my links, in my description anyway, on my YouTube channel. If you lose the email, there's my link right there in the chat for my email. Just email me. Send me pictures of something you draw up. I'll make it custom the way you can say, hey, this is my design. This is my idea, man. This guy made it happen for me. Usually customers, they like to interact like that. They like to say, hey, this is my design. But this fellow made it for me. Which is just as cool as making it yourself sometimes. All right, let me see. I'll stay on till 3. That's going to be my latest because I set the alarm and I'm going to get up with the wife. We're going to go to a festival an hour away from here tomorrow. Northwest of here, not north. If I go an hour north, I'm in downtown Chicago. So I'm going northwest to a town called Utica. They have a soup and stew festival. You go there and you can eat just about any soup and stew you could think of, made by different culinary artists. I mean, there's like probably 1,000 vendors there making soups and stews. It's a big shebang, man, big town. All right, yeah, take a picture. But I need, you know, like this one here. This medium trapper is probably about, I'd say about 3 3/4. I only need the length and the width. I don't need the thickness because they're generally close to the same. And I know already by putting this medium in here what the tolerances are in it. So you said you want the bolster to show? That's fine. Put it in there. This thing doesn't fall out. But I will make it. I need to know the length though. So when I make it cutout, it'll be below the bolster for you, right? And then this one's made probably out of 4 or 5 ounce leather. And that's about generally what I make them out of. And you squeeze this, it just falls right out, see? But it holds it in here securely once it's in. I mean, you know, you can't get it out of here until you squeeze it. It's the same way Jerry makes them. Yeah, not the thickness, the width and length, you know. Width and length, not thickness. I don't need to have the thickness. You know. So when this knife goes in here, you can see I got to push down as much as I can push it, right? And it's right at the top of that curve right here. And you really can't see it because it's just there. All right. Now I know if I want that bolster to show, I'll make it like this. So if I take this out of here now, here's where the knife is being pushed down all the way. It can be pushed. See that? That gives me a 1/2 inch. So if your knife is 3 inches, say, I'll make the whole sheath 3.5 inches. But I'm going to make the cutout at 3 inches, see? It'll be a full one, so you can see the bolster. Or you can have a curved one. Draw me the shape you want. You know? Play around. Draw you something and put it over the front of the knife and see what you like. Send me a picture. I already know how to make it to show the whole bolster. So, but it's up to you. Some guys like the half moon. Some guys like the where you start here and you go up and you make a curve and then an opposite curve. The double curve, see? And then over here they put a lanyard hole in it. You can put a lanyard on it so you can pull it out of your pocket. This is the one I don't have. That's always a must, having a lanyard hole. Now here's one that I make. Okay. And I can even make these for trappers. You know what I mean? But this, I specifically made, this clips onto your belt loop, you know, or a thin belt or whatever you got. But specifically your belt loop, right? And it swivels, right? And then you got a cutout down here for pushing the knife out. See here? If you don't have a lanyard on it, you can push the knife out with your finger on the bottom and then grab the knife. But with this one, I got a lanyard on it, I just pull it out. But this is one of my danglers. And if I can even make it to where I can put this, but that's more. You're talking $15 more to put one of these on here. But I put the hole in there, put that on there, and you can clip this right onto your belt loop. And to see how well this works, I'll show you. You can clip it here in the front of your belt and put it in your pocket. You can put it in your watch pocket if you got watch pockets in your jeans. Boom. Or you can get it out of the way and clip it on a back belt loop, see? It works on both of them. Or any belt loop. You can put it in your back pocket. You can clip it on here and put it in your back pocket. Who does that, right? Clip it here, right? Now it's tucked away on this side of your pocket instead of the front of it. So it's up to you. Then with this on here, with the lanyard on there, I can hold on to the sheath and just pull it straight out. Put it back in. Or I can pull the whole thing out with the lanyard, right? Push the knife out if I don't have a lanyard, or pull it out. There's all kinds of options, man. All kinds of options. Yeah, I mean, whenever you can afford it, you know, I got lots of people that ask the same thing. This is my custom Victorinox I just got done doing. Took it all apart. If you know, or not Victorinox, my open nail. Okay. The open nail has that T-bone handle. So I took that and rolled it around nice. Wood burned it, and then I stained it, you know, after 400 grit. Then oiled it. And I stone washed the blade and the viral lock. So I took the whole thing apart, and I got a video on it on my page. You can watch it. I don't know if I have the video up of doing this yet, but I have a short up of it. I think I do have a video on doing it. I can't remember. Yeah, I got all the Victorinox. I got all the open nails, except for a couple. And they're hard to keep up with now. They got synthetic handles. They got S90V. They got S35. No, they don't. Thinking of somebody else. But they got a lot of carbon or carbone in France. Yeah. I'll show you a beautiful Opie. This, my friend, is a beautiful opie with the 9.5-inch blade on it. This comes out for the holidays. I carve up all my turkeys, my hams, and whatnot for the holidays. 9 3/4 inch blade. Overall, I think is about 19 inches. And it's an inox. It's stainless steel. Hell, I think this thing alone is 3 inches wide. Pocket sword. Yep. But this is the number 13. It's the biggest one they make. And then I got the smallest one they make, which is the number 2. All right. Let me open the number 2. There's the number 13. And here's the number 2. Just to give you an idea. This thing's probably got 1.25 inch blade on it. You can see it's almost as long as my thumb, as long as my index finger, and that's it. It don't even lock. It's just a little slip joint. It's so small. They don't lock up to. They don't start locking until you get to the Opinel 5. The Opinel 5 and up locks, and you can't get an Opinel 3. And Opinel Corporation themselves, the Opinel Knife Company, they don't even have a 3. An original 3. They lost them in production. They don't have any anymore. And if anybody gets one, they'll pay dearly for it if you come across a 3. So keep your eyes out. But in their own museum, they don't have an Opinel 3 that they used to make. But they can make them again. But they just haven't. They let the legend of the 3 be buried with the loss of the 3 in their production facility. So in their Opinel museum, they do not have a 3. And they don't make them. So you can get every one other than the 3 in the collection. Up to the 13 from the number 2. 2 being the smallest, 13 being the biggest. Well, there's a video on YouTube on the history of Opinel. Go watch it and they'll tell you how and why. I actually have it in my playlist. I have the history of a lot of these companies, and that's another thing with my channel. You can learn a lot about knives and a lot about the companies if you go to my playlist. I have everything in there from Buck to Opinel to Laguiole, the French knives, knives from around the world, knife makers, and even custom shop makers for some of these big companies. I got videos of them when they retired and started making knives on their own. You can watch a lot of cool history in my playlist. And that's why I make that playlist like that, so people can have a place to go for it all. Leather work, knife history, leather history. I'm starting to put a lot of history of leatherworking in there and more about the knife history in there. And I just keep adding to it. I love history, man. I love real history. See, y'all were never taught real history in school. The history books they taught you history in is all lies. Just take the history books, tell your kids that are going to school, you're not learning real history. They're not preparing your child for life when they get out of high school. And in fact, 90% of students that graduate from colleges cannot speak nor write proper English grammar either. So don't feel alone. And that's just a fact. That's how society rolls. We were always told that. Now, I'm a 2-time war veteran. I went to the Desert Storm in 89 to 93. Well, 92. I was home by the end of 92. And I was in the Honduras conflict in 86. But anyways, war's not about freedoms. We've always been shoved down our asses, the great red, white, and blue, honor your vets and this and this and that. And if I would have known what I know now when I was in the military, I would have never joined. And in fact, thousands of our children that join the military think they're doing just that, fighting for freedoms, and they're really not. I hate to discourage people and tell them that, hey, well, my grandfather fought World War II. He was a hero. Well, yeah, he was a hero. He did what he thought it was right, and under oath, I was a hero. I put my hand up to protect myself and my friends, families, and my country from both enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, in reality, the biggest enemy to the American people is the domestic enemy. And they don't know how, and I don't want to explain it because it gets into a political fiasco on here when we're supposed to be talking about knives. The only war we've ever fought for our freedoms was the Civil War. After that, the rest were all for and about banks. Banks profit on all sides of the war because the same International Monetary Fund cartel owns all the industrialized countries' financial systems around the world. Imagine that. So who are they fighting for? They're fighting to make these Middle Eastern countries and all these countries that ain't in the IMF to go broke, so that they're begging them to take over their country financially, and that's what ends up happening. World War II was a scam. We should have never been in World War II. Winston Churchill called up Roosevelt and said, he's broke the codes. You know the Japs are coming. You could stop them, but why? Now's your chance to get in the war. Let them come. Let them attack. They did. And all that was, the attack wasn't about the war. It was about the us reneging on the trade embargo with Japan. Okay, and they got pissed, so they came after us. The ruler of Japan said, we dare not attack America on their own soil, for there is a rifle behind every blade of grass. They knew better. So they had to do it through the air. And Churchill called up Roosevelt and said, let them come. Here's your chance to get in the war. And in fact, Adolf Hitler was a born native Austrian from Austria. They recruited him, brought him over to Germany to overthrow the economy in Germany and the government. And 14 U.S. corporations financed him and got him over here. In fact, Prescott Bush held the Thyssen Group's money, which is a Nazi front group's money that financed Adolf Hitler to get to Germany, but to build Auschwitz and everything else. And the Harman brothers built the railroad tracks going into Auschwitz, and they built Auschwitz with the help of Prescott Bush, because he was the federal board chairman of the New York TransUnion Bank that financed them. And now the Nazis want their money back that's been sitting in the TransUnion Bank in New York for all these decades. So it was all a scam. And this whole story was leaked out by a Jewish woman that was in the concentration camp in Auschwitz. And she actually made it because she was a survivor. She survived because she was a servant as a cook to Adolf Hitler. So after he got shot, they just basically let her go. And they says, if you ever leak the truth here, we will have you executed. And she never did tell the truth until she was on her deathbed at 97 from cancer. She told the whole story. So World War II is just a complete facade joke. Vietnam was a joke. The college students protested it because they knew it was a joke. Just wars ain't for freedoms. They're for banks. Period. End of my topic. So anyways, now I got this Opinel here. This is the number 12. Look at the size difference from the 12 to the 13. But I wanted to show you this. This is the common, and this is a replica of what the French made for the last 100 years to carry their knives on their chest. And this is where a lot of the neck knives concept came along. The French were doing it for over 100 years. And I made it identical to the ones that were made in the late 1800s, early 1900s, which was made from, the originals were made from sewing table cord. And that's what this is. You can use these on these old singers that you got that are 100 years old sitting around from great grandma or grandma. And the knife just slips in there. you know, and then the cord can be adjusted up and down, you know, right through the slot here. But I got it stitched in place. One of them are anyway, so it doesn't want to slide. But this is how they carry them. The farm hands, the opinel was considered a peasant knife, which is the poor man's knife. The peasants were the poor people. The servants were the richer, wealthier people that served the richer community, and they had like the lag wheels. Okay, the opinels were the peasant knife. The lag wheels, these are brand new, are like $25, right? Peasant knife. Now the opinel, you got the rounded sheath, right? Rounded sheath. They always had rounded sheaths for their knives. So this is the opinel, made in France. It's got the famous B on it. 7 different carvers that carved these knives. These knives don't have a kick on them like a typical traditional folder. So when you pull this knife blade up and you put it in, you got to gingerly hold on to the nail nut and put it in softly, because that blade rests on the rocker spring. There is no kick protecting it from hitting the spring. So you got to put it in and out by hand, real slow, you know. And this is $250 knives. So the opinels ain't cheap. They're for the servant, whereas these were for the peasants, which were the poor people or the working hands. They were affordable. They broke one, they just go out and buy another one. They couldn't afford to break the opinel. If you want to learn more history about this, the opinel knife, just go on my playlist and click on the history of the opinel factory, or the opinel knife. It's where two cultures came together. You know, the French and the Portugal. They come together and formed a unison in their country. It's kind of like the Scottish and Irish. They mixed. They came together and formed the hillbillies. That's where the hillbillies came from, Northern Ireland. So, anyways, that's the peasant. That's the servant. And that's the peasant. But even the peasant, they got opinel sheaths that are made like this too, because they still carry them tucked in their shirts and whatnot. Japan was the only country to invade the USA in World War II. Right. But they didn't invade the USA. They attacked the USA. See, there's a big difference there. The night they attacked was the day I was born, December 7th. But I was born in 65, not 40. So in 1940, on December 7th, 3,400 sailors lost their lives. You know, the USS Arizona was completely sunk. And several other ships were completely demolished. But their codes were broke. Our intelligence, you know, in our naval command, they broke their codes. They knew they were coming. Winston Churchill got on the phone, said, Roosevelt, because we weren't involved in World War II till after the Japs hit Pearl Harbor. And once they hit, there we go, boom, off goes the nuclear bombs into Japan. You know, that's our reason. They attacked us first. There we go. But we let them attack. Our president at the time allowed 3,400 Americans to die so that the banks could make profits off the war. And them very same banks, now, you guys don't know this, but this is the deal. The banks are draining the wealth of this country. They own everything, all the important land, all the important corporations. They decide who wins and loses in Wall Street and the big players. They own it all. And who are the banks? Well, the banks are the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is owned by a cartel of international bankers called the IMF. And in fact, the IMF, when Rothschild created the monetary system that we use in America after the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, which is his third son out of 3 sons and 1 daughter. He sent his 3 boys and his daughter off in 4 different directions to take over the monetary systems of some of the biggest industrialized countries in the world. America was the last country they succeeded in 1913. Well, since their existence in 1913, they destroyed the purchasing power of the U.S. dollar by more than 980%. Only 400 up until Reagan. But because of all this massive monetary inflation caused by Washington being too big to sustain itself, the banks got to finance Washington to be able to exist. So the banks own Washington. They finance Washington. Our tax dollars ain't enough for 980 billion a year, now 1.2 trillion to go to our industrialized war complex, the military, which is, we spend 10 times more than the top 10 industrialized countries in the world, including Russia and China. In fact, Russia and China spends $380 billion combined between the two of them. Who's attacking them? Nobody. But see, we got 1,750 private contractors through the Pentagon. We're 980 billion at 1.3 trillion that we spend just on our military goes to these contractors to make weapons of war, and 85% of them never make it to the battlefield. They get stockpiled in stockyards. They go to war. When we did get what we needed, which is 85% of the time we didn't, what we got, and when the war was over in Kuwait, Kuwaiti liberation and Desert Storm, everything that we got shipped to us stayed there, went to another allied country nearby, or just stayed in Kuwait. And Iraqis got it, Iranians got it, Shiites, Sunnis, they all got it. We didn't bring it back because these 1,750 plus private contractors get this almost $1 trillion a year to make this shit. So you pay for it. So the IMF is the International Monetary Fund. They own the banking cartel in the United States called the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express. It's non-existently owned by the government. They don't answer to our government. They keep our government afloat. We don't make nothing. We have no GDP, maybe 1.2, 2.2. In the baby boomers' best decade ever, the GDP was through the roof, over 14%. We were selling government bonds and securities that actually financed everything we did along with their tax dollars. But our tax dollars alone ain't enough. And what's killing Americans the most ain't your tax dollars, your taxes on your labor, or your taxes on your personal possessions. What's killing you the most is the monetary inflation. It's the hidden tax that no Americans understand what's going on. Look it up. Google it. Monetary inflation is caused by your goony-ass governments, by your goony-ass presidents borrowing $9.5 trillion every 4 years, like the last couple presidents. It's the hidden tax that's killing us the most. Monetary inflation is the worst of the four taxations that go against us. And since 2020, caused by the previous administrations, and then through into the administration today, the price of living just from them borrowing money from the Federal Reserve that's owned by this international cartel of bankers is costing you $5,000 to $6,000. Not to mention, since 2020, the price of goods went up 57% in only 4.5 years. Figure that out. So I'm done with that bullshit. Let's talk about knives. So just be happy, live a happy life, and do the best you can to survive. That's all I got to say. Yeah, they were, but how far did that get them, Falk and Dan? In fact, here's something a lot of people, especially Americans, don't want to hear. Well, the Bushes alone, all three of them, Prescott Bush, Jeb Bush, there's four of them, Jeb Bush, George Bush Jr. and Sr., 980,000 people through genocide and hidden wars with guerrilla militia groups that our government hires that does dirty work behind closed doors in the media that you'll never see. The Bush's family alone has killed over 980,000 people. That's more than Hitler and Mussolini combined. Now, in theory, if you look at it, who's killed the most people on earth more than any race in the world? The white Christian, and that's a fact. Look it up. It's very provocative. Nobody wants to hear it, but that's real history that your kids will never learn in school. I am a modern day libertarian historian. I've studied this shit for 40 years. And I've had relatives in Washington. They flew the flag half-staff when my grandfather died. They flew the flag half-staff. They were both representatives, state representative in Illinois. My Uncle Leroy was the last state representative in my family, my grandpa's brother. And he was the first to tell me when I started learning about political affairs and how the monetary system works and everything else. He says, if we wear a suit and a tie and we're a politician, we're a legalized crook that lies. Don't ever trust the man with a tie on. Don't ever. that stuck with me since I was 14 years old, and I'm 60 now. Daddy Bush has taught his audience lenders will know what Daddy Bush has taught his predominant leaders well know. Okay, well, we're getting off of knives here too fast, so let's just leave this political thing alone, because you know what, maybe Google is warning me and is going to shut me down if I keep telling the truth. Here's one more tidbit for you, and just look it up. It's not about the government, it's about the money. Henry Ford said in 1942, he says, if the American people, now Henry Ford had every king and queen and every fucking president in his back pocket. Just that way. He made the tanks, the trucks, the Jeeps, everything for the Nazis as well as the American people. Henry Ford said, he quoted 1942 out of his mouth, and I've been to his mansion several times in Lake St. Clair in Michigan. He said, if the American people knew today, and this was in 1942, how the monetary system works in America today, there would be a war tomorrow by the people. Nobody listened to him. Well, the only president to go after the banks, and he lost his life because of it, was John F. Kennedy. And then Ron Paul, Republican at that, came along and said, it's time to end the feds. Why? Because the same reason that Kennedy was putting the feds under by issuing $5 bills backed by real silver. And about then, they got rid of the gold standard, remember? So the people of the United States have no idea of the power of these banks. And we still have the power. Starve the banks. You know, every time you use your debit card, 3.5%, 3.5%, they make $1.2 trillion a year just on your transaction fees. Your local restaurants paid $170,000 a year in transaction fees, but you paid it. They got the money from you, but they got to give it to the banks at the end of the year. See what I'm saying? So if we pay cash for everything, we demand that our treasury take back control of our money, or just pay cash for everything and take all your money out of the banks. In 1 week, they all collapse. Now they're going to have to restructure, but will the government allow them to do it? Will you allow your government to do it? See, that's where we hold the power of the states. People just don't know this. If I could get every American thinking on my level, America would be great again. We wouldn't need no bozo in Washington telling us that. And the only reason why he's there, like all of them before him, is he's no dummy, man. He's just taking the American people for a fucking ride. End of story. I'm done with politics. Sorry. But you can Google anything I said. It's all facts. Just go past Google, because the first 12 Google posts will be all lies from Google. And once you get into that second page, you'll start getting people that are telling you factual shit. I don't get all my information on it. I got a library upstairs. I've been reading books, wall to wall, 4 walls filled. Just one room dedicated to the books I've read on socialism, communism, Marxism, corporate finance. I got 2 semesters in the junior college for corporate finance and investment. I got family members that are investment brokers and writers for the Wall Street Journal and investors through Wall Street. You know, I know all the con games, man. It's all bullshit. So, but mine is an outside turtle. Zach, turtles do not have free will. What's up, brother? I'm reading this backwards. Titanic sunk in 1912. Does my turtle have free will? Well, there's lots of factual things in history that has happened yet. But when it comes to politics, your government, and the money supply, it's all lies. And war, it's all lies. 9/11 is the biggest scam that was ever pulled on U.S. soil, which is all believed that some Muslim in a far world caused it all. No. You can ask me any question about it, and I'll tell you the facts on it. Yeah, turtles rock. So anyways, which is all carry. You know, I've been rattling on too long, and I wanted to get off at 3 o'clock, so which is all favorite nice. Are you going to get an open on number 13 or what? Or do I got a bunch of trolls in here who don't care anymore? What up, Ground Fog? Yeah, I remember the Titanic. I get off in a political rant once in a while. I don't do it every time I'm live, believe me. I might start, but I'll shut the hell up. And I got mods that keep me in check, and now they're all gone. So, oh yeah, is that what LBJ said? You know, I read a book by Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. It's actually the Bible to becoming wealthy. Whether it's the monetary value of money or the riches in life that you seek in personal possession, that can make you wealthy as well. And one of the things he said, now this is where people like this fellow had just said, marry a rich divorced woman. Okay. Unless you have a mentally incapable or mental problem physically and mentally to where you can't achieve the wealth of life that anybody else before you has, it's your own doing. Everybody's born rich, he says. It's just they don't know how to become rich. And basically that's all roots around you become who you hang with. And then the book Think and Grow Rich that Napoleon Hill wrote, and you can get the audio book on it. I've listened to it several times and read the book several times. But who you hang with determines the outcome in your life. And now in a majority of small towns, majority of smaller cities, you know, not the cesspool filled big cities where crime's vigilant because there's no restrictions on anything. The small town American boy growing up in a town of 5,000, they're never taught true wealth. They're never taught how to achieve wealth. Their parents weren't, and it's just generations of never being taught how to achieve the riches in life, whether it's monetary of money or possessions. So he says in the book that you become who you hang with. If you hang with wealthy individuals, whether it's monetary or physical possession, since you show vast interest in it, and they're already there, they're more than willing and capable because of your interest to show you how to get there more quicker, more so than the person that has this negative, biased, bullshit attitude in life. You'll never learn anything from them. So most people are afraid of failure. You know, they don't use failure as a learning tool, and that's just what failure is. Everything I've learned in my life, I've learned from my failures. And kids today, they can't learn from failures. Let's give them all trophies. You know, gender and social identity, it's gone, thanks to feminism. But the reality is the book states that you become who you hang with. So pick your enemies wise and your friends wiser. Makes sense, right? Now, the outcome in life is if you hang out with wealthy people, if you want to be wealthy, they're going to show you how to get there much quicker than Joe Wood in the bar sitting at the same bar stool every night in the bar. What are you going to become? You're going to become him, a miserable, negative, biased barfly, right? Or you're going to hang out with Joe Smarty Pants that already has what you want, wants to be rich, or is already rich, and you want to be rich. You hang with him, you're going to become just like him. So bottom line is you become who you hang with in the book, Think and Grow Rich. When you smile, the world smiles with you. When you're negative, you bring people down with you. When you frown and you're negative and you're mean and you're ornery and you're just full of hate, you're taught to be a racist or a hater, you'll never be a rich person. Monetary value of being wealthy or being personal possession, because it all catches up with you sooner or later. No, you're talking a lost language when you say liberal or conservative. It just, you got me lost there. Rich fugars always ran me off unless it's for cheap labor. Oh well, priceless and paupers. So, you know, like I said, I'm just trying to share some of the things that I've learned, and that's all. You just can research it yourself. And if you want a good book, and it's really like the Bible of wealth, whether it's the monetary of physical possessions or money. and it's really basically root around money from some of the wealthiest men in the world that were influencers of Napoleon Hill, like Carnegie and some, and the Rockefellers, they all helped him push to make this book. It's basically the Bible of wealth. So if you want to try teaching your child how to become wealthy, if you opt him out of the Social Security program when he's born by not signing a birth certificate, and that's how the government owns you, he's sovereign. You don't have to pay taxes on possessions, labors, or your house. You're not in debt to the debtness of the U.S. government by doing so, because Social Security is a scam made by the government to make you give money that you could otherwise. You can opt out any time with Social Security. You just go to your local courthouse to do it, but you won't get Social Security. But if you take the same money that you invest in Social Security, and this is why they created Social Security, because they know the average amount of Americans wouldn't do it, what I'm telling you to do. Take the money you put in Social Security into IRAs. Compound interest. If you start your kid out at 14 when he's 18 and he does it himself, he's worth about $7.5 million when he collects at 72. That's simple. If he starts at 18, compound interest, he's got 4 years less. He's only going to be worth $4.5 million. If I would have started it at 18, I'd be worth about $3.5 million. So these younger kids got more of a growth potential when the younger they are. So the government takes their money through Social Security and they put it in these funds, and they get the $4 to $5 million per person, and you don't. You get pennies back, and they get the interest in compound interest of what you're giving them and paying into the system. See, it's just a big scam, people. So learn by the wealthiest people in the world what it takes to become wealthy, and they will be more than happy to show you how to get there. To be successful, seek the companionship of successful people in the knife community. If you want to be successful in the knife community, that's what you do. You want to be successful in the fishing community or any other community or organization that deals with what you love the most. You become who you hang with. That's the bottom line. That's the blueprint to success and wealth. Now, I was fortunate enough to be born into a wealthy family, so I got a head start more than most, and I won't see most of it. And yeah, I'm 60, but both my parents are still alive. But I don't want them to pass, but I have no worries. My family's always been around a wealth of knowledge. They've always been around how to make money. I run 3 businesses. I'm a retired carpenter, union carpenter, and after I retired, I opened up 3 different businesses because it's what I love to do. I've never worked a day in my life, even as a carpenter. I've always loved to do what I've done. And that's just it. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. If you call it a job and you got to go to work, then you're not in the right place, pal. That's all I got to say. And you can change it for the better. Your failures in life are your learning tools for success to succeed at a higher rate than you ever will think possible. It's all a mental attitude, a mental state of mind. Go through the process and learn. My favorite knife is basically, what is my favorite knife? The one that I carry the most, probably. My favorite knife is the one I carry as a tool on me when I need it. But other than that, I would probably say the buck's my favorite. I grew up, in the late 60s, early 70s with a buck 110, carried one to school every day. God help kids today, they can't even protect themselves with a booger out of their nose, you know what I mean? Ping! But, that's just the way society is. That's the way it's made to be. But, the buck. I'm getting goofy here. I'm sorry, folks. I'm talking too much about things that are beyond control of a lot of people. But anyways, the buck 112, the buck 110, the 112 came about on a naval ship where the 110 was used to do major bodily injury, life-threatening injury to a sailor on the ship. I'm sure some of you have heard the story. But the buck 112 12 Ranger came out because of it. So I've always been a lover of the bucks. I mean, I'd say the buck knives. I favor buck knives over anything, you know, unless it's a knife I make for myself or other people, ways that I like them. I used to like case before they became total shit show knives for the sucker consumerism. But Buck 112 came about. The Buck 112 Ranger was designed because of the fight on the USS Ranger. The 110 was used, and the captain of the ship and the intelligence of the U.S. Navy and the military all got together and they banded, with the exception of soldiers having the K-bars and all them other knives, the fighting knives, that them were allowed. But in the Navy specifically, never again could see anything under 3 inches. I mean, over 4 inches, I'm sorry. So I think the Buck Ranger they came out with like 3 7/8. So it passed. The Buck 112. It's an acronym that was created. I don't know. Why is, if I'm supposed to know, that starts with a K too. And no is N-O, right? It's a Latin pretext, man. It's just the way it is. It's like when you say red in Spanish, it's rojo. It's not rojo, it's rojo. It's a D, you know what I mean? It's not an R. Just the slurs of the language, but, whatever. So anyways, so the fight broke out, and the captain banned all knives 4 inches or longer in the Navy. So with the contracts, the military, Buck didn't want to lose a dime, so they frantically got together and they designed the Ranger, named after the USS Ranger that the fight broke out with the Buck 110. And designed one that would meet the perimeters of the now under 4 inch blade. So 3 7/8 inches. The Buck 112 Ranger. And that's how that knife came about. Then in the mid 80s, CRK is mine. CRK, Sebenza 31. I know what a Sebenza is. What's the CRK? Is that the acronym for a Sebenza knife? An initial for some type of Sebenza, $500 knife. So, I've got high dollar knives and I've got mostly mid-range to lower dollar knives. I collect rare and vintage knives, and then I collect cheap, affordable knives. I love all knives. I don't, I even collect case and even some of the new ones because I think they're cool, but I'm starting to get rid of a lot of them and keeping the rare cases in my collection. I'm going to have them for sale on my my eBay channel here soon in the next couple of days. I dropped my Shopify account that was linked to my YouTube channel because they were jacking me around too financially. So I'm like, nope, I'm going to sell through eBay. But yeah, you're saying my dad gave it to me on my birthday. Not trying to spam chat, but I'm lagging a lot. Oh, that's fine. You're fine. You're not really lagging. It's like me. I'm gonna say lag 1, 2, 3. When I hit 3, you guys say lag. Okay. I think it's only like 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Lag. Say lag, please. Or type lag. Three seconds. Maybe you guys are lagging more than me. Depends on where you're at in the country. I'm watching the damn Monday Night Football game talking to Jerry, the Shelby knife guy in North Carolina, and he's watching the same game, Monday Night Football. And he's telling me the scores and the plays before they even happen on my end. I'm like, dude, you're closer to New York than I am, and I'm getting lag time more than you. Don't tell me what's going on. I mean, he's like 5 minutes ahead of me in the game, telling me, oh, they lost. Dude, you just told me one. Come on, man. So, anyways, sorry about the rants, folks. You know, I don't, like I said, I very seldomly do a political rant and historical rant and all that crap. But yeah, I mean, I got these watches today at the garage sale. I absolutely love them. 50 cents for the two watches. This one's going for $250 on eBay, $250. And this one, this Timex Indiglo's $45 watch. If you buy them new, they're still almost $100. So like $290 sitting here. I paid 50 cents for them. They had $1 on them in the bag, and when I went to get cash and came back, they dropped everything in the house in the estate sale, 50% off. So I got them both for 50 cents. I was like, oh, okay, awesome. I also have a hobby of making and repairing watches. I currently am wearing a Seiko 5 Sport. To me, the Japanese and a lot of knife watch collectors will tell you the Japanese movements are superior to the Swiss movement. The only reason why a Rolex is 10 times more than this watch, you know, $10,000 watch versus a $1,000 watch, is because of these rich people demanded the beautiful Rolex watch. And in theory, the Japanese have way better technology than most countries in the world. And when it comes to watches and ball bearings and fishing gear, they're the best. Yeah, I mean, this one here is a designer, and this is from the late 60s. Look at that band. I mean, some companies still do sell this band. But look at the shape of this thing. There's not one scratch on that dial. And this is I don't know if anybody just know about watches, but just look at the quality of it. J. Laurent. It's a designer back in the 60s, 70s. I mean, look at the casing in the back. Rock solid, man. Japanese movement. In Timex, they finally stepped their game up, man. They got some really expensive ones now going in the $3,000 to $4,000, sometimes $5,000 range. Depends on what mechanical watch and who the custom shop maker is for the watch. Do you own a Bowie knife? I've got a couple. And you know what? I'm going to start making them too. I haven't made one yet. And I got a hell of a design coming up that I'm gonna offer. But I do have 3 businesses, so I'm not 24/7 on making my knives. So I'm lucky to get a dozen knives out in a week. And I got a dozen cut now of the pocket drops, and that's going to be my first skeletal knife that you can build off of. Start out at 100 and work your way up to 375 by the time you get 4 sets of scales and all the accessories for it. Leather sheath, Kodiak sheath, you know, everything that you'd ever want for it. So I'm going to start all my knives out at $100 range and work it up. I'm going to try to do it with a Bowie, a skeletonized Bowie. You know, to where you can get a kit and wrap the handle or do whatever you want. You can buy the knife blank, and then you can buy the scales and the hardware to put the scales and hardware on it from me of any different type of material, whether it's micarta. You see what I'm saying? So I'm building up my, and then I never gotten serious about it for the last 5 years until now. And I haven't had a YouTube channel but 15 months. So I'm getting a plan together, and you'll see a lot of my products. I'm not going through Shopify anymore. Actually, my website was kodiakedge.net through Shopify. And I took it down last week because of the bullshit with them. And I'm not going to pay them 13%. And I'm not going to pay another 30% to Google through YouTube to sell my shit through my website on my YouTube channel. You know, you buy something, I ship it out the next day on my eBay channel, and then if you like it and you want to continue to buy from me, email me and I'll directly charge you through PayPal, Venmo, Cash Apps. You know what I mean? Postal money order, lots of ways I can get paid. Once you get one of my goods and you love the quality of it and you love the product and you love my service from me, then you're going to want to pay me cash through these apps, and screw giving eBay 15%, whatever it is. Screw giving Shopify 13%. Screw giving Google and YouTube 30%. What exactly constitutes a Bowie knife? Well, let me tell you. Okay, since you ask, I have a nice article on it. And I'm actually going to start a podcast, and I'm going to start having podcasts where you guys can listen to me talk about the history of knives in your vehicle when you're on the way to work. Now, I'll tell you right now, what constitutes a Bowie knife is a long, slender handle with a long blade, preferably 7 to 8 inches, with some girth to it. It's a backbone on it. But see, there was no original Bowie knife. There's no original makers of the Bowie knife. Just James Black, who made the first Bowie knife, so-called, for James Bowie. That constitutes for the only Bowie knife we know of. Bowie knife we know of, for James Black, made by James Black, a blacksmith that made it for James Bowie. So that's really the only Bowie knife in existence, really. And theoretically. But the Bowie knives we know of today was sprouted from what every other makers that were blacksmiths. See, because when James Black made the James Bowie knife, he collaborated with James Black did, on what to make for him, what he was asking for or wanting. So he made it exactly. He was a blacksmith. That's all he was. He wasn't a bladesmith. And most knives were made around the country at the time by blacksmiths. So when the fight broke out and everybody got into this fight, James Bowie got into the fight with the knife that James Black made him. Story got out how he defeated this fellow, and just killed, all this he did with the Bowie knife. Everybody around the country wanted to go up to their local blacksmith and have them make what they thought was that the blacksmith could only interpret what the knife actually looked like before they even seen it. Oh, it was a long blade, preferably 8-9 inches, with a coffin handle and this and this and that. And so every interpretation of a Bowie knife for over 100, 200 years was made an interpretation from a blacksmith from one side of the country to the other. They were all different. Did I answer your question? Zach, did I answer your question? The blue one on the bottom shelf, the book, Circle of Life. You asked me that? What blue one on the bottom shelf? Behind me? Up there on the wall, that shelf? There's a couple blue books. No. So I'll grab you some better books. This is about knives. So this is my latest Bowie knife here, and I prefer German handmade knives. And this is a Bulldog brand, limited edition. And again, this is probably an interpretation of a bladesmith somewhere in the country to decide this is what a Bowie knife looks like. Nobody knows exactly certain what they are. And this is handmade in Germany, all hand forged, all handmade. This is turquoise and bone in an epoxy resin, and it's made in Germany by hand. I prefer the Bulldog brand, the Eyewitness brand, the Henkels, Kissing Cranes. Majority of my knives in my collection now are starting to become German knives. But anyways, this is my latest. And I don't really care for the sheath. For one, when I got it, I didn't know it was going to be a left-handed because I'm right-handed, as you can see. So I started making another one for it. If I can find where I put it. I actually carved this in one of my live videos. You guys can watch me carve this. Well, you can see I need a right-handed sheath because I'm right-handed. This is left-handed. So I made this one a right hand. It's the same exact pattern if you turn it around. So I'm making a sheath, and I love the Native American Indian art. So this resembles Native American Indian art, turquoise and bone, right? So I wanted something with the Native American Indian art in the form of the lizard that they are known for. So this will be my right-handed sheath. I'll make it better than that sheath. That's kind of thin. But here we go. This is what I'm currently making for it. This is the front. You see here, I got these holes being punched in it. What I'm doing there is I got these turquoise studs that are going to go here, right? And then here, I'm going to punch holes all the way down instead of lacing in it. These are turquoise rivets, right? This is going to be a lace, a Mexican weave that'll get woven all the way down this. I'll show you the exact weave that I'm doing. It's going to have this weave right here all the way down the side. And you can see some videos where I made a couple of these sheaths and gave them away in my giveaways that I do every Wednesday nights at 8:39, sometimes 9:30, till whenever. But I made one black and I made one red and gave them away with the same exact sheath. Yeah, that's a cool knife, ain't it? Everybody, for some reason, got an infatuation with a big knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. No. You know what? That ain't a knife. This is a knife. Here's a Bowie knife. It's the same size and length, man. In fact, the Bowie's a little bit longer. This is probably 9.5 inches. This one here's, let me check. The Bowie is, here's the inches here on this side. 9 3/8, just a little over 9 3/8 on the blade on that Bowie. But the cutting edge here now, if you look here, it's only 8.5. You open that, it's got a cutting edge all the way down. That's got a 9.5 cutting edge. This one's got, no, 8.5. That one had an 8.5 cutting edge. This one's got 8 3/4 cutting edge. So this is a 1/4 inch more of a cutting edge. This one's just got a longer point on it. So if you put the cutting edge to it, look at, there it is. See the cutting edge at the ricasso? The cutting edge, there is no ricasso on the open hole. It's the cutting edge all the way down the blade. So this has more of a cutting edge than this Bowie does. Just something I'd show you. This knife here, Zach, is this what you're talking about? Or the Bowie? So-called Bowie. These are $113, $120, depending on where you buy it. This is the most expensive open hole they sell. And it comes with a wooden box like the rest of them. I have all the open holes. And I got several that I custom modded. I got the mushroom knife. I got the campsite, the hobo set with the spoon and fork. I got the mushroom knife. I got the potato peeler. I got a lot of, there's a lot that I have to get yet because they come out with new ones all the time. I don't have any, I got one green wooden one, but I don't have any synthetics, you know, like they got the different steels now and they got the different, they're just starting to push the envelope, man. Open holes. They're starting to come out with some shit now to try to keep up with all the other knife irons. Before you know it, you'll get one with magna cut on it. But that one specifically, you know, and then, you know, they're making a lot of carbon ones. you get the carbons. Like this one I just did. Not even in my pocket. No. Is it in here? No, this is my flashlight. My EDC. This is how I immobilize people. My brother owns a bar, so I bounce for him when I'm over there. One of the first things I do, and I got this on my AR, and I have it on my 45 ACP. This will immobilize somebody to where they don't know where they're at. And if I'm bouncing, I'll march them right out the door. And I don't care if they're twice as big as me. You had a seizure? They can't, that light can cause seizures. Yes, it can. Oh, I see somebody I gotta get rid of already. Another troll. Oh, I gotta itch my psoriasis. Pardon me, folks. Oh, does it feel good? Sucks having psoriasis, man. You see me in my videos, my hands are all tore up from it, man. You know, and I don't wish this upon anybody, but I'm going to the dermatologist finally, and I'm gonna get some medicine. They're gonna actually give me a shot once a month that'll make it go away completely. But I have my physician's gonna monitor my liver, and I have my own regimen to cleanse my liver, so I won't have to worry about it damaging my liver, because that shit will damage your liver. All right. You just want to know a little more about the James Black story on the Bowie knife? I got like a 3-page article here. You want to hear it or not? I forge blades. I mill them out of flat stock. You know, all your knife makers today make all the knives out of flat stock. I don't care if it's a Bowie knife, and I don't care if it's a Sebenza. It's made out of flat stock, and all them blades are pounded out with 50 to 200 tons of stamping machines. So, but yeah, I do forge blades. I have forged many knives, and probably over 12, maybe even 14 years. I forged a lot of handmade knives. I've made a lot of knives when I first started out of files. I never cared for railroad ties. It's the shittiest carbon steel you can use. They're more of a novelty knife. I would never use one as an implement or a tool for nothing. They're all over, Zach. Depends on what you want done. They go from $100 all the way up to $1,000. I could put gold in them. I could put diamonds in them. I could do anything you want in them. So, on average, you know, like, hold on. If I can get to it. It just all depends on what I make and what the detail of the knife is. And I'll show you a few of them. Out of many. I'm not going to show you all the knives I made. Here's one of my latest file knives. I thought I'd show you this first. This is an exact replica of a seal sag pup. You know what that is? Just type yes in the chat if you do. I made this out of something that's special to me. I used to be a fairer in my younger days, in my mid-20s. No, don't. I did one blade I made one Damascus blade, and it's almost semi-Bowie, but no, there's really no money there unless you got all the machinery to do it for you. And everybody and his brother's doing it. And I really, honestly, I don't give two craps about Damascus steel blades. For one, you got to take care of them a lot more than, anything else. But any high carbon you do. But this one here is made from a Ferris rasp. It's a Sog Seal pup replica that I made from a Ferris rasp. And you see it's got both the different Ferris rasp, serrations on it for doing different work on the horse's hoof. And I made the handle so you can see the rasp all the way around it. But this is an exact size, the exact shape of everything from the Seal Sag pup. And I put zebra wood on it, on the scales. It's not my design. This is a Sog Seal pup. I've got a Sog Seal pup over there. I should probably show it to you, but I will in a minute. And I made the lanyard, and I put a deer antler on there that I turned on the drill press. That's the Sog Seal pup copy, made from a Ferris rasp that I used to use when I did shoot and trimmed horses. Martin Luther speeches make me come. Man, where are these people coming from, man? I ain't got no mods in here tonight. So I don't care. Here's my latest knife though, my design. I don't know, one of you is asking me about making a sheath. Was it you, Zach, for a mini trapper, right? Was it you? Who asked me about making a sheath for a mini trapper? Oh, I don't build swords. No, don't care for swords. I got a couple of samurais and katanas that I used to use when I competed in tournaments in martial arts, but other than that, I haven't picked one up in 20 years. Well, thanks, Zach. I just love making knives, I love modifying them. How many people's got a spider nox, right, that you can open one hand? Victorinox and a Spyderco blade on it. Was you asking me about the trapper? Who wanted the sheath made from the trapper? Was it you, Zach? Okay, just the dude did. All right. Here's my fixed blade trapper. Okay. This is a dragon scale sheath that I designed for it. And this is essentially a fixed blade trapper. I took the shape from the trapper knife. You can see the DNA in it. You can't fold it, but it's a fixed blade. It's made out of 1084. I've got ironwood for scales, brass pins, brass bolster, and I stonewashed the whole thing. It's got my Kodiak Edge on both sides of the blade. And then I got the open vine pattern that I carved in the spine all the way up the blade. And then this is my cowboy days as a fair. This is a weave that we used to use in making saddles for horses. It's a decorative weave with ganchos that we used to put on saddles. It's the saddle horse weave on the end of the lanyard. So, and I made this to be functional. You put your hand in here so you don't lose it when you're using the knife. But this is a fixed blade trapper, and I think I'm the first person that's actually made a fixed blade trapper. I don't know, maybe there is somebody else, but I always wanted one. So this is it. This knife will set you back $375. Okay? If you want to know prices. All right. One of these customs like this, I can do about $275 with the sheath. I haven't made a sheath for this yet. But it's a copy sheath. It's going to be way more expensive than a regular SOG seal. But this ain't made in Taiwan. Here's one that I designed. I wanted something similar to the Spyderco blade configure. You know, the butterfly shape that they're so-called known for. Not necessarily the hole in the blade, but the butterfly shape blade. Their drop point was called a butterfly, I believe. Because if you put two of them together, you get a butterfly, right? So I designed the sheath and the whole knife. It's got my Kodiak Edge bear claw on it. Stamped Kodiak Edge. Or Kodiak. It's got black denim micarta with a Kodiak bear see-through mosaic pin on it. And then here's the blade. See what I mean? It's got that Spyderco DNA on it, but it kind of looks like a hawkeye, you know, or eagle eye. But this is called my Kodiak bear claw. And you can really choke up on this. You can put your two fingers here and cape out without even touching the handle. And the good thing about it too is you can pop a top with it. You know what I mean? More functional than anything. And then I did what's called a rock finish on the spine and the blade all the way up. This is all my concept, my design. What kind of question is that? Oh, you're asking me. Okay. Do you like Dean Martin? I absolutely love Dean Martin. Grew up listening to him, man. Conkerberry timber for knife scales. It's beautiful. Tip from an Aussie arborist. I'll have to check into it. I make a lot of my own micarta scales now. I don't, you know, I'm even making pine cone scales for the buck 110s that I do. I've got a pine cone here that I'm about ready to do up next. It's from a California pine. I make boxes for them, and I'll put 3 different color layers in it. And then hardens, I'll take it apart and I'll cut this thing right up the middle of the stem and make, you know, 3/8 flat scales from each side of that stem center. Here's another knife that I designed. Actually, this is one of the first ones I designed, and I hand carved the basket weave on the sheath. This is all hand carved. This ain't done with a stamp. And this is the design of the pancake sheath is mine too. And you can see the knife handle. I got a hammer pommel finish, brass pommel, and it's got spalted maple handles on it. And I designed the pommel on it too. You can see my logo on the blade. And it's a chunker. It's kind of like that Rambo jimping on top, see? That thing you tear into it, take some bark off a tree easily. But this is like kind of like a survival type knife. And I actually made this out of a A1 tool steel saw blade. And this thing is razor sharp, man. It is sharp. I haven't sharpened it in a while, but it'll still cut. Oh, maybe not. Yeah. It's got my logo on it. So, yeah, I treated this spalted maple so it hardened. But this is one of my first designs. It's one of my proudest knives I got. Come from a sugar pine, what did? Zach, I like you, dude. You are an amazing artist. I just subscribed and I am strongly considering buying one of your pieces. Well, I appreciate that, Zach. You know, hey, that's what I do this for, right? I mean, I love to make knives. I love to make happy customers and you know, American made. Hey, we want to make America great again. Let's put America back to work, right? It's more expensive, but hey, we just got to deal with it, and I appreciate it, and it helps out. I'm a retired carpenter, so I got a pension, so I'm not broke. But every I get paid for doing. I'm doing it finally on YouTube when they pay me, and I just love doing it. You know, I love doing it more than I love the money. That's for sure. I'm basically what you'd call in many fields of artistry is a starving artist. I don't make as much as I should. This is my fighting knife I come up with. I wanted something to answer to the Yojimbo, but my fighting experience in the military with knives, I came up with an ultimate hand pleaser to what I wanted when I was in the military and I never got. And this is a hybrid sheath. It's half leather and half kydex. Horizontal carry. I always have mine in the cross draw when I'm ever to fight with it. I can put this in either direction. And I prefer it like this, and then I can go into a cobra with it, no problem. But I gotta sandblast this again because I didn't really take care of it. It's 1095. It's almost a quarter inch thick. Warncliffe blade. It's got your blood groove in the top, and I designed this handle to fit in the swell of your palm and your forefingers and everything perfectly, all the way down the knife. So it's a perfect fit to your hand this way. And then when you turn it around into the cobra stance, same thing. It's a perfect swell in your hand all the way. You can jump up here or you can go perfectly around here. It's got a finger guard there underneath the blade. And it's got a skull crusher here. It's called a pommel skull crusher, hitting people on the head and they're just all around fighting with it. But nothing penetrates like the Yojimbo or this, and you can watch Janik talk about it. Entry, it goes down as it's going in. So it just doesn't slice going straight. It slices straight and down. So this distance of the width of this blade and the length of this blade, imagine this, like that going in for another whole inch and a half. So this cutting edge is cutting this length and this much more area going in because this Warncliffe's forcing it down, see? And it's the cleanest entry and cleanest exit of a knife ever in a fighting knife. Even so over this Bowie knife. This will do more cartilage or artery damage than this will. This is only going to slice. And when this hits a bone, it's going to jar on you to where it's not going to want to cut with the shit. Slice with the shit. This will slice more damaging veins and vessels, arteries than a Bowie knife would. And a Bowie knife's harder to pull out than a Warncliffe is. Don't believe I challenged the G-Man. Well, you know what? Yeah, I've been in martial arts for 47 years. I've mastered the sword. You see what I got on the wall there? I'm a master of them, and I really am, and you'll see my live videos soon. Not a master. I'm not even a master in karate. I'm a fourth dan black belt. I've been doing it for 43 years. And I've taken hand combat training and mastered small arms weapons with SEAL Team 6 in Chesapeake Bay in West Virginia. Only because I was a PT riverboat captain and I had to learn every small arm that they carried and use it, including the knives. So I've been around knives my whole life. I've fought with knives. I know what makes them work. I'm not one of them guys trying to show you or teach you false pretenses on YouTube. There's a lot of guys in the YouTube community, knife community, that are starting people out wrong. And if I can give you any advice from my years of experience with knives and guns, is this: if you've never been in a confrontation with a weapon where your life was at threat and you had to use that weapon to protect yourself or your family or your friends or the community around you, you have no idea what you're in for. When you get a CCL or open carry or concealed carry permit and you start carrying a weapon, we carry guns. We also carry, knives with them, right? A lot of times you'd find your best option would be to use a knife, especially in combat in the military. Then you would ever care to pull out the gun because the gun will give off your position no matter where you're at, right? So my point is, going to a range and shooting targets and shooting a bullseye at a target where that fucking target ain't shooting back at you has nothing to do with your adrenal glands. And if you've been in combat or you've been threatened by a knife or a gun, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And we're taught this in combat training. We're taught this in tactical arms training, whether it's knives or guns, that if you can't control your adrenal glands in a real life situation that most people that shoot on a range will never understand or get into it maybe once in their life, they're doing more harm to themselves, their friends, their families, their community around them by carrying a gun if they don't get tactical training to be able to control their adrenal glands. And what happens with your adrenal glands? Somebody threatens with you with a knife or a gun, your adrenal glands go nuts. And if you never learn to control them, what happens is all the blood in your extremities, right? Your arms and both your legs rush to protect your vitals. That's where it all goes. And then your arms just become like butter. And you're lucky if you didn't lose too much in your legs where you can either run away and get the hell out of the situation or just take the punishment and either die or fight or flight, right? So we're taught fight or flight through the military, through tactical shooting, and you can get tactical shooting classes through your local shooting academies and shooting facilities. A lot of the CCL guys have military backgrounds, and they have these trainings. And I continue my training. I've never stopped. I've been out of the Navy since '93, and 2-3 times a month, I'm going to tactical shooting classes where I learn to use all my surroundings around me as a shield or a weapon or a means of distraction and extraction from the war zone, from the point of no return. So once you learn to shoot well with your gun, you can't shoot a gun well if you can't control them adrenal glands. That's all there is to it. So if you carry a gun shooting perfect at a target range and you think you're going to be able to protect yourself, your wife, and your family, and children, and everybody around you, and you get in a real situation where that gun is pointed on you or that knife is coming at you, I got news for you. If you don't train and you can't control, you don't know what I'm talking about until you get there. Did I go through buds? No, I didn't go through buds. Nope. I wasn't a naval SEAL. I wasn't trained to be a naval SEAL. I was a PT boat captain. I was a third-class boatswain's mate when I got out. I served 4 years, just under 4. I got an early out because after the war, if we had less than 6 months, they'd give us a 6 months or less. We had an early out option, so I took it. Because I was making $70,000 a year before I went in the military, and I took a $30,000 a year cut being in the military. So I wanted to go back to my union trade and make the good union wages. I mean, I would have to be in the military 20 years to make what I made going into the military. It's a no-brainer. So I opted out 6 months to go. I got an early out after 3.5 years. But I went in wanting to be a SEAL, but I couldn't pass the Class A swim test. and I tried several times. 300 yards was first after staying afloat 30 minutes. 3 different strokes: the forward stroke, side stroke, dolphin stroke. Right. I got halfway through the side stroke and could never get to the dolphin stroke because I smoked too much when I went. That was my fault. I should have known better. So I tried probably almost a dozen times to pass that because during boot camp we could try as many times as we wanted to pass that Class A swim test. Everybody's got to pass Class B to be in the Navy. That's all there is to it, and that's 10 minutes to float off a 30-foot platform, do 10 push-ups after you get out of the water. Everybody did it. So knowing that I couldn't pass this Class A swim test to become a SEAL, I'm like, well, what's the next best thing to being a SEAL? Well, somebody's got to drive them in the boats. It's not Navy SEALs. So I went to school for PT boats, after I became a boatswain's mate. And I learned to drive the small crafts exceptionally well, had to master them. And since we took them in the recon and the SEAL Team 6 that was in Chesapeake Bay, where I was stationed out of Norfolk, I had to learn every small arm and master it. Not master qualify, but master it to their specs to be able to operate, disarm, disassemble, reassemble, and use every small arm weapon that the Navy SEALs carry. Because if something happened to my whole team, I'm the only one left in the boat. I got to be able to use them or join them if I had to. I did have a lot of different trainings with them, but nothing as intense as them, and their trainings never end till they're out. I mean, they're the biggest investment in U.S. naval intelligence is the SEAL teams. Do I ever wonder about that sometimes? Wonder about what? Don Shipley? I've heard of him. Is he one of those SEAL guys that's got a channel, don't he? I think I watched some of his stuff. He talks about knives. Being a SEAL, yeah. Well, I'm not a SEAL and I wasn't a SEAL. I tried to become one and I just could never make it to the initial boot camp or the buds. I didn't even have to worry about buds because I didn't even get close to it. I didn't even get to go train with them. There was one guy in my division in boot camp that did get through buds and became a SEAL, and he was on his first assignment and down in the chopper dead. He was a SEAL for about a year, and that was it. Stolen valor. Okay, I have to check that out. So anyways, what am I watching here? Oh, I got KO Knives on here. What did he just went live? What in the hell? Yeah, I think he just did. No, that was 3 hours ago. Why did that pop up on my other screen? So anyways, that's my fighting knife. Yeah, and if you carry a weapon, all I can say is learn it. Learn it well. Learn how to protect yourself with it. Learn how to protect your vitals, your adrenal glands. There's all kinds of factors, man, in real life situations. Training for weapons should never end. You know what I mean? And do the Japanese warriors, the samurais, do the Gurkha soldiers, with the kukri, do their training ever end? No. If we carry a gun to protect ourselves or a knife to protect yourself, your training should never end with it. And if you quit training there will come a point where your adrenal glands will start taking over you, and you don't want that. So you're more of a threat carrying a weapon to anybody and even yourself than you are if you had the training. So here is my bushcraft knife. Now I got to get a new ferro rod for it. I took it out for another knife that I made. But this one is one of my first customs too. Probably my second or third. If you look through here, you can see the light. I got orange plexiglass in there. You can see the pins all the way through it. So if I pull it out, this is my bushcraft and this horizontal carry. It's a hybrid sheath. This will set you 325. You know what I mean? With the ferro rod and the leather Kodiak sheath combination with a lanyard on it. And this is 1095, almost a quarter-inch thick. Jumping on top, you can see I started fires with it already. Brass pommel. I did a Celtic rope spine on it. And jumping up on the blade, it's got my logo on it. And I need to take care of this blade too. Some of these blades I haven't touched in over a year, man. You know, if it gets to the point where I gotta get some rust off of it, I just put it in the sandblaster and get rid of it. Still a functional knife, but this is my survival bushcraft knife. And it fits well in the hand. There's no hot spots in my knives. When you get them, you won't feel any transition from the metal to the plastic to the wood. Whether you got G10 spacers or whatever it is. The brass, there is no hot spots wherever whatsoever. You know, and it's all handmade. I don't use any machines other than the, you know, the 72 and the buffing wheel, bandsaw, you know, the cutout scales, and you know, I do it all by hand. And I do these in rock finish too. I'll forge them up, the flat stock, I'll forge them up and do rock finishes on the blades, and whatever a customer wants, whatever they're willing to pay. Prices vary on everything I do. Now here's a butcher's fillet knife. It's got my logo on it. And I copied one from the German. You know, this thing has a very flexible blade on it. And it's made for processing wild game. You know, once they're caped, you know, you would want this for caping. You could use it to cape out an animal, but this is my rendition of a German butcher's knife. It's a combination between a skinner, flayer, and butcher. And I never made a sheath for it. It's just been sitting in my cabinet for 5 years. So that's some of my knives. I think I showed you everyone ever. Oh, one more. Do we all know what a Pukco knife is? You ever see a Pukco knife? I'm sure you all have. I'll guarantee you every one of you has seen a Pukco knife and actually used the Pukco knife. You want to bet? Have you ever used the Pukco knife? The Finnish, from Finland, right? The Finnish people. I will guarantee if you're an outdoorsman and you've owned knives most of your life, you've used the Pukco knife. I can almost guarantee you have, and you don't know it. What other knives that are made in this world that look just like that? Look at that sheath. Now this is typical Pukco with the dangler. They also did them with ropes, but they dangled on their side. You know what I mean? But this is all handmade, and it's got the wood sheath inside of it. You know, where I formed two pieces of wood and glue them together after I shaped the inside of it to make the sheath out of wood that's inside the leather that the leather's molded around. The top of it's molded around the handle. Mora has nothing to do with it. Okay? A Mora is a Scandinavian style knife. This is a Finnish from Finland. Just to show you, I'll show you here. You can learn more about the Pukkos on Amazon. You can buy this book right here. Puukko. Pukco. And over the years, you can see the different styles of knives through the generations, 1,000 years ago, 800 years ago, you know what I mean? And then getting into the last 300 years, there's a double Puko. And here's the modern of today, almost like the Mora, you know what I mean? And they have Scandinavian grinds, just like the Moras, the Scandinavian Swiss style knife. But this has a myriad of information on the Pukos and the styles of them being made. See, here's the one I was telling you with the leather dangler. Stacked birch bark, right? Now, typically, in the last couple hundred years, this is the way they made it. Despite the modern one I showed you that looks more like the Mora style handle. The Mora style handle has only been around about 50 to 60 years, where these handles have been around 200-300 years. All right, now I actually made this out of a file. You can see the filing on it. I had a file sitting around. I'm like, I'll be damn, I'm gonna make me a Pukco out of it. I made several Pukkos and sold them to a lot of clients. But what they use in Finland, the Finnish people, they use reindeer antler. And they make a lot of these sheaths. They'll make these, hand carve them out of reindeer antler, But here I got brass, the brass guard palm on the front, right, at the ricasso. They would use reindeer. They would use brass. They would use reindeer. I use whitetail. This is the birch bark they're known for. Stacked birch bark, not stacked leather. There's 5 layers of birch bark there. And you see that one picture where it shows birch bark all the way across the handle. I'm yet to make one of them. And I actually bought the birch bark and it's sitting in there waiting to go. This is ironwood. Okay. I need to oil it up again. It's been drying from sitting in the sheath. But ironwood, I got a brass pin in there for security because this is a stout blade. It's not a thinner one of the original Pukkos. Stacked birch bark again, and whitetail. Like I said, they use reindeer and then brass and that. And I got it peened on. It's peened on in the back. So it's a full tang all the way through that I made and peened it on in the back, just like a typical Pukco. And I'll show you why I know you guys have all carried a Pukco knife if you're an outdoorsman at least once or twice in your life, if not for years. And I'll show you why. You're going to see the DNA right away. Now, in Finland, there was a fellow by the name of J. Martini, right? Now, here's the modern day J. Martini knife right here, okay? Typical Mora style knife, Mora style handle, Mora style blade, Scandinavian, right? Scandinavian grind. But this is actually designed and made by J. Martini in Finland. It's an inox, which is stainless steel in Finland. And these are affordable. These things are only like $38 with the sheath. Okay. But this would be the modern style of a Pukco versus this one here that has total DNA that was designed by J. Martini for the Rapala company. So if you fish and you flayed a knife with a Rapala fillet knife, you in fact own or carry a Pukco knife. See the DNA here? Look at the bottom of the sheath. Look at how it's molded around the handle, right? Look at the dangler, belt dangler, see? So if you carried one of these, used one of these fillet knives, you own or have carried a Pukco knife and not known it. So J. Martini's factory makes them like the Scandinavian style now for the modern day knife, right? That's still a Pukco, but it's a Scandinavian Mora looking style knife. But this guy right here, J. Martini, you can buy these new. They still sell them to the fact J. Martini's dead, but when he's alive, this is what he did. Now, Pukco knives, right? You take this out. Pukco integrated handle, just like the finish. I mean, this is handmade by Martini in Finland. That's where Martini knives are from. This one here, this Rapla's from Finland. So y'all probably say Rapala, but its actual Finnish name is Rapla. Rapla knives are made in Finland by J. Martini, see? And they still are to this day. Not him, but his company. Finland, J. Martini, Finland. This one happens to be a 1965 model. This one here, particularly, I got in my collection, was made the year I was born. It has a little significant value. Pinned on rear pommel, right? Pinned on, you know, it's a full tang knife. That gives you the clue that it is. Just like my Pukco, see? Pukco knife. Just a fillet knife, right? Now, here is the J. Martini from his factory, and here's the one that he designs and makes in his factory for Rapala. Look at them. They're identical, right? Now you pull this out, you're getting into the more modern handle blade, like the Mora type, away from the traditional Pukco knife. This is the traditional Pukco. Actually, this is the turn of the century Pukco handle, like less than 100 years old. And it's, you can see the DNA both the same, because both of them say stainless steel, Martini, Finland. Normark, that's his company in Finland. Rapla, handmade by J. Martini. So, there you go. He's all probably carried a Pukco and didn't know, right? So what do you say? Scandi grinds make sharpening so daggum easy. Well, yeah, and you know what? Let me tell you a little bit of history about that Scandi grind. See, it's not the blade steel that a blade that makes it cut. It's edge geometry. That's everything. Everybody's got to have S35VN or S90V or Magna Cut or forget it, man. Them are show knives. You got to have diamond stones to sharpen them. It'll still take you half an hour to put a decent edge on them. You get, you know, and that's why Buck switched from 440C, the highest grade of 440 stainless, to 428C because it had more high carbon in it, which made it tougher and softer, but tougher and a lot quicker to sharpen from the perlites being softer in the carbon in the steel. So you could sharpen in the field in a couple minutes versus the 440C, you had to spend 10, 15, 20 minutes. Okay? So edge geometry is everything, you know, and see how thin these are? Same with a Victorinox. Look at, you ever pick up a Victorinox that's like 10 years old and it slices through something like butter sometimes? Look at how thin that blade is, you know? Edge geometry has everything. These things are like at 12.5 degrees versus your modern knives at 22 to 27, right? These things, they're so thin. Micro edge at 17 degrees is still like this at 12.5, 13. So, yeah, I mean, they're sharp as shit. Now look at this, J. Martini knife. I just put it in this Rapala case. But what was you saying now? I have the exact knife. I have the razor sharp. So is a Pukco blade profile or sheath carry concept? The Pukco blade profile? No, it's nothing to do with the blade profile. The Pukco knife is a Finnish knife from the Finlands in Finland. The Pukco knife is synonymous to the Finnish people in Finland, like the samurai sword is to the Japanese in Japan. The Japanese samurai fought and protected their mainland and their country with the samurai sword, like the Pukco knife was the same as a samurai to a Japanese person. The Pukco knife was used to ward off piratism and protect their mainland from intruders for almost 1,000 years. So the Pukco's been around a long time, like the samurai sword. It's the Pukco, Puukko. It's a traditional Finnish knife from Finland. That's like every Finnish over there has them, without a doubt. It's like the Buck 110 in America. Every person that's carried a knife in America has at one time either carried or owned or couldn't have a collection without a Buck 110. And I don't care if you got S90V or Magna Cut, you're going to have a Buck 110 with 420 HC in it because it's an iconic knife, just like these are to the Finnish people. The Scandinavian knife style came about through from the Scandies. It's a grind. See, you got 4 different types of main grinds. You got the convex grind, you got the concave or what you call the hollow grind, concave grind, convex grind, which is where the grind rolls out and then in. All right, that's the second grind. The concave grind is the I just said it, the common one in all knives today. Hollow grind. You got the Scandinavian grind, which is no secondary bevel. See, it's just the whole cutting edge is the bevel. And then you have a chisel grind where only one side is sharpened and the other side is flat. So you got 4 different grinds. But edge geometry is everything. And the thinner the knife, the lesser the angle, the more slice. That's why butcher knives, kitchen knives cut with these, because they have 11-degree angle on them. They're super thin, just like the fillet knife. That's why you can get in there and just cut along that, along them bones and just make a perfect fillet. Along that skin, and you just peel that fillet right off that skin because it's just so fine. But yeah, to answer your question, Master of the Universe. Well, you don't have a fin because you're probably in a bigger, not in a rural area. You probably didn't even grow up in a rural area in Finland. I don't know. I don't know much about. I have Finnish in me. My ancestors are Finnish, but I never really studied the country to know much about it. My great-grandfather knew everything about Finland. And that's why I draw to and love making Pukco knives, because of their history. I mean, they're synonymous to the Finnish people, just like a samurai is to a Japanese warrior. They protected their mainlands from evil countries and piratism for hundreds of years. Yeah, the hollow grind. That's why I keep stumping on it. Hello, I know, I've known that for 50 years. So with everything in my head, you just start to brain fart sometimes. You got the hollow grind, the convex grind, the chisel grind, and the Scandi grind. Them are the 4 main grinds. And now when the marbles came out with a knife, well, everybody started calling them blood groove, but that's not what it was about. Okay, Marbles invented a knife, the Field Master, I think it was called, or something like that. Their first outdoor survival type K-bar looking knife. They started it all, really. It was in Skagel is the grandfather of all fixed blades. A Canadian that moved them to Michigan, and he started what we know of in America today is the fighting knife, the K-bar knife, and all the knives that every company spun off of Skagel. one of Skaggle's proteges, his number one protege, and Skaggle didn't like people. If he had to really like you to talk to you, and one of the fellows that he really liked and showed any bit of time to show anything about making knives. And when Skaggle made knives, you can watch you can listen to the podcast in my playlist on Skaggle, the history of Skaggle. He never made any knife with a straight line in it. None of the blades were straight. Everything, he says, nothing in nature is straight. So all his knives fixed blades were curved to a sense. The handles, the blades, everything. The true Skaggle knife. He's the godfather or the grandfather of all fixed blades. And his protege, one of the very few men that he could even wanted to talk to, was Randall. Randall learned from him. That's where he got his start. He was another Michigan boy that ended up moving down to Florida and creating Randall knives. But he learned from Skaggle. And at the same time of him learning from Skaggle, even before him in 1898, there was a fellow by the name of Marbles, right, up in northern Michigan. He was the first to create and patent the stacked leather handles that we got on the K-bars and the bucks and all these knives that use stacked leather. And, the first to put the so-called blood groove, but that's what my point getting at was the blood groove, it's not really a blood groove, okay? It's a choil. And the choil's main purpose for it, I'll get it one out. Okay, I use the hell out of a lot of my knives, so if they're a little too dirty for you, pardon me. But now like this, the K-bar, right? And this one here is just like a one I beat up USMC spin-off K-bar. You got the choil in it. Everybody calls that a blood groove. It's not a blood groove. It's just the name that was coined to it, okay? And then if you look at the Ontario SP2 Survival choil, right? Well, the stacked leather came from Marbles. There was no stacked leather handles until Marble patented and invented that. Then all the other knife companies followed suit, right? Every knife has the DNA of knives before it and knife makers before it. And that's just the way it is. A lot of my knives, like I had to have something similar to a Spyderco, but not quite Spyderco, because I love the shape. I could pinch up, cape out an animal with it, hold on to the blade only. So it's got the DNA of a Spyderco. So this one's got the DNA of a Marbles, hence K-bar. K-bar was before that. So, but these both had military contracts in the U.S. Army. Choil. And its main purpose of the choil invented by Marbles was to take that K-bar that spun off from it, or the field guide knife that Marbles first invented, was to hold on to it like a handle. Okay, that's its purpose. It wasn't designed to let blood ease away and down the guard so it didn't get on your hand. That's all bullshit made up lure. Its main purpose is these knives were made with Scandi grinds originally. Okay, just a straight cutting edge all the way up to its particular cutted bevel angle. It was a handle to be able in the field while you're in combat or in the field hunting on an Arkansas stone or a wet stone, because usually a wet stone or an oil stone, right? Or even a dry rock. To hold on to that blade, and holding on to it, you dragged your thumbs, put it at that perfect angle for that Scandi grind to quickly sharpen your knife in the field. And even if you used a handle, that was another handle. That's its purpose, was to hold it to that thumb, hit that stone at the right angle. See what I mean? That's what the choil was invented for. It wasn't invented for blood release or blood gore or to be a blood groove. It was just named that by some mercenary in some militia group somewhere in some military around the world. And everybody stuck with it. So that's the history of that. And the Scandi grinds were common on the first made K-bars, the first marbles knives, especially all the marbles knives. They're all Scandi ground, one grind. And they were made razor sharp. It's a fuller, a choil. That's what I meant, a fuller. See, I'm getting my terminology mixed up. It's not a choil. A choil is something that's cut out into the blade, either anywhere around a ricasso or, a choil, right? It's a fuller. I'm sorry. Thanks for correcting me. But, I've known that term fuller for 50 years. It's a fuller. Basically acts as a handle, whether it's here or here. But that kept your thumb kept that on the right angle along that stone. Some guys would tape off their thumbs or wrap it with something. But it would make easy access to sharpen the field without looking. You could talk, watch for somebody coming over the mountain to shoot you, whatever you had to do to sharpen it right away. That's what its purpose was for. By the way, you can tell I use and abuse them, right? Yeah, it's a fuller, not a blood groove. It never was intended to be a blood groove. We just coined that, over the next 100 years. But and then I made me a ferro rod for this. This, by the way, if you ever want to do one of these, ballistic nylon sheath, Ontario SP2 Survival, right? It's one of my favorite go-tos, and I use them in the woods. But you can make a ferro rod holder out of kydex, heat it up, mold it around. In this case, I use a 30-06 shell casing. I epoxy my ferro rod in it, and then I molded this kydex around it. But all I did was drill 2 holes through the ballistic nylon and tied it in the back here through the loop, so it'll never come on. And I got my ferro rod. It stays on there with friction. But that's just an added touch that I did. And I can put this, when I go out with this here, see? When I go out with this survival bushcraft knife of mine, I just put the same ferro rod in there. And that's where it actually came out of. I use it for that knife. But with friction, it'll stay right in there. So I only need 1 ferro rod when I go out, right? But I have several more up there. I can make another one, but I save them for customers. So anyways, it's almost 4:30. So I think 4:30 I'm going to cut out here, guys. Sorry about the political rant earlier. But I got this book here on James Black, The Story of the Bowie Knife. And it gets into depth where the blacksmith was, where Bowie grew up at, It's a 3-page article. I mean, I could read it to you, but wait for my podcast when I start it up, and I'm going to have some podcasts where I read out of different historical items and documents I got. Like James Black, he's the blacksmith that forged the first Bowie knife for James Bowie. Was born in a village in the state of New Jersey on May 1st, 1800. His mother having died when he was quite young, his father married a woman with whom James could not agree. So most of you don't even know who James Black is unless you did the research on the Bowie knife itself. And then it talks about in the end here, Black goes west, returns to Washington. And then it talks about, I'm going to get some more documentaries in my playlist on my YouTube channel. You guys can check out on the history of the Bowie knife if you want to go there. But I do have a lot of podcasts and a lot of different vids in there throughout YouTube on the history of a lot of these different knife companies. Origin of the Bowie knife. It was about this time James Bowie came to Washington and gave Black an order for a knife, furnishing the pattern and desiring it to be made within the following 60 and 90 days when he would call for it. Black made the knife according to Bowie's pattern. He knew Bowie well and had a high estimation of him as a man, a good taste, as well as unflinching courage. He never had made a knife which suited his own taste in point of shape and concluded this to be the good opportunity to do so. Consequently, after completing the knife ordered by Bowie, he made another, and when Bowie returned, showed them both to him and explained the differences between them. At the same time giving him his choice at the same price, Bowie promptly selected Black's pattern. And there's more in it. I'll have it in my podcast when I start it up. Oh my God. Big Jim is in the house. Wow. What up, brother? You woke up finally. Dude, he says. Hey, y'all haven't checked out Big Jim's channel yet? Barlow Brigade right there in the chat. You want a wealth of knowledge on traditional knives? Go over, see that, man. So please subscribe to his channel. You'll be completely satisfied that you did. Even a lot of guys with the modern folders, they go over there like, man, I never knew so much about knives till I found this guy. So yeah, please give him a like and a thumbs up and subscribe to his channel. He's my brother from another mother, man. We talk traditional knives every day. We've been trading for several years now, and we love it. How about it, Jim? Yeah, you just woke up. Did you get you some bolster blend made? Let me tell you something about that bolster blend, brother. I'm going to have that company in Mississippi. They're making it for me, too. And I'm going to put my label on it and sell it with Kodiak Edge on it, baby. How you like me now, Big Jim? Cody's going to go check you out. That's cool, man. Good old boy from Mississippi. South Mississippi, 25, down there in the bog. South, just 25 miles north of the coast. I know the well. Fixing to get a cup. I need to get a cup, but you know what? I really need to get the hell out of here. I've been on here for, well, I've only been on for 4 or 5 hours now. I'm usually on for, what, 8, 9 hours, Jim? People get their money's worth when they watch me. Let me tell you what, the show never ends. Good thing you weren't in there earlier, Jim, and you were passed out, because I got onto a good political rant. You would have been proud of me, buddy. You're from Mississippi, too? Well, you're probably Jim's neighbor and don't even know it. He's from Wiggins, right, Jim? Wiggins, Mississippi. 25 miles north of the Gulf Coast. Does he like mini trappers? He's got more trappers than you can shake a stick at, young man. And he's got more Barlows than any of us here combined. Hence the Barlow Brigade. Yeah, he's got quite a few. He's probably got a couple folders full of trappers. Yep, and he'll show them to you and teach you all about them. Jim will teach you anything you know about a trapper. If I don't already. I'm sure he could teach you a little more than me, though, about a trapper. And a Barlow, that's for damn sure. He's got quite a few more years on him than me. Maybe about, what, 7, 8, Jim? Have about 15 minutes. Where are you going now? Which knife show? Oh, you said about that auction. Well, you know what? My wife wants to go early, too. We're going to head over to a town called Utica by Starved Rock National Park, where they called it Starved Rock because they starved the Indians on it to death. Up on the rock, they didn't let them come down, and they starved it. It's called Starved Rock. Everything in Illinois is named after Indian tribes. Illinois is an Indian name. Utica, we got Marseilles, LaSalle, Pontiac. All the cities here are named after Indians. So there's a stew festival, Jim. We got a stew festival they have every year in Utica. And there's like almost 1,000 vendors making stew, man. I mean, you smell stew all around the town. All different types of stew. One of these days I'm going to get in it myself. Chimneyville. Utica. Yeah, Utica Indian tribes. Utica is another Indian tribe. LaSalle Indians. Displays Indians. Morris Indians. It just goes on and on. Pontiac, Illinois. Pontiac Indians. Springfield Indians. Springfield, Illinois. I mean, it just goes on and on, man. Jackknife. What do you want to know about a jackknife? Can't stay. Have a great day. You too, Joe. Thanks for coming in, man. Make sure you check us out again on Wednesday nights when we have a giveaway. You said jackknife. Was you answering somebody else? I don't know. Oh, yeah. A trapper is a jackknife. It's just a spinoff of a jackknife for over the last, what, Jim? 300 years the jackknife's been around? Trapper's only been around about, what, 100 years? Maybe more or less. Jim could tell you. I was telling him earlier, Jim, I was showing him my Pukco knife that I make, right? You've seen it many times, right, Jim? And I guaranteed all of them, if they're an outdoorsman or a sportsman, they've carried a Pukco knife and didn't know it. Like you're saying, the jackknife, the trapper is a spinoff of the jackknife. Yeah, exactly. Just like, where is it at? The Rapple fishing fillet knife is a Pukco knife. Made by the same guy, J. Martini. Rapla, Finnish company. Martini, Finnish company. So a lot of guys don't even know in the knife community that they've actually carried a Pukco knife for years. Or a jackknife for years, being a trapper like you're talking about, right? Like I said, just a dude, or I can't remember the name. Is it? Oh, man, you said your name earlier, Ali or something like that. Right, advertising. Yep, larger covers. Iron, yeah, iron. Like I was telling you, every knife is a spinoff, like the K-bar, like the Ontario Rat, You know what I mean? They're all spinoffs. Randall knives, they're all spinoffs of the marbles because marbles invented the stack leather and the fuller. You know what I mean? And its purpose was as a handle to sharpen the blade. So every knife has the DNA of another knife. Every knife I've made's got the DNA of another knife. And just putting that puzzle together as you get older. See, me and Jim's got a head start because he's like, what, 70 or 67, and I'm like 60. So, or are you 76, Jim? You lying to me? A peasant knife or a pheasant knife? Pukco knives are a knife that's been carried for hundreds of years by the Finnish people, as the samurai sword was for the Japanese to protect their mainland. And it's always been a warrior's fighting knife. It's always been carried by in the hands of the farmhand and just everybody all around. He's 70. Okay, yeah, he's got me by 10. But yeah, he's got 10 more years of knowledge on knives than I do. So you got a wealth of knowledge here, young man, Ian, between me and Jim. You subscribe to Jim's channel, give him a like, and he'll get you on the way to understanding more than you could ever understand about the history and how this big puzzle is put together. That's what we all seek too, especially in the traditional knife world. There's a lot more to learn than the fixed blade, I'll tell you that, or the modern knives. Modern knives, they're just pick your poison. Pick which one you like the most. What company you like the most. Barlow, they were first made in 1657. jackknifes are like, what, 400 some years? 500 years? And a lot of knives can be considered jackknives too, you know, with the smaller handle. But the Bilos, weren't they, Jim? They were more similar to a jackknife than, you know, on the side, the handle. The Trappers, like you said, were a bigger, longer handle. But it has the DNA of a jackknife, just like the Barlow. Oh yeah. You know, there's been knife makers in the United States for well into the 1600s, 1700s. Knife makers. Because what do you think the Indians traded with? Blacksmith. You know, they've been making knives in the United States since the early 1600s, just like they have anywhere else in the world. You have an old man thing called bathroom itis. Oh, I think you went to the doctor the other day and they cleaned your ass out, didn't they? You got that probe stuck up your ass, didn't you? Well, we all got to go through it because, you know what, especially at our age, because if you don't get checked for that, man, you can die. You can die from it, and nobody wants to face that. That'll go away, though, now that you're cleared from the hospital. Yes, 2657 in Sheffield, England. Julia Barlow, 1650. So yeah. You know, and English, you know, a lot of them Englishmen come here, British, you know, a lot of them came here and they traded with the Indians making knives in the early 1600s. That's in December 23rd, camera up the butt. That's the second checkup, though. You didn't get nothing. Come on, Jim, man. I know that doctor put that rubber glove on and stuck that finger right up your anal canal to feel around. You can't bullshit me. How'd it feel, buddy? Did you go? I'm terrible, man. I'm sorry. That alone would make me shit for a week. Good old prostate exam. Oh, yeah. You know it. Yes, sir. I was smiling. Hey, I'm not shitting you, man. I had a female doctor. I would not let a fucking guy stick his finger in my asshole. The only time a guy stuck his finger in my asshole was when I went in the military. And never again. My wife's done it a few times. And she was a looker. Now, you know I got more than enough woman when she was willing to stick her finger up my ass. And she was a looker, he said. Yeah, Jim, you should see all this shit, man. Hey, you'd be proud of me, man. You didn't see my new knife sanctuary over here yet, did you? I took all the collectibles out of there and put my favorites in there. I got something in there from you, brother. You made the wall of fame. Oh, let me put my... Look, I got piles of knives going up here already. I got to put my favorite in here. Oh, I showed these fellows my fighting knife in the sheath. Oh, I got to get my sheath over here first. Hold on. I got to finish the sheath for it, Jim. I started it live, remember, and didn't finish it. So, this is my most cherished knives up here now, Jim. I redid this whole cabinet. And then look what I got. Oh, thanks, Jim. Your card knocked us over. I got your card in the back there, brother. My 1902 Hibbert Spencer and Bartlett jackknife. So I got my most prized possessions up here thus far. And I was showing them guys my fighting knife. This is my second one of it. I got the Kodiak Bear lanyard I put on it. That's a brass head. And then, yeah, I didn't show them that. Same exact knife configuration, but I made the handle a little bit skinnier in the back. Them guys seen the original one. Okay, Jamie was here. Was her official field tester. You're killing me, Jim. So yeah, I got my Buck, and I got my James Parker Edwards. Some of my favorite knives, the 3 that I made, right? And then down here I got all my Germans, brother. Look at that. Isn't that cool, Jim? Boker Mermaid in the back there, Boker USA in the back, and the rest of these are Boker German. Or Boker German. These are the, I brand. And my Black Mule, Kissing Crane, my Brown Mule, my Black Angus and Black Angus. This is 60 and 70. My Nazi knife, I gotta have that on there. I brand folders, the Kissing Crane Hobo, and then I got my, and then down here I got all my bullets now. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I paid $12 for that on Amazon. That bearhead beat. Kalashnikov and Mermaid, laughing out loud. You like that, Mermaid? Yeah. You're not a knife collector of Bokers or German knives unless you have a Boker Mermaid in the rainbow color. But yeah, these look familiar, huh, Jim? Jim's one of my biggest traders. This is one of my prized ones here. It's locked back. This is all bone, Jim. 100% bone. 100% handmade in Germany. That's better than any fucking new case knife ever made. I got all my bullets here. I even got a Marbles Cheetah bullet and my Winchester bullet. But the rest are all Remington bullets. I remember when you first got rid of that one you had of that, Jim. I think you got another one back. Coffee, be right back. I should do the same thing. I'll stay up and go to this festival with the wife, no sleep. Salinity soil. You know it, Cody. Any serious knife collector knows his shit about knives. Know that nobody outperforms the handmade capabilities of the German-made knives. And you can get them for half the price of them shitty-ass cases, you know what I mean? And it's like, come on. Like this knife here, this Barlow, it don't touch any of these knives here. Even the ones from the 60s and 70s. Yeah, case just ain't the same anymore. They're pretty new ones are garbage. And then I got, some old cases that when they weren't garbage, the Sharp, and then one here made for charade in Sheffield, England for their 100th anniversary. And that's a series of knives. There's only so many of them made here. Let me see here. This is 368 of 1,000. But then this is the 125-year Camillus anniversary knife. There's my hillbilly knife from James Parker. What a classic. Made in 1985 by a Japanese, Oto, I think he was. Japanese bladesmith. But you got to pull this tab up here to close the blade in. It swings around into the handle. Then to open it up, you got to pull that tab up and swing it the opposite way. And it comes with 2 blades. That's a rare bird on eBay. You'd be lucky to find one of them. And then this is my most prized possession, buck knife right here. The elk dagger. The elk dagger by a custom maker, Wild Bill Cody for buck. is my baby. My wife let me buy it for our anniversary. Guy wanted $450. He was happy with $350, so it's sold. And then this over here, this is the last of the handmade stilettos from Italy. Made in Italy. This is a 7-inch. But after 1954, 1955 and newer, they went to the twist bolster. When they did that, they were all machine made. This is the last of the handmade ones. And the reason you know that is because you have to manually pull up on the locking mechanism to close the blade. Other than that, the newer ones still function the same. You know, you push up to pull down the safety and fire it. But this ain't a twist bolster. This is a 1954. 55, they went to the twist bolster. Then here's my blades. This is with a half stop. This is my Barlow with a fluted and pinched bolster that I made with ironwood. And I carved the back here with a little bit of a S pattern. And then here's my lock back. This is a brown burlap micarta. And then I decorated the bolsters on it, made the whole knife. I decorated the top of the blade only on this one. It's my lock back. This is my Barlow with the half stop. I make them for people one knife at a time. These are like $2.75 a piece, so they're not cheap dates, but nothing handmade anymore is, so a lot of time goes into them knives. You're making them by hand. I don't have a machine that presses nothing out. I cut and grind it all myself. So I got this thing here at a garage sale, and I was shocked when I got home and found out they're going anywhere between $850 to $1,400 now. She had 150 on it. I said, "You think 100?" She said, "Yeah." So I got it for 150. And what this does, I drop my escutcheon key on the floor. It goes in here. This is what you call a hall desk. It goes in the hallways in the older Victorian houses. And I got all my knife magazines on it. This side here is all my watchmaking and repairing. I do my own watch repairs and stuff. But anyways, that's that. And then I gotta finish this thing up, make a tray out of it, just like I did this one. I sell these on my website, but now I no longer have the website. I got these for sale on there. But this is for putting your knives in your wallet and everything, your keys, your ring, whatever on your bedside at night. And I hand sew a velvet leather backing on it. And then this one here, I started hand carving, and it's going to be the same shape as that. I got a mold for these to make it like that. I just wet the leather. This will get pressed down into the mold when I finish carving it. White-tailed deer seen with the oak tree leaves and acorns. Man, look at all these knives I got out here. You guys are getting me going here. So this knife is the knife I showed you, the fighting knife. There's its brother up there with the lanyard, grizzly lanyard head. But yeah, I got the Barlow Brigade right there. ID signed by him, Big Jim. And then I got some pictures from 1905, 1904, blacksmiths and bladesmiths. Just a few things that I've collected over the years. Down here I got my naval hat and combat hat, and I got my awards from Desert Storm in here, and then my Boy Scout shit that I had when I was a kid. I got this blown up too much. There we go. So anyways, let me put this in this sheath. Let me put this thing back on the stand here. I'm getting sick of holding it already. What time is it? Man, God, I might as well go to 5 o'clock now, huh? See what you do to me, Jim? Oh, shit. All right, I'm going to put this back on the stand here. One of these days, I'm going to get one of them stands that follow you around the room. So, get your big old open nail 13 with a 9.5-inch blade on it. So, more knives to put away tomorrow. Laughing out loud, WYM, dude. What's that mean? Shit might as well. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, I got you. I got to read the previous comment. Let's see. They're not cheap. I saw one in an antique shop recently. That's badass. Well, I don't even remember what you're responding to. My pawpaw and my stepdad were sailors. Cool, Cody. What you mean? Okay, WYM. Knew what was going to happen. What'd I do? He originally said he was getting off at 3 a.m. Oh, yeah, right. My time zone, right? Yeah, my time clock. My biological time clock's all messed up. So what I say and do is two different things. But I'm retired, you know. I go to bed at 4 or 5 in the morning, even when I'm working on knives sometimes, if my wife allows me. But I'm working on other projects. I'm doing, sewing up some upholstery work or, making some leather goods or whatever that don't make noise to wake her up. And I don't get to bed till like 5 o'clock and 6 in the morning sometimes. It's almost daylight when I go to bed. But I can sleep till 1, 2 o'clock because I don't have to work. I work in here. I do everything I do to make extra money right here. When I want, whenever I want. The circadian rhythm is fucky. I got crickets in here, man. Jim will come back in here and say, I heard them damn crickets again. A terret? What's a terret? Terret. What the hell is terret? Is that some kind of card game or something? Oh, okay. Circadian rhythm is all right. Well, I'm not too up the end stuff like that, so I got you though. Thanks. No, this is called business cards. Tear. Yeah, it's future telling. Yep, exactly. I'm not going to tell you your future. The only future I'm going to tell you is if you get one of these cards, you buy one of my products, you're going to be happy. That's the future. What am I watching here? I got something going on in this YouTube channel. One of these guys is live. KO live. Huh. Oh, shit. I am getting tired now. Come on, open up, says me. No, I just got up. Yeah. You're up. You're up for the whole day. I'm gonna go down for the whole day. Yeah, I got me a flute today, Jim. 25 cents. German flute. It's a German flute. I like German stuff. I'm part German. I don't know how to play it, but I will sooner or later. Whatever. Oh, shit. Honestly, doing tarot with those business cards would be hardcore. Right, exactly. Bravo, bravo. I haven't heard that word in a long time. Bravo. I know you're not from America, just a dude. You can't be, man. You're too educated to be from here. Just in your words, I can tell that you're not educated, man. Your fur babies. Oh, I know they would too, Jim. Well, I don't know about Emmy girl. She'll probably fucking hide. Ooh, man, look at this blind bombshell. Ooh, wee. Some of these reels. Look at this thing now. How could you not watch this jump rope all fucking day long? Yeah, buddy. She's loving it. She's doing it for attention. A little bit of cabbage towage there. I hope Barbara ain't in here anymore. I bet she's still lurking too. Damn, let's get in there a little closer, Jim Bob. Oh yeah, bend over. Come on. Yeah. I can watch this over and over again. Oh, that's some funny shit there now. She is purty. Hey, why can't they all women look like that and just break the fucking mold? You know what I mean? Just break it. Don't let it get big or don't let it get too skinny. But we gotta have somebody for everybody. Fat ones need loving too. Damn, man, I can't stop watching her. She's old enough to be my granddaughter. Looks like he goes to the mall, sits in the food court, and watches a woman put on shoes. Well, actually, I go to the food court and watch my wife put on the shoes I buy her. Yep, yep. My wife knows how dedicated I am to her. These fucking bimbos mean nothing to me. They're just eye candy. No, I'm not a dirty mole man, or I'd have sex with my wife now. Ah, shit. Hey, I was a horn dog when I was younger, man. Holy fuck, look at the eyes on this one. I think this would drive me nuts. I mean, I wouldn't really, after a couple of days with her, I'd probably tell her to get the hell out of my house. Man, oh man, she got some DSLs on her too, boy. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep the camera on out here, and go through these reels here. Eh? What we got here? Shooting a snake with a bow or a stingray? What is that? Oh, whatever it is, it took off. Huh? The hell is that? Can you make that out? A flounder or a stingray? Look like a flounder. Yeah, it's a flounder. Them guys come in at night and gig them. They gig them flounders at night in North Carolina. I get down to my buddy's house next spring. He wanted me to come in November and gig flounder with him. Look at that thing. Oh yeah, it'll teach you how to play the guitar real quick there, let me tell you. Any music, man? Old school jazz and new stuff? I don't know. Let me see. Man, it's out of tune. Are your business cards for Kodiak pancakes? No, they're for Kodiak hot dogs. The ones that fold on up and cut down big ass tree limbs. Yeah. Okay. Wait till you see how you address my package. I hope you didn't put no sweet pea names on it or anything like that. This thing's way ahead. Of course my tuners. Man, why you got this thing zoomed in so much? What's up with that? Must have been them blind moves, huh? Look how dirty my guitar is. I got dust all over it. Haven't played this thing in like 3 months. I get all the shop dust on it. Ooh. Forgot the damn song. forgot this. Oh. Looked like a cane with revolver for a handle. What's that? What are you talking about? Colt made one like that, I think. Oh, you guys talking about guns? A lever action barrel. You guys are talking about guns now, ain't you? The song Big Iron on His Hip was made because Marty Robinson walked into a gun store in L.A. and saw an old school army revolver with a lever action. Well, it's like Wholehearted was wrote when what the hell's his name? The guitarist from Extreme. He wrote the song sitting on a shitter. He just got his new 12-string in the mail and he couldn't wait to play it, so he had to take it in the shitter with him. He wrote a song. Wholehearted, what's his name? What the hell is his name, man? Nuno Betancourt. Damn, this pick keeps sliding out my fingers. Ah! What, I did it wrong? I forgot that part. Zeppelin, it will never get off the ground. That wasn't the name of the song, but I got you. Made of lead, right? Like a lead balloon, a Led Zeppelin. Forgot that part. Elephant toes, like an electrician knife. Got plenty of them. Jim's got plenty of them. You got some electrician knives, don't you, Jim? That's all I need to bring out is another damn knife. Oh, shit. Well, my team's done playing, so I'll put back on my Americana hat. What the hell do I got on this reel here, man? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You know Dan Keenan? Dan Keenan? He has lives a few times a week, 2 or 3 times a week. You know Dan Keenan, Jim? Yeah. Electrician nice, utility knife. Yep, yep. I got several of them over there in the collection. I got a lot of clients. I'm a Chicago boy. I got a lot of the clients from pruning knives, the Hawkbill. I love them too. Yep, I got the large Hawkbills, 2 of them. I just picked up another in a garage sale for $2. This kid's disgusting looking, man. Basalago. Where in the hell is Basalago? Basalago. In a tunnel going under the ground. Do I sing? Yeah, I sing. I used to be a karaoke DJ. I used to sing karaoke all the time, man. I've got several different voice changes. I can do several different types of singers. No, I never learned to play that song. I want to. That's a cool one. I used to do a lot of Neil Young. Hell, I forgot most of the songs. Bob Dylan, I like playing and singing his songs. Hi, it's my birthday. You want a bozo button for that? On your birthday? You want a bozo button on your birthday? I'll go get you one. You know what a bozo button is? Yeah, I love Neil Young. I used to play all his songs, man, and I forgot them all but a couple. Harvest Moon is the last one I learned to play. Shit, I play Ozzy Osbourne or Randy Rhoads on the guitar myself. Crazy Train and Mr. Crawley, I play all them songs on my guitar. I can't. Ooh, this one's dirty too, man. Let me go get him. Man, this is disgusting. I let my shit get this dirty. I'm gonna have to get some covers to put on my guitars if I'm gonna be doing work in the shop. I'll tell you that. I've been doing work in the shop and haven't cut her in 10 years. Where'd my pick go? Now this one's got the DNA of James Hetfield. See, this is JHEMG series pickups. James Hetfield himself, and I modeled it just like his guitar. But let me see if I can turn this damn thing. You know what I gotta do? My phone's gonna die any minute. I know it is. Let me plug this thing back in. I gotta spin it around first too. Hold on, people. Oh, get it way out there. I gotta plug it in. I don't drop my guitar on the ground. Hold on. All right, there we go. All right, now we're good. I think we're good. This thing's probably out of tune too. Can't play it because my wife will wake up if I do. You know what I mean? Yeah, these are James Hetfield pickups. Where's the box? I put them in myself. Anyways, the box is up there somewhere. They're J8 series pickups, EMG pickups. They're active pickups by James Hetfield. He gets paid for when you buy them. He's got his own series of pickups out, and they're the same pickups he's got in his guitar. The ones he plays. I got to practice some more on that. All right, let me see. Trying to remember Crazy Train. I haven't played it in a while. Can't remember. Man. man walked through 5,000-degree flames. Respect the man. Who, Hetfield? Hetfield's an Irishman. He redid the Dubliner song from Ireland, Whiskey in a Jar. It's on one of his albums. But James Hetfield is 100% Irish. Let me see if Seeking the Story. I can't even remember that. Anyway, it's too repetitive. Seek and destroy. The old one there, boy. Seek and Destroy. Metallica. I mean, it comes more to me the more I pluck on it. Can you hear it? Wait. Can't remember that part. I don't know. Nope. Fascio. Fuck yeah. Faux show. This is the solo beginning of Randy Rhoads and Crazy Train on the live album. It starts out like. And then what do we go? I can't remember how it goes from there. I can't remember, man. I hate that shit when I don't practice. Monster truck is. I forgot so many songs, man. I need to get my ass back to playing again. Oh. Yeah, I can get back tight in the pocket in a couple weeks, but I just practice my songs again. Went over them with my sheet music, and then I get it back in the groove again. Just, the older you get, the lesser you play, the more you forget. But it is like a bike. You get back on it, start riding, and it all comes back to you. I do a pocket dump every day showing what's in my pockets. Yep, he does. I'm not like Jim though. I'm not on YouTube as much as I should be when it comes to making vids. I get all my subs and lives. Like I get out here, I'll probably have 60 more subscribers tonight. But that's how I found to get the most subscribers the fastest. Once I get to about 7,000 subscribers, then I'll start making a little more videos than I should. I should have. I'm not a slacker. Just I get way more traffic to my channel. I get way more subscribers. Like this one tonight, I'll have about 18,000 views. I'll have about 900 chats in the chat log tonight. I'll have about, and that's in 7 hours. I have about 54 to 63 subscribers. When I do videos, man, I'm lucky to get 10 subscribers in a month. You know what I mean? It's like, to me, it's like, why even do videos? You know, and now with AI coming in, if you don't get into the AI game and start learning how to be a content creator with AI, you're going to get buried in the algorithm. That means the guys that are doing AI will be all over the algorithm while you're just lost somewhere in the back of the algorithm. And I don't want to see that happen to my channel, so I'm learning AI. Yeah, Jim, you got definitely more of a passion for it than me. But I still have a great passion for knives, and I love to make a video, but I just don't want to put out any videos anymore. I want to I want to make them more and more entertaining, so then I get stumped with when and how I want to make a video. And when I do it, I just want it to be eye-catching the whole time in it. And just different things I'm learning as I go along the way. Less and more quality. That's the way I look at it with videos. Because no matter what I do, I'll still only get, I'll get 1.5 and 2,000 and sometimes 13,000 views on one long form video. It just depends on how interesting the thumbnails are and how interesting the content is, how much it draws your prospects to come in and watch it. Why do you have to like knives? Well, when you grow up with knives your whole life and you learn to hunt your dinner, survive, fight in combat with them, all kinds of reasons why you learn to like knives as a tool, like any other tool you'll have around your house to get any other job done. To us, it's not just a passion, but it's a tool for life. And we were taught to use that tool for life, taught to respect that tool for life, taught to respect them guns for life. You know what I mean? Guns and knives don't kill people. People kill people. All right? Knives don't kill people. People kill people. Spoons make people fork. Spoons make people fat, like knives should kill people, right? So, yeah, you grow up in the country, you grow up hunting and fishing. You can't do it without knives. Majority of my meats I harvest myself. I cape them out, I skin them, I process them, I make burgers out of them, I make roasts. Same with my fish. Every fish that I catch, I only catch shit that I eat, which is walleye, crappies, perch, king salmon. I got a freezer full of this shit. I don't buy none of this shit in the stores. The stores are made to kill you, plain and simple. Processed meats, farm-raised meats, pesticide-loaded meats. All this shit in the stores is designed to kill you. So when you learn to naturally graze for mushrooms or naturally graze for different veggies and mushrooms and things in the nature in the woods, when you learn how to harvest your own, hunt, stalk, and harvest your own food, you're eating wholesome, pure foods that grow up eating wholesome and pure foods. They're not force-fed garbage filled with poisons and killing you. And you need tools for that. That's just a way of life, man. You either live a healthy life or you live a really shitty filled one that's shoved down your throat in the grocery store. Cody, it's not a knife channel, not about Drew. He's a kid. We must guide the children towards the light, though. Yeah, what's that light? You gonna go off on a religious tangent on me? Is that what you're trying to tell me? How can you guide children today towards the light when that light's being destroyed by a society that's being ripped apart by a feminist program that's designed to make them dumb them down, and take them away from Christianity and take them away from gender identity and everything that the Christian beliefs was based on and should be and still be in this country? You can't. You got the odds against you when you got a government and the money launderers that's creating a society to do just that, dumb them down. So how are you going to guide children when most people can't even guide themselves now because they're the last two lost generations don't know the difference between right and wrong? How are you going to do it? So what I'm saying here, I guess, essentially, and we'll go off in a little tangent here. It won't be about politics, but it'll be about reality of life. And here's the reality of life. We notice gender identity change, right? Kids don't know if they want to be boys or girls. We've noticed women working now. They got to have jobs and careers like men, right? We got women now that don't need men. You know, we've got children that can't handwrite anymore. They don't know practical math. They can't even write their name in cursive to write a check. So the last two generations of kids today grow up in a society that's being created around them through a program that governments use as a tool around the world, not just here in America, but even in all over Europe and a lot of these biggest industrialized countries. They've used feminism as a tool to dumb down their societies. See, one woman didn't all of a sudden wake up and say, hey, good Christian moral women didn't decide, I don't want to have children. I don't want to have to teach them Christianity or what's right from wrong. I don't want to have to have social skills and manners and respect for themselves and their elders. I don't want them to have that. I don't want to be married. I want to have a career. I want to look slutty in these clothes, and I want to portray what they're pushing them down my ass in society, what it should be on the television and media networks. See? So feminism was used as a tool to dumb down societies around the world, not just here in the United States, but you see it clearly here. Christianity is getting ripped away from the household. Now, if you go to true Eastern Orthodox Christianity, man is dominant by thy Lord as woman is dominant by thy man through marriage. And there's a reason behind that. The Christian female in marriage will never have the dominance. The male shall have the dominance in Christianity, being dominated by Lord. So therefore, the wife and the children shall follow. The woman will never be, in true Eastern Orthodox Christianity, be dominant than thy man or God in Christianity. But this feminist orders makes it totally different. See? So you got a society that's being taught by social networks, by television networks, what the image of a woman should be today, what she should look like, act like. She needs independence. She don't need the comfort from a man anymore. But here's the deal. When you go to get married, you say to the preacher, okay, you say your vows, right? Through death do us part, right? To honor and respect Gordon Holman till death do us part. To honor and respect Kim Holman till death do us part. When you make us the bride, you're married. And that's how it is. So how can a woman be independent, have a job, and even have children? They can't. Not through Christianity. And that's what's ripping Christianity apart in this country, the feminist movement. We're now in the fifth phase of feminism in this country. And if you go back to your computers or your cell phones and you Google, how is feminism destroying society in America? You're gonna find out a lot of facts real quick. So women, if you want a career and you want to be married and have kids, well, you pick one. A marriage and a commitment to your man, where your man is committed to you and to the Lord to take care of you, dominant by the Lord, and then the woman is dependent upon the man through Christianity, through thy Lord, to take care of you, Christian wife. So it's your job to stay home when you have children, to teach just that. You're dominant to them, to show them how to be loved, how to love Christ, how to be loved by Christ, how to love your man and be loved by your man. How can women do that if they got a career? They don't need children. They don't need a man. So now the last two generations grow up in a household where the feminist movement pushed the women into getting careers and not worrying about having kids. And to me, as a true Christian, a man of God, is if you get married and you say your vows, right? Stay home and raise your children like Christ intended you to. And once your kids are weaning, 18 and out on their own, then get a career and a job, see? Meet your obligation to Christ and your man to God, or don't get married. So the last two generations, growing up now, I'm Generation X, and the last two after me, they grew up. The last two generations, the generations today, the youngest generation today, and the next youngest is in between me and them. Them last two generations grew up where the young men didn't know how to be men through marriage or even to women. Young men in the last two generations don't know how to be men to women, and these young ladies don't know how to be ladies to the young men, young ladies to the men. So they're lost. And now we got this pushed in through feminism that it's okay to decide if you want to be a man or a woman. Gender identity. You don't have to be a man. You don't have to be That's God's plan, ain't it? So the highest leaders of society, which is your government and those who finance them, which is the launderers of money, the root of all evil, money, is the devil in disguise. And it's creating our society and molding it the way they want it to be for this, not for the almighty power. Right, Jim? That's right. Because of feminism. The feminist movement was created by them, not by women. A woman didn't just make up, say, I don't want to take care of a man and his children anymore. They were just, that's what they lived for. See, if you read, I read this book called Brain Sex, where it explains the differences in the sexes between the male and the female. The man has an obligation, first of all, through Christ. Women didn't. They were basically, even in the eyes of Christ, were servants to thy man. And that's where the woman will never be dominant than thy man, which is thy man is dominant by thy Christ, like I explained earlier. So through marriage, it is a woman's obligation to teach the dominant Christianity that his husband is teaching her, to teach it down to their children, like everything else. Manners, respect, education. It's the woman's job to stay at home, make sure that these kids are learning what it's like, how to love a man. Yeah. And now kids are growing up in broken households. They don't, young ladies and young boys, young men don't know how to be loved and loved by their parents because their parents ain't showing it to them anymore because they lost it somewhere along the line from femininity. I agree. I kind of think we took too much time using religion as a weapon. Well, no, it's the launderers of money, meaning governments and banks that own and control them all, took in the time out to pull us away from that. You know what I mean? To demonize us from Christianity. And it goes way back to money launderers. Now, here's the deal. That's why I say that may God condemn into hell Israel. And this is why I say this. In the Bible, we all know, a lot of us know, Jim knows, Cain pushed Abel over the cliff, killed him, right? Pushed him to his death. So God cursed Cain. Okay, so Cain was cursed by God for killing Abel. So Cain went off on his own disciple, and created his own disciples, and they were to become what's called Canaanites, right? Well, Canaanites are basically the making of Satan, okay? Evil, money, hungry, away from God's power. That's a Canaanite. Now, what these Canaanites did is they went to Israel and they took over Israel. And they pushed the Jews out of Israel. So even today, only 13% of Jews in Jerusalem and in Israel are actual Catholical Judaism, Jews, by their Cathology. So the rest of them are Khazar Jews. They're sons of Cain. A Khazar is a son of Cain. So these Khazar Jews took over Israel, and now 85% of the Jews, so-called Jews in Israel today, are Khazar Canaanites. They took over Israel. They pushed out the real Jews. 80% of them went to Poland, where they were rounded up by Hitler, made as slaves. They extracted all the minerals out of the ground for Hitler and all his boys, and then they executed them after they took all the gold they had in possession on their teeth, in their bodies, on their necks, whatever. They filled a whole building full of gold, and then they just executed them all. So to this day, there's only 13% of real, actual Catholical Jews in Israel. See? They're sons of Cain. And these very sons of Cain are who created the monetary system that's used around the world. Okay? Makes sense, right? Follow the money. It's the root of all evil. Created by the Canaanites. Miss Homer, I don't follow you. What are you talking about? Most of them are European. Well, if you look at the creators of the monetary system that's used internationally, was created by the Rothschilds. Rothschild was a German Jewish descendant. Okay. He created the monetary system we use in America today. In fact, he sent his 4 children 4 different directions, all right, to take over a nation's financial system. And America was the last country that he succeeded with his 4th son in 1913, called the Federal Reserve Act. And they're Jews. They're Khazar Jews. You know, they're the launderers of money. They're the ones that's created the monetary system. And in fact, the IMF is owned, or the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, that's created by the Rothschilds, created the monetary system we use that's owned, and they created the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, which is a cartel of international bankers, Khazar Jews, that created our monetary system that we use here in America. And they call them the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is no more Federal Express. It's non-existently owned by our government. They don't have to answer to our government, and they supply our government with all the money they want, backed by absolutely nothing. So Washington cannot operate unless the Khazars fuel them with the money that they need. That's all. We don't make nothing. We don't produce nothing. We only manufacture less than 10% of the world of what we use. We only make 10% of what we use in America. We only manufacture 10%. The other 85 to 90% is in services. 90% of what we use in America is a service of some form, and it's created and made overseas. Oh, I love history. I seek real history. And our government's gone. There is no liking either party. Their true platforms are completely gone as of the 70s when they dropped the dollar, the gold standard on the dollar. Okay. Kennedy tried to stop them. Look what happened. They took them out. So anybody that's against their agenda, they will execute them. They did Kennedy. And you don't ever see the man that's in office now talking any shit about the bankers, do you? He knows better. What is he there for? Well, he makes you think otherwise. And they're all con men. My state representative uncle, 42 years, 14 terms, never beat. Illinois state representative. He told me, he said, we're all liars and we're all licensed crooks to steal from you. And that's basically what they are. So I don't believe in government. I'm a liberal. I'm a libertarian, 100%. I don't believe in war. It's crime. But I love my blues. It's like most people don't know where hillbillies came from. The hillbillies didn't come from the South. They migrated to the South through Ellis Island. They came from Ireland. How many of you all know that the hillbillies came from Northern Ireland? Say aye in the chat. A or I? But the hillbillies were once first called Billy Boys. They were Scots that migrated to Northern Ireland, and they were considered outcasts for doing that by the Scottish people. And the reason why they called them Billy Boys is because they were still loyal to King William. See, the Scots are 100% loyal to King William, and so were the Billy Boys that moved to Northern Ireland. And since they moved to the hills, rolling hills of Northern Ireland, they started calling them hillbillies there before they even came to the United States. Okay, when they got to the United States, they took with them the whiskey stills. That's where the whiskey came from, Northern Ireland. They brought clog dancing with them, which is a form of Celtic dance, and the bluegrass music, which is rooted from Celtic music. And in fact, 74% of the men in real history here that signed the Declaration of Independence were Irish. Not that we're superior, because I am Irish. My great-grandfather, James Farley from Northern Ireland, he was a born and raised hillbilly and Billy Boy in Ireland. He came here in 1899, and he told me the hillbilly story from the day one. He passed away when I was 9, but I never forgot when he first told me it. And when I was 7 till I was 9, he told me it over and over again, and it always stuck with me. Oh, you like my Seiko 5 sport, brother? Doing a pocket dump. Be right back. James don't want to hear this. He already heard the hillbilly story. So yeah, when we got here, George Washington called on the hillbillies to win the war. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have won. Because George Washington knew the hillbillies from Northern Ireland, when they got here, they were the meanest, toughest, ruthless, honoriest fighting son of a bitches to ever live in the mountains. And Washington knew that the British could not survive in the mountains, but they had to go there and fight. And guess what? Them Billy Boys slaughtered them British in the mountains. And they never left the mountain since. Okay? A lot of them went to like Texas and up to Michigan, and everybody will say the hillbilly came from northern Michigan. Bullshit. They came from Ireland. And then the rednecks was coined from the hillbillies. There was the days called the Hatfield and McCoys where they fought over rights to unionize and unionize the coal mines. So the Hatfields were the hill folk from the hills of the Appalachians that were there before the Billy Boys, the hillbillies. So the hillbillies were the unionized. They created the unions in the United States. They created the Union Coal Miners Association. So, but since they looked almost alike, they worked in the mountains together. They had to coexist together. They didn't want to kill each other. So the hillbillies put a red bandana around their neck, and that's where your name coined the redneck. Came from the hillbillies too. They didn't want to kill each other, so they donned a red bandana while they shot and killed the McCoys, or the Hatfields, I'm sorry. Well, where are you from? Is your dad, you from America? Is your dad in the South? Was he see, because here where I am in Illinois, my great-grandfather James Farley was a hillbilly. He worked in the Appalachians as a coal miner. Then he went to work after coal mining here in the 40s. In 1940 to 43, Illinois was the leading producer of coal in the country, in the world, by the Peabody's Coal Miners Association. I got check stubs from guys working 110, 120 hours a week. And their checks were like $980 to like $1,400 a week. And that was unheard of back then. I mean, you made $9 a week back then. Not these coal miners. Okay, so if he was a coal miner, doesn't necessarily mean, if he was a unionized coal miner, doesn't necessarily mean he was a hillbilly. They just started coining everybody in the Appalachians hillbillies at the turn of the century. Now everybody from the South is a hillbilly. In reality, I'm a true-blooded hillbilly. Are you? You know what I mean? because that's where my gene pool came from in Northern Ireland. But, and it's okay to be called a hillbilly. That's an ethnicality, you know. It's kind of racial when somebody calls you a hillbilly. It's like me calling a black person the N-word. You know what I mean? It's kind of racist to call somebody that's a hillbilly as a pun to make fun of. Oh, a lot of them hills down there, they got that methamphetamines. Yeah, that's for sure. But uh, jobs are scarce anymore. In the Appalachians, it ain't nearly like they still coal mine there. But then my great grandfather James Farley, after he got here from Ireland and the Appalachians coal mine, and they come up here to coal mine until 43. Then he got a job working for the power company, made all these metal towers for the phone companies and the power companies. So that's what he did before he passed away in 1972 when I was 7 years old. He still mines. Yeah, well, there's still miners all over the Appalachians, and some of them hills are still being mined, like they were 100 years ago. But and that's where it all started. So basically, could you imagine what history would be if the hillbillies didn't come down here and fight the war for Washington and gain our independence back from the Brits? I mean, the hillbillies absolutely slaughtered the British in the mountains. They had no clue how to survive. They killed them while they slept. You know what I mean? And these Brits, they wouldn't go out in the dark in the woods. Hell no. So they pushed the ones that they didn't kill, they pushed them up to Canada. So they created Canada. So basically they say, our forefathers created this country from independence from the British, but they never left that independence because they were part of the money launderers too. So they loaned our forefathers the money to start our independence, to be able to finance it, to take off and grow and colonize and make this the United States of America. And we never did pay them back. So they went up to Canada to put their central bank up there and watch over us, to babysit us, to make sure we pay them back. And we haven't paid them back yet. We are still paying Canada, the British royalty that's there. And what do they speak? French, right? So, it's like, you see anybody from Canada wanting to break through the borders and come here to work? No. And then in all reality, a lot of people don't know why the Mexicans, the Hondurans, and the South Americans, the Venezuelans want to come up here and work. Well, it's because our government and the banks went down there and they set up their shops, the banks did, and they took our military to protect them, and they ripped them off of all their economies. Bananas, coffee beans, anything that was significantly high in value. the Khazar Jew money launderers that set up their banks here in America, went down there to rip all them off. So that's why they're all coming up here, because they know who's stealing from them. Makes sense, don't it? If they wanted to build that wall, they should have built it 200 years ago, and they didn't. Why didn't they? Because it creates money. Crime creates money. Immigration creates money. It creates money for the system that you pay for. What do we got here? I'm missing what everybody's saying. I love him more than anything, stern but fair, because we have a lot less cartels. Oh, we have a lot. Oh, okay. Well, you think we got cartels in Chicago that are worse than the ones down in Mexico? They're not going nowhere. It's just a lot of propaganda bullshit that's being pushed in your ass through the media networks that you think is true. I got a second home in Mexico. I'm there all the time. My best friend, Luis Cardenas, my home's open to you. I can go down there when he's not there, and he lives up here. He's been here for 36 years. He's a legalized American citizen now for the last 36 years. But his home and family's still down in Mexico. So I go to his house when he's not there and don't occupy it. And I'm there. There ain't no cartels trying to kill me. I can walk the streets. Now, none of them bother me. And there's bad gangs and cartels around me. But as long as you don't go down there like a white boy and act like a white boy and fuck with them, they welcome me in, man. Just there's too much shit I've been around the world. I've seen poverty. I've seen reality, man. People know around the world, when I was in the Navy, they know around the world, they're more educated in what's going on in America than the Americans are. The Americans are the most blind, subliminal subjects to the government and its power as the money launderers than any of them down there. Hell, in China, 13-year-old in China comes out of grade school. He can speak 3 languages. She can speak 3 languages. What do we speak? We got college students coming out of college. 85% of them can't speak nor write proper English grammar. Imagine that, right? Welcome to shithole America. If you want the American dream, like George Carlin said, fall asleep. You just might believe it. Well, they use feminism to dumb everybody down and destroy our religion and everything that made America great, so great at one time. It's just going. And what really qualified ever for somebody that never went to political school, had bad grades in college, to become president of the United States 2 terms? I don't get it. And then have all these convictions against them. The only president ever in the history of our country. And by the way, the only president in the history of our country to spend the most money ever in 4 years that you're paying for through monetary inflation. I don't want to talk random. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to put my guitar down, and it's almost daylight. I don't want to get you all thinking real history and change your minds because it ain't going to work. Because the propaganda on television's got you where they want you. So, hey, I'm a libertarian. I don't believe in my government. I want the banks gone that's draining the wealth of this country, and that's just the way it is. So until we starve the banks, nothing's going to get better in this country. So laughing out loud, I'm from one of the bottom 2 states in education. Well, Cody, you sound like you're well educated to me. I mean, but for an average American. Now, you know where everybody sends their children to get the best education in the world? Think about that. I've been talking about it all night. Where do people in Russia, in Japan, in Germany, America, the top 10 industrialized countries in the world, where do you think they send their kids for the highest, best education ever? It's the country. Name it. I've been talking about it all night. And the education system's gone. No, it's Ireland. And that's a fact. Looked it up. The monks were amongst the best teachers ever in Ireland. The pirates killed off a lot of the monks, but the ones that made it, they buried all their important papers and all their educational shit in these towers for over 100 years. The pirates didn't even know they were there. All the information the pirates needed to overtake their land. Communism is no worse than capitalism, okay? Capitalism today, there is no free market. There is no competition. So therefore, it's not capitalism. We are a nation of about 80% socialism. Believe it or not, the government takes our money, 60% of our hard-earned money, and creates programs and things that they think we need, how we need them. It's a socialist country. You got Social Security, all the highways, the schools, the fire departments, the police departments. It's all socialist programs. So we don't have capitalism. Capitalism is a failure. It failed 5 decades ago. And like I said, communism is no worse than capitalism. We live in a fascist capitalist system. And what's the difference between fascism and capitalism and communism? Not much. And remember, I told you, ain't nobody killed more people in the world than the white Christian. Look it up. I did for 45 years. About which country will speak. What do you mean? It can't be properly executed with humans in control. What are you talking about, Cody? Welcome, Georgia Berg. Georgia Berg, what do you think Mr. Cody? Cody, how do you feel about communism? Oh, you guys are talking about communism? You shouldn't be talking about communism to live in the United States. You should be thinking about how you're going to fix capitalism, because it's fascism Communism, same thing. We got a fascist capitalist system that's screwing us all. So really, what is the difference between communism and fascism? They're both dictators, right? So you got money launderers fasciating how our money system should run and where it should be appropriated and who gets it and who don't. We don't get it. Our government gets it and they get it. They're draining us all from it so they can have it. Follow the money. You're getting triggered. I can't properly execute with humans in control. Thank you. Greed poisons the system. It's just money's the root of all evil. It hasn't changed. Follow the money trail and you'll get all the answers in life. Don't follow CNN and Fox News and bullshit media outlets through your phones, social networks. They spend billions of dollars a year to flood you in social networks to hide the truth from you. I mean, they got networks that actually put an algorithm of information into your heads that you're going to hear lies so much. At first, you're like, oh man, it can't be true, can't be true. But after you hear these lies over and over again, it becomes reality. You start believing it. You start thinking it's actually the truth. And they spend billions of dollars flooding you on these cell phones. Cell phone zombieism. People that go to Cambridge, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, you know what those kids go there to learn? They learn business, how to write checks, complicated math, finance. They learn everything your kid don't learn in school. So, and essentially, these kids from these wealthy families that learn how to make it to become rich, here's what these kids go to school to learn. While your kids go to school to learn this. That's just the way it is, people. We got to wake up to this shit, man. I am going off now, ain't I? But that's reality, though. And Americans can't grasp what's really going on in this country. If I could go to every college in this country, they would execute me like they did this Charlie kid just a while ago. If I went to every university in this country and had a speech, in the auditoriums of all these colleges and told them the reality of money and the reality of real history and everything that I've preached, you might have heard already from me in my rants, they would take me out. I'm surprised they haven't shut down my YouTube channel for saying what I'm saying to you guys, but I don't have thousands of people in here at once, so it doesn't affect them. You lived in communism? Yeah, well, I'm living in communism now, but it's disguised in America as fascism. And what's the difference? Really? Okay. Where people have all the money, all the control, and they tell you what you're going to get after you work hard for it. And then they're going to appropriate what you need instead of what you know you need. And they're going to dictate to what you can and can't have. You're going to pay this much taxes. You can't build this on your property. You can't do this. You got to go pay this tax. You got to pay that tax. You got to pay it. And then we're going to tax you more. And then on top of it, we're going to throw monetary inflation down on you by loaning your government money they can't pay back. So it's going to hit you in the pocket even harder. And in 5 years from 2020 to 2025, we all seen prices go through the roof because of monetary inflation. 56 to 60% rise in all goods in the United States in only 4 years. And that's caused by the last two presidents spending more than they can pay back ever. We never borrowed more than $980 billion as a country. Ever paid more, never borrowed more than and we had a GDP growth of over 13.5%. I haven't seen that in 30 years. Since Ronald Reagan, and I met him in person in school, in high school. He came and visited our school. I wish I would have known now what I known then, what I know now. I would have spit in his face probably and got away with it because I was only a punk. But we never borrowed more than 980 billion as a country in debt ever that we weren't ever able to pay back until after Reagan. After Reagan, 1 trillion. After Bush Sr., 2.8 trillion. After Bush Jr., skip Clinton because he had a Republican Congress that leveled the budget, so he didn't count. And then come Bush Jr., 6.3 trillion. And then come Obama, went up to 22.5 trillion, but before he got out of office, he went back down to 11.9 trillion. Trillion. So this is what's called monetary inflation. Every time the government borrows money that they can't pay back with fiat currency, which is backed by absolutely nothing, give me. You know, presidents like Trump could lift the debt ceiling twice to borrow all they want to pay for socialist programs and everything else that they're robbing blind. For a government at the state level and in the federal level that's bloated, too big. You know, so when they get paid $175,000 a year, when they retire from office, they get a $175,000 a year pension plan. You don't, they do. Who's paying that? Monetary inflation that you're paying. By them borrowing the money that they did not have and couldn't produce anything to pay it back. See what I'm saying? So monetary inflations went through the roof since Reagan because our spendings went through the roof. Each president's costing us $5,000 to $6,000 a year more to live. A year. My parents bought a car in the 70s for $1,800, brand new. I bought a car for $6,500, brand new, in the 80s. Today, $80,000 for a car. Just since Reagan. It went from $6,500 for a car to $80,000 for a car. For a good one, a good truck. You know, the truck I got outside is $82,000. You know what I mean? A house, $500,000. My brother bought his place, I bought my place, $460,000. Your children are going to pay $1 million for a house and $250,000 for a car at this rate of spending through monetary inflation. And nobody's woken up to it yet. They're just taking it. Like I said, how else am I going to say it? I'm the most educated person that you'll ever meet online about reality in this country. It's very provocative what I have to say, but people have been led blindly to believe what's reality and what ain't when it's the other way around. Presidents are just there as a way to make Americans fight amongst each other and hate each other based on political platform or religion or Christianity. That's what the presidents are there for. They're to make us fight amongst each other. Meanwhile, Congress is in that back room doing what I told you they learned in school. Congress coins your money. They write law to law. They decide what's going to be law. They decide how much they're going to spend. Presidents don't. They're just there as a mirage to make you think that you have freedom of choice and that they're going to make a difference. Which one has in the last 40 years? Let me know, please. Kennedy was the last one to make a difference. He got taken out for it. What up, man? Check this out. What are you talking, Jim? What are you looking at? Your new video? Did you send it to me? I heard a bing or something on my computer. I was so busy rattling on it. I'll check it out. What's it on, Instagram, or is it on what? I like knives, brother. Good morning, man. Nice to see you. It's the only state I haven't been in is Maine and Alaska. And I've been in Alaska already. It wasn't for my wife, but I've been in every state in the country 3 times or more, except for Maine and Alaska. Link in chat. Oh, messenger? Phone messenger, Jim? Let me bring it up here. Oh, I'm not. Laugh. Oh, you ain't right. On my chat? Oh, wait. Link in chat. in this chat. Let me see here. Barlow YouTube short. Here we go. All right, I gotta. Oh, I just took my live feed off. Now I gotta bring another one up. Hold on. I'll pause that and bring up the other one. Let me bring up my chat over here so I can see what's going on with y'all. Man, it's 6:13. Hell, I might as well take my wife to the festival without even going to bed. I'll make her drive. All right, here's my live stream. Now I can see what you guys are saying. And I'll bring up Jim's video here. Come on, go to my live stream, darn it. There you go. That's that easy. Oh, I gotta make this screen a little bit bigger, I think, and a little bit bigger. There we go. Now this one a little bit bigger. I've been up to, yeah. Well, I'm retired. I can go to bed when I want. That's the only good thing about it. All right. Now, where's the volume here? Right there. And I better go back to the beginning. Hey, Jim, you're starting to learn about that cap cut now, brother. You're having fun with it, man. That's great. I want to immobilize you guys. I got an attachment for this for the bottom of my pistol. And it charges up. No batteries allowed. Okay, what do we got here, Jim? Let me see. Oh. Okay. Let me zoom in here a little bit better for y'all. We'll make it as big as the screen, huh? I guess. Saturday, stagger dizzy. What? Stagger dizzy. Okay. Here we go. Look at that Barlow, baby. Look at the stag on that Barlow. Look at that stag on him. Nice. Hell yeah. You gotta go get you a ODE Green Army blanket, Jim, and put it on that table. Look at that, baby. Wonder where that came from. Love it, brother. Love it. Some beautiful blades there. What'd you say, Jim? 174. That's my local number. That's my Carpenter's local number, 174. Don't tell me I got one of my brother Carpenters in here. I'm going to a festival for stew, a stew festival in Utica, Illinois. Oh, you're a carpenter? Who are you now? Come on. Yeesh. Yesh. Which carpenter in my hall are you? Well, I'm retired, so if you're just a young in there, you don't know who I am, probably. I retired 2022. I just did that. I realized that. I don't want you to see the zits on my face. It's pretty slick, Jim. I love it. You're making them videos more entertaining, that's for sure. Zoom out. Zoom out to what? I did zoom out. Man, I got all these pages open here. What the heck's going on here? Okay, all right. Whatever. Where's the other page? Right there. Swing that S-wing. S-wing's for the young guy. That's a carpal tunnel creator. No, never a metal hammer. We started out in '85 with metal hammers. We quickly switched to titanium hammers with wooden handles. It absorbs the best impact. Cody Knight, I got a Vaughn. I have had them all. S-wings, Vaughns, you name it. My favorite was the, man, can't even remember the name of it, but the titanium I got, which is half as light as a 26 ounce, but it was a 26 ounce hammer. But not 26 ounces because it was titanium. And then the handle was wood, so there's hardly any impact on my shoulders and elbow. And if you're a carpenter now, you don't use a fiberglass or wooden handle, you're crazy. You will have carpal tunnel when you're older. Trust me, I know. Both of my wrists have carpal tunnel. I wake up sometimes, this hand's so numb I can't even feel it. So let me see. Yesh, who is Yesh? I mean, you a carpenter I know? You know me? Walk fast, look nervous, 174. But we've had 7 or 8 different locals merge into ours, and we all actually merged into one local in Chicago District Council now. But we use the 174 as our Chicago District Council local number. Oh, he read my hoodie or my, well, it's not a hoodie, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. He's not a brother carpenter. He would have told me his name already. Yeah. My wife's going to wake up, take the dogs out in like 30 minutes. No, wait, now he is 174. He was 916 originally, and they merged. See, I'm telling them, yes, so who are you? Yes, so what's your real name? I mean, just, do I know you? Do you know me? Obviously, you came to my chat, or my live, so I must have told you about it, right? And I'm from Wilmington, too. Oh, okay, wait, now it's a guessing game. Did I meet you last night at my brother's bar? This is a brother carpenter here, Jim. He just didn't read my hoodie. Who's got the biggest family in Wilmington, Yash? Or whoever your name is. Just tell me your name, darn it. You're going to be cognito on my page? So when you see me in person, you can make a fool out of me? Just kidding, man. Fuck, I've been live 7 hours now, Jim. All right, which Van Dyne are you? Oh, no, that's my family. The biggest family in Wilmington, yep. I'm glad my last name ain't Van Dyne. My mom's Van Dyne. Most Van Dynes are drunk. I'm not. I quit drinking. But who is Yesh now? Come on, man. Don't make me look up your profile. It's probably not in there anyways. He will come through in his personal profile one day. Wednesday? One day. One word, one day. I got you. So what are you, another carpenter, Cody, or you just in disguise? Yeah, I know, Jim. I think I know who he is. I invited him to watch my live. I invited quite a few guys from town. The last couple of nights I've been in the bar. How do you like the new bar, man? You been in it yet? My brother's got the best bar in town now. Oh, I know. Yep. Most of them red states down there, they're all right to work. I don't want to get into that with you either. It's not your fault. But you know what a carpenter makes up here an hour compared to what a carpenter down there makes? About 5 times more. What's the scale now yet? 61.50 an hour, 61.75 an hour here. I got out, it was 57.90 an hour when I retired in 2020. My checks weekly, working these overtime jobs in the powerhouses, I was bringing home about $3,900 a week clear. I paid more in taxes in 1 week than most of y'all down south make in a week. Not bad. Yeah. In fact, the Will County or the Chicago District Council carpenters have the highest pay salary in the nation as a union carpenter tradesman. In fact, the tradesmen here are the highest paid in the nation. The fitters make more than us. I think they're like 65 or 66 an hour. What is it now, Yesh? Yesh Van Dyne, I'm going to call you. What's the pay scale now, Yesh? He probably got off already. Out my channel. I'm going to fuck with this guy when I see him again. In fact, if I can remember, not only we get, I was almost at 60 an hour when I got out, but we have the highest paid pension plan out of all carpenters in the United States, where we got a retirement fund that's taken out of our checks. No, not taken out of our checks. That's paid in by the employee. Like $12 an hour every hour we work was put into our retirement pension. So the total package for us with our retirement pension and our hourly wage is like at like $98 an hour that we actually get before taxes. My Grail knife? I already explained that earlier, didn't I? Wasn't it you that asked me that? My number one knife is that Buck 970 elk dagger. But I would say, as a Grail, the oldest, the one I love the most, I sent it to Big Jim. You got my Grail knife coming, Big Jim. I better like that knife you're sending me. Hello, Gerald. How's it going? I do have to get off here, though. I'm going to give you 4 minutes, and I ain't shitting you this time. I got to go. I got knives everywhere, and I'm not going to pick them up until I wake up. Can't say I just won. Right now, it's a 125 OT. That's your grill knife, huh? I got a 50 OT. That's my grill charade. But it's not my grill knife. One of my grill knives was that 10 dot that I'm sending you, Jim. White people must worship India King. Come on, man. Black camel jockeys need to shut their pie holes. How's that for big apples, Jim? I better watch what I say, though, because they can report me and suspend my page. Adams updates, $200. What's that? 51 OT? What, the one I got? The 51 OT? Right now, this one's my grail knife, man. I play with it the most, and it's always in my pocket. The Spidey Knox. The Victorinox with a Spyderco blade. No, yeah, it's not a grail knife, though. I would say my grail is my Buck 970 dagger. I just got off of Randall's Grunt Proof live. They nuked him. What? Tell me more about this ground fog. What you talking about, Willis? Randall's Grunt Proof live. Is that a knife community live? And they nuked him. What do you mean? Did they terminate his account? Who made that Spider Knox? You're looking at him right here, brother. Spyderco and Victorinox don't. I do. And if you want one, it's not cheap date. First of all, you gotta buy the Spyderco knife and the Victorinox, and want to take the blade off of the Spyderco knife. Actually, I sang that song with Bobby McFerrin in the Caribbean in the Navy in uniform. Yes, I know that song very well. And Bobby McFerrin knows I know how to sing it very well. And actually, as good as he can. Ground fog, former grunt proof channel. Deleted account. No reason. It's a 2A preparedness channel. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. A 2A preparedness channel. I don't get that. But former grunt, U.S. Army soldier, right? Channel. Deleted account, no reason. Was you on their lives all the time? And was you on it tonight or something? Did it get deleted tonight? They got him a day or two ago. Wow. Well, if you all see my page disappear, I got that other one. Just go to it, and then I'll change the name on it. But I would assume they'd probably delete all your accounts through Google, since Google owns YouTube. Maybe I should start my own media network, right? Like Google. Give them some competition in the world. Too many keywords like me, exposing the government and the money launderers, the banks, the Jews, and all the good stuff. Hey, brother, what's up, Beach Boy? I'm 6'5", 225 pounds. How about you? So they won't delete my other YouTube channels then? That's cool. So he's all head over there when they decide to delete this one. And then I'll rename it Kodiak Edge instead of Kodiak Edge Bladesmith. And I'm going to put behind Kodiak Edge, no, not from Alaska. Only love and God here, brother. Well, hey, you got a bunch of God-loving people here, but we don't preach God's word while we're in a knife chat. See that? I pray to the armor of God every day. It's in my pocket. And I'm a Knight of Columbus. So, we don't preach the gospel in here. To do so is only to be a hypocrite. That's the way I look at it. We're all lovers. We're all God's children. We don't have to acknowledge it here. Three big in Asia. What's that? What is he talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Beach. Eyes on you. Oh, okay, yeah. Beach, you got some eyes on you. I'm not 6'5". Okay, let me get a tape. Where is the tape? I think it fell on the floor here somewhere. Where did my tape go? Okay, here I'll give you an idea here. See this? This is for working on upholstery work. It's 24 inches. That's 2 foot, right? Okay, check this out. Let me see if my camera will pick all this up. I gotta make sure I can see it first in the camera. I got a little lag time here on my PC. All right, well, you'll see this anyway, so I'll just do it now. This is 2 foot, right? $23. Last one's $24. Here we go. Here's 2 foot, right? I'll put my finger there. Here's 4 foot, right? And I'm not even straight yet. Right? Here's 6 foot. All right, where am I at? You figure it out from there. No, I'm actually 6'4". I was 6'5" when I was in high school, and I actually lost an inch. I'm 6'4", 225 pounds. When I was in high school, I was 6'5", 229 pounds. I had a 17-inch arm, and I have a state record in football in block punts. I was a defensive nose guard. I averaged 12 tackles a game. I had 3 sacks and 4 assists. But I broke a IHSA state record for block punts. I had 9 block punts in 8 sectional games. That was back in 85. Actually, I broke the record in 84 when I was a junior. But I started on the varsity ever since I was a sophomore. Uh-oh, who's telling you that? Somebody that doesn't know where they fit in there, Jim. I thought he was being sarcastic, Beach Boy. No, Jim he's my moderator, managing moderator on his page. He'll delete you if you get lippy with him. And he's got my permission to do it. So don't, respect him, respect the page. That's how it works. He won't get lippy with you unless you get lippy with him first. He's your elder. You always shall grow up to learn to respect your elders. And he's 70 years old. He's not 25. Respect the chat. Yep. Exactly. Who's coming at you? Ain't nobody coming at you. That's right. Players only love you when they're playing. Oh, I was at that concert in the 80s. That was one hell of a show, man. Them girls could sing. That's right, Justin, dude. I grew up in the best generation ever. Best music, best drugs, best women, best childhood. We did it all, man. Kids today don't even know what it's like to be a child, let alone growing up with good music. I was a teenager in the late 70s to the early 80s. Generation X. I was born in 65. Yeah, I didn't have a camera until a computer until 1984. It was a Commodore 64 made by Apple. First computer ever. And when I was done, I learned how to program it. We had cell phones that we took in our cars that were in bags, and that's how we looked cool, man. If we had one, we were rich enough when I was a kid to have a cell phone in the bag. And then came out the flip phones. Had them for a while, and I had a pager, man. I looked really important. I had a pager and a flip phone. Yes, I am retired. Been retired for 3 years now. 4 years now. Oh, shit. Graduated from high school before most of y'all were born. Yeah. Not me, Jim, but yeah, most everybody here, that's for sure. You were playing kickball when I was young, when I was born. And grossing out the preteen girls when I was born. You weren't even a teenager when I was born, Jim. I'm from my mother's womb. Where are you from? No, I'm from Chicago, man. School is a lot different then because there was no feminism. It wasn't destroying it hasn't destroyed our culture yet. Christian morals and ethics and respect and manners were taught back then. Hell, when I was a young kid, 70% of the country could read and write speak and write proper English grammar. Today, 85% of college students can't do it. Big difference, man. We grew up to learn how to be kids, where kids today don't know how to be kids. And kids today, when I was a kid, You had to earn a first place trophy. Today, kids all get a trophy on the team, win or lose. They all deserve a trophy now. So they can't learn by their failures from losing how to work harder to achieve first place. Dude, don't whoop me. What's that? What's that? Don't whoop me. Are you trying to play with your English grammar? From karaoke? What? Karaoke? Bring the wife into karaoke, you mean? With us. Who's us? Karaoke. Yeah. I thought it was karaoke. See, I told you, 85% of most children can't write nor speak proper English grammar. They know how to write fuck, though, and shit, and piss, and cunt, and cocksucker, and tits. You didn't type karate? No, but I could teach you some karate. That's how most people that were in the generations past Generation X, yeah. Back in 1940, 13-year-olds could speak and write proper English grammar. How college students can't now either because you have to major in English grammar now because everything else is important around them except for grammar. The education system designed to fail, just like the health care system designed to fail. And everything else that used to be important to the American people is now designed to fail. And the banking system is always designed to fail. That's why Henry Ford said in 1940, if the American people knew how the monetary system worked in America today, there'd be a war tomorrow. If they only knew. He only told them about it, and they still didn't listen to him. That's why Ron Paul came along and said it's time to end the feds. Well, that's what Kennedy tried. Look what happened to him. So all three of them are right. Because the dumber people are in society, the more the money launderers, because our Jews can take advantage of us all. Follow the money. Awesome, Jim. Awesome, man. I'm telling you what, you can't overload on omega-3s, brother. And every 10 years you get older, man, you need 1,000 milligrams more. And now you're at that 4,500 point. 5,000 milligrams, you're fine, man. You cannot OD on it. It doesn't do your body harm one bit whatsoever. It's like saying, hey, you can eat 5 fish more than you should eat. It's not going to kill you. The only thing you can OD on is pharmaceutical made drugs. That's the only thing that'll kill you if you OD on it. There are some supplemental foods, natural foods, even if you eat too much, it has an adverse effect, but not omega-3s. That's the healthiest thing anybody can eat. And you'll start seeing an improvement in everything, Jim. Your blood pressure, your memory, especially your memory. Your memory, you'll never get Alzheimer's or dementia. In fact, loading up on it, like I told you, it reverses Alzheimer's and dementia. A lot of people don't know it. They don't know it because they never tried it. But there was a doctor that cured 17 brain dead from dementia and Alzheimer's in a nursing home. He got them all back to playing euchre at the poker table from being brain dead from Alzheimer's and dementia, just by high protein and omega-3 overdose. Not an overdose. You can't overdose on it. Overload, which is more than usual. But you can't overdose on it. Never. What are we talking about? We're talking about omega-3s, right? I think some of these kids need to have some of the best omega-3 put in their bodies or in their mouths today like we did when we were kids, and that's called uh, cod liver oil, right? We need to put some cod liver oil in the mouths of some of these kids. You're being silly. Oh, are you kidding with me then? Don't get me going, man. Come on, you know how to pull the triggers, right? I guess. Oh, start a whole new topic now with me. Hey, there's Mr. Canary. What up, brother? Welcome back. Not the castor oil, cod liver oil. They used to punish us with it for swearing when we were kids. But needless as we know, that it was loaded in omega-3s, which is one of the healthiest things you can have in your diet. So our grandparents and parents before me knew their shit when it came to punishing us. A non-cruel way, but was really healthy, but we thought was cruel back then. Yeah, I know. It's up here already. I can see daylight through the tree branches. And I told the wife I'm going to take her to a stew festival they put on here. There's like almost 1,000 people there cooking. It's huge. Any and every stew you could ever think of eating is going to be there. From the south to the west to the east to the north, every type of stew made around the country. A lot of these people travel to the stew festival. Oh my God. My description will tell you where I'm from. Just go to my description and read it. That's all you got to do. But it's easier for me to tell you, I guess. After the plate you ate last night, oh man, that was the bomb, Jim. I tell you what. That I use that Dano's, Yum Yum get you some. Dano's original seasoning in the meat. And what I do is I grate the onions, right? A half an onion gets grated and put right into the panko breadcrumbs and let it sit for about a half an hour before you put it into the meat. So the juices from the onions absorb into the breadcrumbs, and it makes the meat so much more tender, man. Oh my God, dude. And then the other half of the onion gets thrown into the gravy sauce, right, with the mushrooms. You tell them, Jim. Yum Yum, get you some. Dan O's. I bought my first bottle of it. I've been watching all his reels and shit, and he can throw down some serious shit, man. But I'll have a cook off against him, and I'd smoke him. He's just trying to sell products that he throws together. Head slap or head slap. Ever had? Oh my God, I can't say it, Jim. Sorry. Check out my new book, Jim. Can't wait to start reading it. I paid 10 cents at the garage sale for it. The Usborne Book of Greek and Norse Legends, brother. I'm into that shit, you know what I mean? It helps you understand the Bible better, too. Oh, anybody want to play cards with the Kodiak or backwoods leather? That's what I need, Jim. Not only am I going to get the coffee from where Deep South gets it and have my Kodiak Edge decal put on it and sell it, but I'm going to have a deck of cards made with the Kodiak Edge claw and the bear claw, every other card, you know what I mean? Yeah, well, that's just the Greek Norse, you know. I mean, some of the artwork in here is just phenomenal. Look at this one. I want to carve something like this in leather. Perseus, right? Isn't that cool? Oh, I read this one earlier. Who was Heracles? Heracles. Yeah, proper grammar, right? Heracles. Who is Heracles? I can get into it. Books like that is where I get inspiration from my laser. And yep. Heracles. One of the Greeks' favorite heroes was Hercules. That was Heracles. You may know him as Hercules, which is the Roman version of his name. He was exceptionally strong and brave, but Hera made his life extremely difficult as he reminded her of Zeus. Infidelity. See page 23. Baby Hercules. And it goes on and talks about Hercules. IMK if you like. What does IMK mean? Some of these acronyms I just don't know yet. I'm not that young. You got to help me with them. IMK, let me know. Oh, LMK, let me know. Let me know if I do. What, carve it out of leather or what? Facebook. I got Facebook. Yep. You can go to my links in my description in my YouTube channel and get my Facebook page. But I'll tell you one thing I don't do there is I don't talk religion and I don't talk politics on it. Because it's mostly for friends and family and most people on Facebook have no understanding what's going on in the world. So I don't waste my time with politics because you just don't have a clue. I gave up talking politics and Facebook 3 years ago. Bionext or something. Book face. Oh yeah, I'm a book face. Look at this one here, yeah. I shot a couple of them in my backyard the other day. Loki's punishment. Loki avoided the gods after Baldur's death. The gods mourned bitterly, but eventually decided the mourning must. So Eager and Ron held a feast. Thor was away fighting trolls, and Loki was not invited, but everyone else was there. Thor and the Giants, right? There's Thor. Check it out. Thor's hammer, right? I could get some cool designs out of this. Oh, check this out, Jim. RUACH? I don't know what the hell that is. That's why I have alt. What's alt? I think my Discord is Bow Next Doer or something. Oh, just a dude. Okay, I got you. I've been wondering, you have a huge stack of miscellaneous books behind you. That ain't even the start of what I got. That's just some construction books that I threw up there. I read every one of them. I got a whole room, wall to wall, with books. I read every one of them, half of them twice. What books are those? A huge pile of books, and I figure they're instruction manuals. Well, a lot of them, like I said, are construction, and then things that I do. Like this one. What in the hell? Traditional Windsor chairs. Yeah, I made a few of them. You know, everything that I bought and I've made. You got windows and doors. Birdhouses you can paint and decorate. Woodworking projects. Woodworking projects yearbook. Woodworking projects yearbook. Crown moldings and trim. Scroll saw techniques. Fine home building. Country furniture. Let me see what's the most interesting book here. Besides my 1903 Sears and Roebuck book up here. I mean, I even, you know, I done so much. I done woodworking my whole life. I pretty much mastered the skill of woodworking. But you see here, now the door's almost closed on the right, but all them tools in there, half of them tools I made, and that's my tool chest when I used to seriously be into it. See that? The mallets I made, the dovetail saw, the scribers, a lot of them tools. There's some planes up on that right side cabinet there. Hand planes, jack planes that I made. You know, I've done a lot of woodworking in my life. But now right here, I've done all this shit, man. Techniques of wood surface decorating. You know, how to veneer woods and decorate with veneering. You know, from doing veneered birds, I can put birds on tabletops. I've done all this shit. I get guys that call me and they want corbels carved for their fireplaces or for their gable ends on their houses. I've done it, and I'll do it for the right price. You know, it shows you how veneering's made, all the tools and techniques. Look at all the intricate veneerings made three-dimensional looking with flat surface veneering. You know, so I've studied all this shit all my life. This one here, country furniture. I've always been intrigued by the different eras and decades of, or, you know, the different eras, you know, as far as the 1400s, you know, and how the furnitures were made throughout all the different styles, from the Gothic to the Georgian Pacific to the Victorian homes, you know. And back in the day, in the Victorian and Georgian area, they had furnitures in their house. Ornate, look at this. Look at this. All longhorn steer horns to make a chair. But they had furnishings in house basically was ornate to the point to where people were judged on their wealth by the types of furniture they had in their house. And I got a whole library upstairs. I got 4 walls on my spare bedroom up there. It's just, I built bookshelves on every one of them all the way to the ceiling, and they're filled. And you know, a lot of people just don't understand. Cell phones, reading shit in cell phones don't stimulate critical thinking as well as reading books does. Because there's too many distractions with cell phones. You get them endorphin rushes from hearing a ping on your phone from somebody trying to notify you. So you're constantly distracted. But reading, you got to read every night. I read myself to sleep half the time. But lately, because of YouTube, I haven't. But I do read. On the weekends, I'll go out on my porch and just read for hours, like I could carve leather for hours without stopping. But it's critical thinkers in this country that built this country, and it was based on their logic to be able to read and succeed. Kids don't want to read shit anymore. They don't want to learn anything new. They're afraid of failure because they're awarded for failure instead of pushed to succeed to failure. But yeah, I mean, all these different styles of chairs and shit. You know, like weaving the regress, you know, weaving the seats on them and stuff. I've done that a couple times. Windsor chairs. I love to make Philadelphia style high back chairs. So, like I said, furniture just shows off the wealth of the individual. You know, a lot of the Victorian homes look the same. Some poor people could live in the Victorian style homes, you know. But when you went inside, the furnishings basically told the guests where they were financially. It was a common thing. 1760, even furniture makers in small towns in America were making Chippendale furniture, emulating the high-style designs that were the rare as Philadelphia and Boston. You know, in different parts of the country, you know, different styles of furniture. I can look at something like this and tell you if it's either Gothic, Georgian Gothic, Victorian. You know, there's different eras of styles of furniture from different regions of the country, all the way rooted from Europe. Oh, I wouldn't even want to sit on it. What is it? I was Army. How about you? Zach was. Mine is just military books. Zach, you can tell pretty much everything about a person by their home library. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I got political books up. I got a whole wall of nothing but political bullshit to decipher what's reality and what's not. But and then you know, all the hobbies I've been in and all the things I went to school for. Tons of photography books. You know, I was a wildlife photographer. I used to do freelancing for magazines, and that was years ago, and I don't do it anymore. But look at, I still got one of my last cameras collecting dust there. It's a digital DSLR, but I'll still take that out and shoot wildlife photos now. But yeah, I've learned a lot in 60 years. This one here, Country Woodcraft. Look at the draw knives, you know. I've got all these. I got all the draw knives. I got the draw table. Used to make bows, my own arrow shafts, my own. arrowheads. I made it all. Farm tables, benches, things for around the farm and the house. You know, I've made a couple of these saws here, the buck saws. A lot of things I made, I've actually, like this here, these mallets. You see them in my chest over there. I made them in the door there. And see the drawer? The top drawers are curved. They go in, but the bottom ones don't. They're straight across. The reason for that is when I shut that door and clamp it shut, you don't want the mallets hitting the drawer. So I had to make the drawers to curve around the mallets. See, I've always grown up to want to know why this, why that. I asked my parents tons of questions, they said. And I just, instead of asking the questions, I went after the questions. I went after the answers myself in books. My mom couldn't believe it. My two brothers were higher educated than me, but I was engrossed in books way more than they were. And they don't have half the knowledge I have. They just learn what they learn in school to get by and work their careers. That's all they learn. I made a couple sleds for my wife. And this is old school. I got some cool ones over here too. Let me go get one. These are books I've had since the 70s. Track and find game. Been there, done that. Care for game and meat trophies. I process all my own game. Game bird hunting book. Hunting for pheasants and rabbits my whole life. Outdoor photography. Wildlife photography. Call wildlife. I can call wildlife with the best of them. Pig and fish. Or, I'm sorry. Rig and fish natural baits. And even make your own fishing lures. Well, I've got lures that I've made that are in Fisherman Magazine and Bassin Magazine every year. But I don't make them anymore. It's one of my other pastimes. You see the links in my description, you'll see the lures I used to make. I was known for a balsa crankbait. My balsa crankbaits that I made. And I sold them all around the world. And I had them in the hands of both the professional bass fishermen and both the FLW and the BASS. This book here, Antler, Bone, Horn, and Hide. How to make things out of it, see? I've tried it all. You know, powder horns, full suits made out of deer hide, you know. How to stitch deer hide. How to make Indian clothing out of deer hide. How to make the leggings from buckskins. You know, all these buckskin projects. Buckskin Indian wear. Tell you how to take it out of the hide. You know, front and back of the. It shows you it all. I've been through all of this, man. It just collects dust now because I already learned it. How to make gloves. How to make, rifle. If somebody calls me and say, "Hey, can you make me a buckskin, wrap for my rifle, my long rifle?" Sure. Saddlebags for the horse. I even make saddlebags for Harleys. I make custom Harley seats too. coon hats. Been there, done that. A lot of things you learn to do over your lifetime. You look back and you're like, man, did I actually do all this shit? All right, my wife's up, so I'm going to cut this live stream, guys. I don't want her mad at me, so I thank everybody for being here tonight, and I'll see you all probably Sunday night. I'll have a bonfire, probably. Till next time, we'll talk to you later, guys. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for subscribing and supporting the channel, and you won't hear me in no political rants anymore. My regular live sessions, I don't do that. So, thanks, and I'll talk to you all later, okay? Peace.